Prologue. August 10th, 1980. Somewhere in England, in a house which no one knew about and couldn't be found even if they knew about it, a man was working diligently in his very own personal laboratory, concocting a potion and humming quietly. He was about 5 feet 10 inches, had brown eyes and dirty black hair which fell just below his shoulders. If one had to guess his age, they'd say he was around 30 years old. But it was his eyes that were most striking. They seemed to exude boundless knowledge and wisdom. Any person who dared to call themselves an intellectual wouldn't even measure up to the knowledge this man's mind held. His laboratory was a circular one surrounded by doors at regular intervals. In the center of the room was a 5-level bookshelf which held countless vials filled with potions instead of books. It was impossible for there to be that many vials if it weren't for the wonders of magic. On the right side of the shelf, the man stood, carefully adding ingredients into his potion, and on the left side were a number of odd-looking instruments. They were bent and twisted into unrecognizable shapes, and some had wires sticking out of them like metallic hairs. Through the door behind the man, piles of books were spilling out chaotically. Some looked positively ancient and some no more than a few days old. But the most striking object in the room was a small cube. It was carved out of a very rare stone known as the onyx. The small artifact had a number of beautiful runes, in white, carved into it, which gave it an even more exotic look than it already had. If one took a closer look, they'd clearly notice the pale blue aura surrounding it. It was such a mesmerizing object, and yet it could be easily overlooked, for it was carelessly lying under the large pile of books and would not be seen unless you knew where to look for it. All of a sudden, one of his instruments with the flat base and wires sticking out started vibrating. Out of the many thin wires, 2 began to lengthen and start to glow. One was a fiery red and the other was purest white. The man looked up startled and stirred his potion 5 times in an anti-clockwise direction and placed a static charm on it. He then moved over next to the instrument and prodded it twice with his wand, causing the wires to entwine around each other before fading back to their normal metallic color and shortening back to their original lengths. "Interesting," the man muttered under his breath. "Fire and ice, you say? I certainly never saw that coming. Well, I better tell Pen or she'll get mad. Better hide the potion before that. Wouldn't want her to cheat now, would we?" He waved his wand and immediately the potion sunk into the floor, out of sight. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Pen! Hey Pen, get down here." "What is it?" came a muffled voice through the roof. "I've got something interesting to show you," he yelled again. There was a moment's silence while the man waited patiently. Suddenly a woman fell through the ceiling like it wasn't there at all. She landed gracefully on her feet and gave the man an annoyed glare. She was about the same height as him, had waist-length red hair and bluish-green eyes which radiated the same sense of knowledge and power as his. "What is it?" she said. "I was just about to finish, you know." Sorry, but this little baby showed me fire and ice," he said, pointing to the instrument. "Really?" she said, suddenly looking deeply interested. "That's never happened before, has it? Usually it's just one. What was it last time?" "It was Earth the last time, Pen," he said with a chuckle. "Fire is mine," she said suddenly. "You can have the water or ice or whatever, but fire is mine." Sure. Fire will get along with you perfectly, considering your personality." She smacked him on back of his head and sat in his lap and muttered, "Idiot." "So when do we bring them here?" she asked him. "When the time is right," he said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. October 31st, 1981. 3 mysterious people stood in the streets of Privet Drive, Surrey. The street lights were out, and if they had been turned on, the sight of these 3 people would have certainly startled the residents in the area. One resembled a huge shaggy beast that stood over 8 feet tall. The other was an old man who was wearing violet robes with half-moons and blue stars printed on it. His beard was so long that he had tucked it twice into his belt, and the third was a woman who wore the strictest of looks that could intimidate even adults. These 3 were magical humans called witches and wizards, and they were here for one purpose only. "Do you have the boy, Hagrid?" asked the old man, who went by the name of Albus Dumbledore. "Yes, of course, Headmaster," replied Hagrid, and carefully pulled out a tiny sleeping baby from the inside of his coat. "So this is Harry Potter," whispered the strict-looking witch. She looked at the child with affection and then slowly brushed her finger against a scar that stood out on his otherwise unblemished face. "Can't you get rid of that scar, Albus?" she asked. "Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. I have one myself above my left knee that is a perfect map of the London Underground." "Well, give him here, Hagrid. We'd better get this over with." Dumbledore put Harry on the ground and pulled out his wand. "Albus, what are you doing?" asked McGonagall. "Nothing much, Minerva, just a few warming charms, and some for his own safety," he said calmly. What Albus Dumbledore was actually doing was binding a part of Harry's magic, so that the boy wouldn't do any dangerous accidental magic and cause any harm to his Muggle relatives considering the amount of power the boy had. He did not want Harry to get into serious trouble for something he didn't have any control over. The spell he was performing on Harry was highly illegal and dangerous if done wrong. But he had complete confidence in his abilities. He waved his wand in complex patterns and started chanting under his breath. It sounded like gibberish to McGonagall. A few minutes passed since Albus had begun chanting and nothing seemed to be happening. He stopped chanting and placed his wand on Harry's forehead. A second later, a sphere of golden light began to glow around Harry and started growing larger and larger until the entire house and a few of the neighboring houses were covered in the light. Suddenly, the light began to withdraw, was sucked into little Harry Potter's body. "There, it's done," he said, looking a bit tired. "What have you done?" "Warming charms definitely don't do that," she said, looking suspicious. "I just activated the wards that are going to keep him safe, Minerva. The little display you just saw was just because of the nature of the wards. No harm can fall upon Harry as long as he lives with his blood relatives," he said. "Oh right, sorry," she said, looking embarrassed. Dumbledore chuckled. "It's quite all right, Minerva. I don't mind." He then bent and picked Harry up. "Well, Harry, time for you to join your new family," he said, moving towards number 4, Privet Drive. "Sir, could I say goodbye to him?" asked Hagrid, tears forming in his eyes. "Of course, Hagrid," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling sympathetically, and gave Harry to Hagrid. "I'm going to miss you, young Harry," he said, wiping the tears from his eyes. "You be good and take care of yourself." He handed Harry back to Dumbledore and burst out crying. McGonagall patted him on the back, trying to comfort him. Dumbledore, meanwhile, took Harry and placed him on the entrance to the house and pinned a letter to his blanket. "Well, we have no business being here, we might as well leave." Hagrid and McGonagall nodded, and just as quietly as they had arrived, they left in the same manner, except for Hagrid, who had come on a flying motorcycle. Dumbledore stood there waiting for them both to go. As soon as they had left, he pulled his wand out again and waved it towards the house. A reddish-blue light mixed with a little gold covered the house again before expanding out and simmering out of sight. He then pulled out the silver put-outer which he had used to turn the streets dark and clicked it once. 12 balls of light whizzed out of the strange lighter and flew back to their respective lamp, reigniting the street to the bright orange that it was. "Good luck, Harry," he murmured, and with a swish of his cloak he was gone. The little child slept peacefully in the breadbasket, unaware of what fate had in store for him. He couldn't know that at this very moment wizards and witches all over the country were meeting in secret and holding up their glasses, whispering, "To Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Chapter 2: The Dream. 5 years later. A boy with emerald green eyes, thick messy black hair, wearing broken spectacles and had a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead, lay awake in the cupboard under staircase, wondering how long it would be until he turned 6 years old. He sighed and turned on his dirty mattress, wondering if the Dursleys would give him a gift this year, or would they even remember at all that it was his birthday. Last year Uncle Vernon had given him a smelly old sock, and the year before that a hanger, saying it was much more than he deserved. Just thinking about them made him scowl and eyes darken in anger. He wondered all the time as to what could he have possibly done to deserve such treatment. He knew it was not normal because he had seen the way they behaved with Dudley, and he had seen how other parents show their children so much affection. He tired to be good and do well at school, but all it ever resulted in was scorn and humiliation. Was it because funny things happened when he was angry or scared? Or was it because they just hated him? But the bottom line was that he was stuck in this hell because his parents had been stupid enough to get drunk and die in a car crash. At least that's what they told him when he asked about his parents, but somehow Somehow he knew that they were lying. Sometimes he would try to remember something about them, but all he could remember was a flash of green light and intense pain on his forehead, right where his scar was. A loud dong from the clock outside in the living room startled Harry, and he realized that he had turned 6 years old. He felt a spider moving on his arm and quickly smacked it with his other hand, ending its existence, wishing that he could do the same to his dear Uncle Vernon as a birthday gift. It would only be fair after all the pain he had to go through for as long as he could remember. Yes, that's the only thing that described his life until today, pain. The Dursleys never beat him badly, but that didn't stop them from slapping him or insulting him whenever they felt like it. Occasionally, when his uncle was in a really bad mood, he'd be punched in the face or get hit by a belt or even choked until his uncle realized that he could die if he didn't let go. The result was an overly mature 6-year-old who never found a reason to smile. He was hit if he didn't complete his chores on time. He was backhanded if he got a better grade than his fat cousin. He was punished if anybody asked the Dursleys about him. He was like the punching bag of the family whose only purpose was to be an outlet of frustration for the Dursleys. He whispered happy birthday to himself and turned on his side and closed his eyes. Soon he was fast asleep, dreaming about flying motorcycles, annoying dogs and antlers that seemed to be prancing about riotously. XXXXX. Tap tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Boy, wake up. You have work to do. Up! Screeched his Aunt Petunia. Harry shot up from his bed with his heart pounding painfully. What the hell was that? He thought. He had the weirdest dream and it had all seemed so real. He tried to remember what had happened and could vaguely remember seeing some people taking to him. Then there was that flash of green light and a spine-shivering voice laughing out loud in his head. He heard his aunt scream and bang on his cupboard door again. Ignoring the noise, Harry slowly got up with a groan as his head felt like someone had just dropped a bag of stones on it. Or maybe Dudley had just whacked him with his new cricket bat while he was still asleep and he hadn't realized it. He quickly went upstairs to the bathroom, washed up and got dressed. He then rushed downstairs before his aunt could complain about his lateness again, and made his way to the kitchen with haste to start cooking breakfast for the Dursleys, which was difficult for him seeing that his head barely reached the kitchen counter. "Use the chair, you dumb boy," snapped Petunia, watching him struggle with irritation. Dudley broke it, Aunt Petunia. "Don't lie to me, you miserable toe rag," she said angrily and gave him a sharp slap. Harry held his tears and anger inside, feeling his cheek sting. "There's no chair, Aunt Petunia," he said again. She pursed her lips in anger. "Well, go to your uncle then. He'll give you your chores for the day." Harry nodded obediently and headed to the dining table where his uncle was reading the newspaper and Dudley was wolfing down yesterday's leftovers. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia asked you to tell me my chores for the day. Mow the lawn, remove the weeds and start painting the shed," Vernon grunted, without removing his eyes from the sports section. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied in a monotonous voice as Petunia came in and laid the breakfast on the table. Harry stared at his plate in disgust but did not complain. All he had was a quarter slice of ham and a piece of bread. He had barely finished half his toast when Dudley began whining from the other end. "Dad, I'm not full," whined his cousin from the other end of the table, whose plate looked like it was never even filled with food a minute ago. "Give your food to Dudley boy," Vernon said. "But I'm hungry," cried Harry, not believing the injustice of the situation even though it was an everyday situation. "You will give your food to Dudley or be locked in your cupboard for 3 days without food," yelled Vernon. "Now get out and wash the car too." Fuming, he pushed his plate towards Dudley and left the room. Slowly and angrily, he went to the accursed garden. He could still feel his stomach growling for food, but there was nothing he could do about it. Still, there was nothing new about this treatment he received from them. For as long as he could remember, he had to always fight for his food or go to the bathroom or bathing in hot water. But no, they didn't care about him. Even if he died, they wouldn't even realize it until they needed something from him. He slowly went to the garage and picked up the tools required and started doing his work. XXXXXX. It was noon when he stretched himself on the grass, his stomach aching for food and his head pounding because of the heat and humidity. He heard his aunt yelling for him to come inside for lunch. He ran in quickly, washed his hands and face and sat for lunch. He ate his pathetic excuse of a lunch and was about to leave the house to go and sit in the playground when his uncle called him back. Go and mow the lawn. I want the grass should be completely even or it will be a week in the cupboard. Harry groaned in protest, but quickly shut up and left the room when he saw his aunt glaring at him. Honestly, she looks like a shriveled-up worm when she does that. Can't they at least give me a day off without having to work or wash that pig's clothes or something or the other? They always come up with something for me to do. Who makes a boy work on their birthday anyway? He thought bitterly. 3 hours later, he was sitting on the swing in the playground having finished all his chores for the day and thinking about what to do next. It was an all-right day for once, without being too starved or backhanded by Uncle Vernon. He often sat alone in the playground when it wasn't occupied by Dudley and his group of friends. He didn't have any friends as everyone just saw him as the freak of Privet Drive, and which sensible parent would allow their child to mix with a freak? Harry thought about what his latest dream was all about and sat trying to remember what had happened. It had started well enough but turned scary and weird before he woke up. At first there were 3 men standing and talking and laughing, and one of them looked just like him. He wondered if that was his father. He remembered that they were talking about him and him growing to be a strong something. Then there was something about a wizard? How absurd, he thought. And then she came, a beautiful woman with red hair yelling at the men around and telling them to get out. He heard one of the men call the other Padfoot or something like that. Then the dream changed and all he could hear was a woman screaming for help and a high-pitched cruel laughter and lots of green light, and then he saw the most horrible and disgusting face he had ever seen. It was scary and terrifying. The face pointed some stick at him and said something, and after that all he could remember was the green light again and an intense pain in his forehead, exactly where his unusual scar was. Sighing, he got up, still deep in thought, and started walking back to the house. But then the worst happened. He heard someone shouting out, "Hey, freak!" It was one of Dudley's friends. "What you doing outside your cupboard for eyes?" his cousin yelled. "Go away, Dudley. I'm not in the mood right now," Harry said bravely. "Ah, poor Harrykins is feeling sad," mocked one of Dudley's friends, Julian, and they all started laughing. "Well, why don't we play Harry hunting?" called out another. "Yeah!" They all yelled and started running after Harry. Harry's heart sank and suddenly he was running for all he was worth, dreams all forgotten. All he thought right now was how to get away from Dudley's gang and save himself before he got beaten up by them again. Suddenly he tripped over an overgrown plant and fell flat on his face. "Shit!" was all that crossed his mind before Dudley's gang caught up with him. They all started kicking him and punching him while laughing out loud and yelling insults at him. Harry felt like his body was literally on fire and all he wanted was for it to stop. He prayed that someone would come and stop them, but nobody came. He saw the couple from number 7 pass by and he looked at them with pleading eyes, but they just looked at him disdainfully and hurried past him. Harry felt anger rush through his body and felt enraged. He saw Dudley's leg come up towards his face, and he closed his eyes and raised his hands in an attempt to catch his cousin's leg and drop him while also expecting pain if he missed. But the pain never came. When he opened his eyes, he saw Dudley surrounded by his friends moaning against the wall. "What the hell did you do to him, you freak? You're so dead now," yelled Piers Polkiss. "Come on, gang, let's take Dudley back home," said another, and they slowly vanished from sight, walking towards number 4 Privet Drive. Meanwhile, Harry's mind was running at 1,000,000 miles a second. "Oh no! Something weird happened again. Should I go back or not? Uncle Vernon is going to kill me," Harry said to himself, shivering in pain and fear. "Oh no! Oh no! Why does this happen to me? I hate you, Dudley." He ran back to the park and sat there trying to calm himself and ignore the pain coursing through his bruised and battered body. "Okay, calm down, Harry. Just calm down. You're all right, you're still alive, calm down now," he thought to himself. "Now think what exactly happened. Okay, first I fell flat on my face and Dudley and gang started beating me. Then I saw Dudley's leg come towards my face and that's when it happened," he said out aloud. Now that he was calm, he realized that as Dudley's leg came towards him, he felt a slight tingling starting from his abdomen and spreading throughout his body, and then Dudley went flying back. What was that tingling, he thought. Come to think of it, every time something unnatural happened around him, he always felt a tingling in his gut. Is it this tingling that causes these things, he asked himself. Then he remembered his dream from last night, and suddenly the words said in the dream became clear. He'll grow up to be a powerful and strong wizard Padfoot. That's what the man who looked like him had said. Was this tingling was? Did all these things happen to him because he was a wizard? Could he do magic? Wait, what are you saying? Magic is not real. Didn't Aunt Petunia tell you that? He thought to himself. But since when has she ever told you the truth? He asked himself again. For all you know, she might have not wanted me to know that I can do real magic, and my parents might not have been drunks after all. Harry was trembling with excitement at this revelation and resolved to find a way to use this newfound power of his. Suddenly all the excitement he felt drained out of him, and he was filled with fear. He knew he couldn't tell his aunt and uncle what he had just realized, and he knew he was going to be punished for what he did to Dudley. He knew that he was going to suffer in the cupboard for a lot of time and be starved for a few days, and if he was lucky his uncle wouldn't beat the shit out of him. But since when has luck been on his side? Slowly he walked back to the house, mentally preparing for what was to come. XXXXXX. He knocked on the door and waited for someone to open it. The door was opened by his aunt, and when she saw who it was, she quickly took a hold of his collar, yanked him into the house, and yelled for his uncle. He knew he was going to get it now. Vernon, she yelled. Vernon, he's back. Oh, the little freak of nature is back, is he? He heard his uncle say with venom in his voice. I'll teach him a lesson for using his freaking unnaturalness on Dudley, he screamed. Come here, boy. Harry was terrified and tried to run towards his cupboard. Oh no, you don't. You're going to get it from me this time, you freak. Slap. His uncle slapped him hard, sending him flying back. Before Harry could even recover, he got another slap on his other cheek. You dare try to hurt Dudley, he screamed, and this time brought down his fist into Harry's gut. Harry cried out in pain, feeling something sticky gather in his mouth. He got another slap and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Please, Uncle Vernon. I don't know what happened. It was like magic, said Harry, tears leaking out of his eyes. Petunia gasped and Vernon roared in anger. His uncle then pulled out a bat from the corner and came towards Harry, his eyes rolling in madness. Harry was pleading for his uncle to let him go and saying over and over again that he was sorry and that it would never happen again, but all fell on deaf ears. 15 minutes later, he was thrown into the cupboard with his body aching horribly and barely conscious. He couldn't feel his left arm, and he could actually feel his broken ribs move when he tried to turn on his tiny mattress. His back was bleeding and he had lost a tooth for sure. Harry suddenly broke down and started crying. He had never been beaten up so bad by his family, and despite his hatred for them, he couldn't help feeling betrayed. By whom, even he didn't know. What did I ever do to get this? Was I not a good child to my parents? He said, wiping the tears rolling down his chin. Slowly he drifted into the darkness called sleep, dreaming about learning to use magic and never getting beat up again. Come tomorrow, he was going to do his best to master this amazing gift that he had. XXXXXX. The next morning when Harry woke up, he found the pain in his body was gone, and his bones felt just fine, as if they were never broken. He was amazed. This was just like the time when his hair had grown back after a horrible hair cut by his Aunt Petunia one night when he was 4. He then realized this must have happened because he was a wizard and his magic might have healed him. He remembered yesterday's happenings and his eyes darkened. His cupboard door was suddenly yanked open, and his aunt stood there looking at him, surprised that he looked completely fine. She was planning to take him to the hospital and get him fixed up. After all, it wouldn't do any good if the neighbors saw the state he was in, but as it turned out, it wasn't required. Go upstairs and wash yourself. You won't get breakfast and you will stay in your cupboard till dinner time. Do you understand? Yes, Aunt Petunia, he said quietly. This suited him just fine, as he now had the whole morning and afternoon to learn how to use his powers, though he would not be getting any food anytime soon. He went and washed himself and took a piece of paper from Dudley's room and went back to his cupboard. He decided to try to levitate the piece of paper by trying to use the tingling. He kept the paper in front of him and tried making it float by concentrating on the piece of paper and willing it to float in the air by using his mind. He remembered one of the martial arts movies which Dudley used to watch and remembered the techniques they used to use to focus their mind. Think of a place where you are completely at peace. Imagine yourself there and let your body relax. That's all he remembered, but it was enough. After 2 to 3 hours of trying to make it float, he gave up and wondered why it was not floating, or rather moving. He hadn't felt the tingling too. Some time passed without success when he realized that he should first try to get the tingling sensation in his body and then try to make the paper float. So he closed his eyes and tried to make his body tingle by meditating. But after 15 minutes of meditation, he still didn't feel anything. Now he was getting frustrated. When he didn't want it to happen, he would feel the tingling, but when he wanted to feel it, he couldn't, and he kept thinking why. After a few minutes of silent thinking, it struck him. The tingling was magic, and if he was a wizard, magic would be flowing all through his body like chakra in those ninja cartoons. So if he wanted to feel the tingling, then that meant he would have to reach out to the magic that was in his blood. So once again he closed his eyes, and this time he tried to feel the magic in him. But nothing happened. He kept trying for another hour, but still there was no result. He slammed his fist into the wall in frustration. He hit it again and again and again until there was blood dripping from his knuckles. "Why isn't it working?" he cried in tears. "Why?" The cupboard door was yanked open and his aunt dragged him out by his ear, ignoring his screams of pain. "What on earth are you thinking, making such a racket?" Harry just glared at his aunt with pure, unadulterated hate through tear-filled eyes. Petunia felt a shiver of fear run down her spine as she Harry's eyes. No 6-year-old should have that look in their eyes, she thought. "But that's your fault, isn't it, Petunia?" said a nasty voice in the back of her head. She ignored it. "Go upstairs and clean yourself, you look filthy," she said, and walked away. Harry just stood there for a minute, trying to calm down by taking deep breaths. He then walked upstairs quietly with renewed determination. He would learn how to use magic, or he would die trying. Never again would he let the Dursleys humiliate him. Never again would he let them treat him like a slave. Never again. A month later. He had done it. He had finally felt his magic. He felt completely at peace and felt as if he was floating in a place without rules. He felt floating peacefully until he saw a beautiful multicolored ice-like ball-shaped thing floating quietly in this space, giving out a sense of peace and power. Harry was completely enamored by its beauty and kept moving towards it. As he moved closer and closer, he couldn't see anything but the ball and felt like it was quietly calling him to it. Then when he finally reached it, he slowly raised his hand and touched the ball. The instant he did touched it, it started spreading everywhere rapidly, and he felt like ice was spreading throughout his body, giving him a sense of quiet power and calmness, and then came the tingling. He then opened his eyes, and with the magic flowing through his body, he tried to make the paper float, and lo behold, the paper moved a little and floated slightly above his mattress. But then it suddenly fell, and Harry was snapped out of his trance-like state. He felt so excited that he had finally done it. He had made the paper move. But what he hadn't expected was the waves of exhaustion which hit after doing that. He felt like he had just run across the whole London in less than 5 minutes. He laughed and was filled with a sense of accomplishment and victory. But he then realized that he couldn't keep it in the air for more than 2 seconds and still felt so tired. "This is going to take a lot of practice and time," he said to himself, giggling like a 3-year-old girl. He lay on his smelly mattress, thinking the faster he learned how to use his powers, the faster he could save himself from bullies like Dudley and be treated better by the Dursleys. Yes, life was going to be better, he thought happily as he drifted off to the world of happy dreams. Chapter 3: The Letter. June 23, 1991. It was the crack of dawn when a pair of green eyes slowly opened, blinked thrice, and looked around the room groggily. Harry Potter then rolled of his bed and dragged his feet to the bathroom to bath before Dudley woke up and finished all the water. 15 minutes later, he came back to the room all freshened up. He sat by the windowsill thinking about the last 3 years and to observe the majestic sight of the sun slowly waking up from its little slumber. Harry had been moved to the smallest room in the house over 3 years ago when he had finally learnt how to use and control his magic to a certain level without get exhausted. He had asked his uncle to let him move to the smallest room in the house as he felt the cupboard was becoming too small for him. His uncle had gone purple in the face and tried to hit him for asking such an absurd question, but found that his hand flew over Harry's head. The reason for his miss was soon discovered as he was floating 4 feet above the floor. He was then flung across the living room and he crashed unceremoniously on the floor, breaking a few tiles in the process. that had gotten his uncle and aunt's attention, and soon Harry found himself to be the proud owner of an actual room with a window and a bathroom. Performing that piece of magic left Harry feeling lethargic for a few days, but he got what he wanted, and it also made life a little easier. That little incident was enough for the Dursleys to start being civil to him whenever they saw him, or just outright ignore him, which suited him just fine. His last 3.5 years were relatively peaceful, but that didn't stop his aunt from giving him chores, but he didn't mind as long as they were letting him stay in a room with a window and allowing him to eat proper meals. XXXXXXX. Are you up? Came the demanding voice of his Aunt Petunia. Yeah, I'm up. Coming down in a minute, Harry grumbled. Well, you better hurry. Today's Dudley's birthday and I want everything to be perfect. I don't want you doing any of your… You know what? Today was Dudley's birthday. How could he forget? He knew he better be on his best behavior, or else he would be living on the streets before he could even make the slightest form of protest, magic or no magic. He went downstairs to find all the Dursleys around a pile of presents, all for his pig of a cousin named Dudley. He quietly sat on the table and ate his egg and bacon, watching Dudley count his presents. His face fell. 37, he said, going red in the face. That's one less than last year. Aunt Petunia, sensing a tantrum coming, quickly said, We'll buy you 2 more presents while we're out today. How's that, pumpkin? 2 more presents. Is that all right? Dudley thought for a moment. It looked like hard work. Finally he said slowly, So I'll have 30, 39, sweetums, said Aunt Petunia, her voice coated with an overabundance of sweetness that Harry found revolting. Oh, Dudley sat down heavily and grabbed the nearest parcel. All right then. Uncle Vernon chuckled. Little Tyke wants his money's worth, just like his father. Attaboy, Dudley. He ruffled Dudley's hair. The phone rang and Petunia answered it. Harry looked at her interestedly as her expression went from joyful to crestfallen. Bad news, Vernon. Mrs. Figgs broke her leg. She can't take the boy, she said, jerking her head in Harry's direction. Well, what about your friend Yvonne? He asked. On vacation in Switzerland, she barked back. Well, looks like we'll have to take the boy with us then. We can't leave him in the house. God only knows what will happen to the house if we do that, she said, looking at his uncle. Dudley began to cry loudly. In fact, he wasn't really crying. It had been years since he'd really cried. The last time he had cried was when Harry had blasted him back when they were 6, but he knew that if he pretended to cry and wail, his mother would give him anything he wanted. Dinky Duddydums, don't cry. Mummy won't let him ruin your special day, she cried, flinging her arms around his large waist. I don't want him, to come, Dudley yelled between huge, pretend sobs. He always spoils everything. He shot Harry a nasty grin through the gap of his mother's arms. Just then, the doorbell rang. Oh, good Lord, they're here, Aunt Petunia said frantically. And a moment later, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, walked in with his mother and sneered at Harry. As soon as he walked in, Dudley stopped pretending to cry at once. Half an hour later, Harry, who couldn't believe his luck, was sitting in the back of the Dursleys' car with Piers and Dudley, on the way to the zoo for the first time in his life. His aunt and uncle had not been able to think of anything else to do with him, but before they'd left, Uncle Vernon had taken Harry aside. Boy, I don't want any of your freakiness happening around today. Do you hear me? You keep your nose clean and we won't give you any chores tomorrow. Do you understand? Yes, Uncle, but only if Dudley manages not to push me around, Harry said firmly. Vernon's face turned blue in anger, but he gave a short nod and stomped back to the car, beckoning Harry to follow him. On the way to the zoo, his uncle kept complaining about rash drivers and youngsters on motorcycles, making Harry remember his dream about the flying motorcycle and how his life had changed after that. XXXXXX. Harry had the best morning he'd had in a long time. He was careful to walk a little way from the Dursleys so that he could watch the animals in the cages without being pushed or whacked in the head by Dudley, who would then claim it was an accident. By lunchtime, both Dudley and Piers were bored and they decided to have lunch in the zoo restaurant. After lunch, they went to the reptile house. It was cool and dark in there, with lit windows along the walls. Behind the glass, All sorts of lizards and snakes were crawling and slithering over bits of wood and stone. Dudley and Piers wanted to see huge, poisonous cobras and thick man-crushing pythons. Dudley quickly found the largest snake in the place. Could have wrapped its body twice around Uncle Vernon's car and crushed it into a trash can. But at the moment it wasn't moving at all, in fact it was fast asleep. Dudley stood with his nose pressed against the glass, staring glistening brown coils. "Make it move," he whined to his father. Vernon tapped the glass sharply, but the snake didn't budge at all. "Do it again," he ordered, and his father rapped on the glass harder, but the snake still didn't move. "This is boring," said Dudley, and quickly shuffled to a different window. The snake suddenly opened its beady eyes. Slowly, very slowly, it raised its head until its eyes were on a level with Harry's. It winked. Harry stared. Then he looked quickly around to see if anybody was watching. They weren't. He looked back at the snake and winked too. The snake jerked its head towards Uncle Vernon and Dudley, then raised its eyes to the ceiling and spoke to Harry. "I get that all the time. It must be really annoying," Harry murmured through the glass, feeling a bit bewildered about talking with a snake. "Where are you from anyway?" It nodded its head towards the signboard which read boa constrictor, Brazil. "Oh, how is it over there?" he asked. "Never been there," the snake replied. "I was born and grown in the zoo itself." Harry was sympathetic to the snake's plight and replied, "Oh, that's sad. Well, I better get going before somebody sees me talking to you and freaks out, 'cause I sure haven't heard of anybody ever talking to snakes before. Bye then. Adios, amigo. You are interesting, one of your kind. I hope we meet again." The snake hissed back as Harry walked away towards Uncle Vernon. He then saw Piers looking at him weirdly. "You were talking to the snake, weren't you? I heard you hissing at it," said Piers. Harry just looked at him and slowly walked away, pondering over what Piers had just said. "You were hissing at." Was he speaking a different language, or was Piers just pulling his leg like he usually did? He heard his uncle calling him and went back, forgetting all about what Piers had just said to him. XXXXX. 2 weeks later. There was a horrible smell in the kitchen the next morning when Harry went in for breakfast. It seemed to be coming from a large metal tub in the sink. He went to have a look. The tub was full of what looked like dirty rags swimming in gray water. "What's this?" he asked Aunt Petunia. "Your new school uniform," she said. Harry looked in the bowl again. "Oh," he said. "I didn't realize it had to be so wet." "Don't be stupid," she snapped. "I'm dyeing some of Dudley's old things gray for you. It'll look like everyone else's when I've finished." Harry seriously doubted this, but thought it best not to argue. He sat down at the table and tried not to think about how he was going to look on his first day at Stonewall High. He sighed and decided to go practice summoning little bigger things like toys and big books. Dudley and Uncle Vernon came in, with wrinkled noses because of the smell from Harry's new uniform. Uncle Vernon opened his newspaper as usual, and Dudley banged his smelting stick, which he carried everywhere on the table. He really was a spoilt brat. They heard the click of the mail slot and flop of letters on the doormat. "Get the mail, Dudley," said Uncle Vernon from behind his paper. "Make Harry get it." "Get the mail, Harry." "Make Dudley get it." "Poke him with your smelting stick, Dudley." Harry dodged the smelting stick and went to get the mail, grumbling about pigs and jerks. There were 3 letters. A postcard from his Aunt Marge to Vernon, a brown envelope which looked like a bill, and a thick letter with his name written on it. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest bedroom. For Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. The envelope was thick, made of yellowish parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. There was no stamp. Turning the envelope over, his hand trembling, Harry saw a purple wax seal bearing a coat of arms. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. "Hurry up, boy!" shouted Uncle Vernon from the kitchen. "What are you doing, checking for letter bombs?" He chuckled at his own joke. Harry quickly stuffed the letter down his pants, knowing his uncle would want to read it first, and took the remaining letters to the kitchen and handed them over to his uncle quietly. He then slowly walked back to his room to read his letter, wondering who on earth knew him out there. Harry locked his room and pulled out his letter to read it, not noticing the owl sitting just outside his window. He broke the seal and pulled out two thick parchments and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. What the hell? Harry wondered. He took the other parchment and began to read that too. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emetic Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phillida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Aresnius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. Wand. Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. Set glass or crystal files. Telescope set. Brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Harry was shocked. He could not believe his eyes. There was actually a school for wizards like him. Hell, there were more wizards and witches out there, and here he thought he was the only one with such powers. He was trembling with excitement and read the letter again and again. It was like a dream come true. Hold on, he thought suddenly. What was the part which said they await his owl no later than July 31st? Do I have to write a letter to them or what? He thought out aloud. Suddenly he heard a tapping noise on his window and spotted the owl outside. He jumped up from his bed and fell on his knees. He went quickly and opened the window with one hand and rubbed his knees with the other. The owl flew in and stood on his table and stuck its foot out. Harry looked at it strangely and asked, "Do you want me to send them a letter right now?" A hoot gave him all the confirmation he needed. He quickly took a sheet of paper and a pen and wrote, "Dear Professor McGonagall, I received your letter and will be very happy to attend Hogwarts from the 1st of September. However, I do not know where to get my uniform and the rest of the equipment. I would be glad if you could send someone over sometime tomorrow so that I can go and buy my school items. Thanking you. Yours sincerely, Harry James Potter." "Yep, that looks all right," said Harry, rereading the letter. He then rolled it and tied it to the owl, which immediately flew out into the open sky. He stared outside the window and suddenly burst out laughing. Happiness radiated out of him. "I'm going to learn more magic. And who knows, I might actually make friends for once in my life. And best of all, no Dursleys. What else could I ever want?" He said to himself, still giddy with excitement. All he had to do now was announce the news to the Dursleys and convince them to let him go, hopefully without him having to use his magic against them. He took deep breaths, counted till 10 and calmed himself down. He reached out to his magic and willed it to flow through his body, feeling the rush of power that always came with it, knowing that he was going to need it if his talk with his aunt and uncle was to go well without him getting any major injuries. Harry put the letter back inside the envelope and went downstairs. All the 3 Dursleys were sitting by the television set watching a movie. Ahem. Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon. He got no response, so in a still louder voice he said again, "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia." "What do want, boy?" grunted his uncle, still staring at the TV. "Got a letter today." The reaction was spontaneous. Immediately his aunt gave a strangled gasp and his uncle fell off the sofa, while Dudley still stared at the television as if nothing had just happened. "What did you just say?" Vernon growled. "I got a letter today, accepting me into Hogwarts School of Magic," Harry stated bluntly. Wah. What?" spluttered his uncle. "And," Harry said, raising his voice a bit, "somebody is coming to pick me up tomorrow." That said, he handed over the letter to his aunt, who didn't say a word but just stare at the envelope like in a trance. "How dare you? How dare you come down and presume that we will send you to some crackpot magic school and learn how to turn us into God knows what? You will go to Stonewall High like me and your aunt told you. Do you hear me?" Harry just stood there waiting for his uncle to finish his rant. "Are you done?" he asked him. "What?" asked his uncle, still huffing and panting after that rant. "I said, are you done yelling, because no matter what you do I am going to go, and if you try to stop me, well, I'm sure you remember what happened almost 3 years back, don't you, Uncle Vernon, and you, Aunt Petunia?" Harry said with the threat clear in his voice. Both his uncle and aunt just stood there watching him with their mouths opening, quite stunned, and didn't know what to say. "Now you look here, boy," growled his uncle. But Harry just raised his hands and levitated the two adult Dursleys and said, "You were saying, dear uncle?" Both his aunt and uncle were now looking terrified at Harry's feat of magic, but Dudley still hadn't realized what was going on, as he was quite enjoying the movie he was watching. Harry just stood there waiting for his uncle to say something while he started sweating slightly, knowing that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. All right," yelled his aunt, panicking and finally finding her voice. "Petunia," whimpered his uncle, "please put us down and you can go to that freak school of yours." Harry smirked in victory and dropped the two Dursleys down. His uncle, now back on the ground, got his courage back and came stomping towards Harry, but found himself unable to move when Harry raised his hands and pushed outwards towards him again, making him slam into the wall. His uncle crumpled into a heap on the floor, moaning in pain. "Tomorrow a professor will come to take me to buy some stuff. I'll leave on the 1st of September and you won't see me until next summer," Harry said, looking straight into his aunt's eyes, knowing that they would be really glad to get rid of him. She quietly nodded her head and hurried to Vernon to see if he was all right. Harry then turned and started walking back to his room, knowing that he had just won an important battle. He wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead due to all the magic he just exuded and went to lay on his bed, knowing that tomorrow was going to be the greatest day of his life. Chapter 4: Diagon Alley. The next day, Harry woke up feeling very excited. Today was the day the witch, probably this Professor McGonagall, was going to come and meet him. He jumped out of his bed, quickly washed up and changed. He wore a dark blue denim jean and an old gray t-shirt, one of the few clothes that actually fitted him, trying to look decent and respectable. He tried to comb his hair, but it was of no use. It never stayed flat and always stuck up at weird angles. It also never grew longer, considering he hadn't had a haircut for nearly 6 years. The last time being at the insistence of his aunt, who gave up when every strand of hair she cut grew back almost instantly. He then went downstairs to wait for his guest to arrive and cook himself some breakfast. On his way to the kitchen, he glanced at the big clock in the living room and realized it was just 5:30 in the morning. He chuckled quietly, not wanting to wake the Dursleys up. 30 minutes later, he made himself a plate of boiled eggs, toast and bacon, and went out to the garden to enjoy the sunrise and have a nice peaceful breakfast while being surrounded by identical houses, lawns, and fences. He lay on the grass after finishing his breakfast and putting his plate away, wondering where would he have to go to buy all the items he required. After all those times he had gone shopping with his Aunt Petunia, he had never seen any shop in London which could even remotely have all the things he needed to buy. He remembered the one time a man with a pointed hat had suddenly come out of nowhere and given him a hug and hurried out of the shop they were in. But when Harry looked around for him, he was gone. He had vanished into the thin air. "He must have been a wizard too," he said to himself. "I wonder why he hugged me. That was really creepy." Then there was this other time when an old ugly woman with a hunch had waved at him merrily, but before he could go and talk to her, his aunt had quickly hurried him out of the shop and into a waiting taxi. She must have been a witch too, he thought to himself, and wondered if all witches were that ugly. He sighed and looked up into the orange-blue sky, trying to count the number of clouds in the sky. "I wonder where the school will be?" he said out loud again. "I wonder." He began but shut his mouth, realizing that he could keep wondering but wouldn't get any answers until the professor showed up. Then a scary thought rose in his head. What if the professor didn't show up? What if this was a well-thought-out prank by the Dursleys? What if it was all a lie? Many absurd thoughts began to run through his head when suddenly let out a frustrated yell. "Boy, what the hell are you yelling for?" came the gruff voice of his uncle. Harry winced, cursing his stupidity, and realized that the Dursleys hated magic and didn't have the brains to pull off such a well-thought-out prank. Slowly reassuring himself that this was indeed real and no joke, he made his way back to the house to wait for the professor to show up. XXXXXX. It was 9 a.m. already, and Harry was getting quite worried, as there were still no signs of anybody looking vaguely like a witch or a wizard as he poked his head out of the window the 10th time. He had seen Mrs. Fig, who stayed next door, come out and feed her cats, which stayed in her backyard. He had seen the postman deliver letters to various different houses on his rickety old bicycle. He had seen the milkman come and collect all the empty bottles and deliver new ones. But he had still not seen anybody come towards number 4, Privet Drive. Walking back inside, he saw his uncle and aunt sitting in the living room looking quite nervous and dressed in their best clothes. Harry had to suppress a snort. Trust the Dursleys to try and show off to any human which turns up at their doorstep. Then it happened. The doorbell rang. He ran to the door, fumbled with the locks, and quickly opened it. Outside stood the strictest-looking woman he had ever seen. She had her black hair tied into a tight bun without a single strand of hair out of place. She had square spectacles that framed a face which had a lot of wrinkles, and she had the thinnest lips he had ever seen. He stood there gaping at her, not moving an inch. She cleared her throat, and Harry snapped out of his trance-like state. "Oh, sorry. You are?" he asked her. The lady lips twitched in amusement and said, "I'm Professor McGonagall, and you must be Harry James Potter." "Oh yeah, I am him. I'm Harry Potter, and you're the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Are you here to take me shopping? Where will we be going? Are the shops in London or elsewhere? Oh, wait, I'm forgetting my manners. Please come in, Professor. Do you want something to drink?" Harry said all this in one breath, unable to contain the excitement building inside him. A part of him was rolling in laughter at his behavior, but Harry was too excited to care. The professor just stared at him after his short speech. But before she could say anything, she was pulled into the house by Harry and led to the living room where the Dursleys were seated. "Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon," Harry said formally. "This is Professor McGonagall. She's the deputy head of Hogwarts." "Hello, Petunia. It's been a long time since I last saw you," said the professor, looking at his aunt. Petunia just nodded her head, unable to say anything. "Do you want something to drink, Professor?" Harry asked her again. "Yes, please, water will do just fine." Harry practically ran to the kitchen to get her a glass of water. When he came back, she was sitting comfortably on one of the sofas, and both Dursleys were standing as far as possible from her. He quietly gave her the glass and watched her drink it. "So when are we leaving? Will we go right now? How are we going to go? Where is the school? How big is it?" But he stopped when she raised her hand, signaling him to stop. He watched her, eagerly waiting for her to give him the answers that had been bugging him since morning. She smiled at him and said, "I know you must have a lot of questions." Harry just stared at her and waited for her to answer them. "Well, don't worry. I've met a lot many children who are just as eager as you are. I don't want to know about them. I want to know about the school." McGonagall looked amused. "Patience is an important virtue, Mr. Potter. And to your previous questions, we will first go to a Mr. Austen's house, as I have to pick up another child, and then we will go and buy your items. As for the school, it's in Scotland, and as for its size, well, you will have to see for yourself. Now are you ready to leave?" she asked him. Harry just nodded, his head still processing all she had just said. "Mrs. Dursley, Mr. Dursley," she addressed his aunt and uncle. "I will return with your ward sometime in the evening. You will have to take him to King's Cross on September 1st for him to catch his train to Hogwarts. If he doesn't show up, a teacher will be sent over to inquire as to why he missed his train. There will be a short Christmas vacation in which he can come back and visit you, or not. The year will end in May, and he will have to return home for the summer break. If he breaks any school rules, a letter will be sent to inform you about it, and at the end of each term we will send you his progress report." Can't he stay at that school during the summer also? Uncle Vernon questioned with a little hope in his voice. No, Mr. Dursley, he cannot, she said, narrowing her eyes. It is against the rules of the school. Now have I made myself clear? Yes, yes you have. Now take the boy and get the hell out of my house. Uncle Vernon sneered while Aunt Petunia just looked on. Professor McGonagall looked at them both in disgust before turning around and called Harry to her. Come on, child. We have a lot of work to do. I'm not a child, Harry said, annoyed. Yes, yes, sure you're not, she said absently. Now come on, let's go. She led him to a secluded corner at the end of the street. She removed a stick from within her clothes and stuck her hand out. What's that stick in your hand, Professor? Harry asked her. This, Harry, is a wand which helps you do magic. You will be getting one too when we get to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley? Is that where we will get the stuff we need to buy? Yes, Harry. Now keep quiet for a while, she told him, now getting irritated by the number of questions he kept asking her. Suddenly there was a loud bang and a huge purple triple-decker bus with the night bus written in large golden letters on its sides came out of nowhere and stopped right next to them. Wow! That's all that came out of Harry's mouth. Welcome to the night bus. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick your wand hand and step aboard. We can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this lovely morning. Yes, thank you very much, Stan. Now take us to number 10 Gordon Street, please, said the professor, stepping aboard and making her way to one of the seats, pulling Harry along with her, who was too stunned to move or talk. That will be 7 Sickles, Professor, said the conductor. Professor McGonagall dug her hand into her pocket, and Harry watched in alarm as her entire hand sunk into her pocket. She then fished out some silver coins and handed them over to Stan. Was that money? Asked Harry, looking on in interest, finally finding his voice. Yes, all will be explained to you once we get the other girl. I don't want to explain to her once again. Harry wondered what a young witch would look like. Would she be scary-faced like the 2 witches he had come across so far, or would she be just as normal as any other girl around? Suddenly the bus shot forward with a bang, causing Harry to fall back into his seat. After about 20 seconds it stopped with another bang, causing him to fall ahead and hit his face hard on the glass in front of him just as he managed to get back to his chair. Your stop, Mrs. Adams, Stan said to a lady at the back of the bus. She quickly got off the bus and emptied her stomach on the sidewalk. Just before the bus started again, he quickly got back to his seat and held on to the sides as if his life were at stake. McGonagall looked at him, quite amused at his antics, and just sat there quietly waiting for their stop to arrive. She looked at him again, thinking about the amount of questions he kept asking her before they got on the bus. She could practically imagine him asking dozens of questions at Hogwarts during the classes. She smiled when she imagined the look on Severus's face if anybody dared to ask him any question. What's so funny, Professor? Harry asked her. Harry, why don't you keep quiet until we get there? You look quite green at the moment. She was quite tired by his constant questioning and couldn't believe that he could still ask questions when he looked like he was about to throw up any second. About 5 minutes later the bus stopped with a jerk next to a street in a small alley which looked sadly just like Privet Drive, except it was a little more decrepit. Harry fell out of his seat and quickly ran outside the bus, clearly not wanting to stay inside for another minute. The bus then vanished with another bang and he looked at the professor. I hope we do not have to use that bus again, he said sourly. McGonagall just gave him a stern look which clearly said, mind your tone, young man, and walked out of the alley towards the house with a number 10 on its front door. Harry quickly followed her as she made her way to the front door. Ding dong. A shriek sounded from inside and the door opened to reveal a tall man with blonde hair. Are you Mr. Austen? Asked Professor McGonagall. That's correct, he said, a cigarette hanging from his lips. I'm Professor McGonagall and I am here for Ms. Lillian Mary Austen, she said, narrowing her eyes at the smoke rising from the tip of the cigarette. Oh, come in, you must be the teacher from that magic school. And who's the young man behind you? This is Harry Potter and he's going to accompany me along with your daughter to do their shopping, she said. All right then, hey Lillian, he yelled. The teacher from that magic school is here. Coming, Dad. came the voice of a girl from the top of the stairs, and she came bounding down to meet them. She was about Harry's height, had light freckles across her narrow nose, and straw-like black hair falling halfway down her back. Her hair had reddish streaks in certain places which seemed artificially applied. Her eyes were electric blue, and she was wearing cream-colored khaki pants with a tucked-in half-sleeved black and yellow caption "Less t-shirt." Her clothes seemed a little loose around her slim frame, and Harry observed her with interest. "Hi," she said smartly to the professor before sticking out her hand. "You must be Professor McGonagall. Pleasure to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Miss Austen. You certainly have better manners than this young man beside me," she said, glancing towards Harry while shaking the girl's hand. "My manners are great, I'll have you know," said Harry petulantly. Inside, he was cursing himself for acting like an idiot. But then it didn't matter today. Today was different. He could act like the biggest moron on the planet and he wouldn't even care. McGonagall just chuckled and turned to Mr. Austen and said, "Well, sir, I'll be taking these two with me. We better leave now or we won't be getting back before nightfall. I'm sure you read all the rules and instructions on the parchment inside the school letter." "Yes, I have, ma'am," replied Mr. Austen, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and carelessly dropping the ashes on the floor. "Well, doll, I'll see you later. Have fun and don't trouble the professor." "Yes, Dad," she said, rolling her eyes at him. "By then, see you in the evening." That done, all three of them walked out of the house and moved towards the alley where the night bus had stopped. "How come you didn't explain everything to him like you did to my aunt and uncle?" Harry asked her. "Because your aunt and uncle are lousy and disgusting people and I don't like them," was the curt response. "Oh, right, I don't like them too," he said. Professor McGonagall put her hand into her robes and removed her wand and a small cup. "We aren't going by that damn purple bus again, are we?" Harry groaned. "No, we're taking a portkey, and mind your language, Mr. Potter," she said. "What's a portkey and what bus?" Lillian asked before Harry could ask. He looked at her, startled, clearly forgetting that they had another companion now. "Yeah, what's a portkey?" Harry also asked the stern professor, forgetting about the bus. McGonagall just sighed loudly before muttering, "I'm getting too old for this. Should get Severus or Hagrid to do this job now." "All right, the both of you. I am getting quite tired of all these questions, and I will explain everything once we get to Diagon Alley. Now both of you touch this cup and don't say a word," she said before holding out the cup to them. Both Harry and Lillian touched the cup and waited for something to happen. McGonagall then tapped the cup with her cup and counted till 3. On 3, Harry felt a sharp tug below his navel and his world dissolved into a multicolored swirling vortex. After a few seconds of being tossed and turned around, both Harry and Lillian fell on top of each other, completely disoriented, while McGonagall landed on her feet. They were outside a dirty-looking pub with a signboard which had the words, "The Leaky Cauldron," written on it. Lillian was still on top of Harry, trying to clear her head when she heard Harry say, "Herr Austen, or whatever your name is, I know I'm good-looking and all, and you like the position we're in, but I'd really appreciate it if you got off me." "Oh," she yelped and quickly scrambled to her feet and glared at Harry, her face heating up with embarrassment. Harry just smirked at her and got to his feet. "Hey, Professor, where are we?" he asked Professor McGonagall. McGonagall frowned at him and said, "Mr. Potter, you should really learn to control that tongue of yours. This place is the Leaky Cauldron, and it's a wizarding pub and is invisible to muggles." "What are muggles?" asked both children together. McGonagall took a deep breath and calmed herself before she lost her temper. She looked at them both and said, "I know you have a lot of questions to ask." "You think," Harry exclaimed, only to be at the receiving end of Professor McGonagall's glare. "That's one nasty glare," he muttered. "As I was saying," she said, still glaring at Harry, "before I was interrupted by Mr. Potter here, I will explain everything to you once we get inside. Mr. Potter, I suggest you keep your mouth shut for the next 20 minutes or I will turn you into a toad for the rest of your life." Harry was about to retort but thought wisely against it. "That's better," McGonagall muttered. Lillian started sniggering when she heard the professor's comment. "What are you laughing about, Freckles?" Harry snapped, feeling a little put down. "What did you call me?" she asked, narrowing her eyes severely. Nothing, Austen. Was just commenting about those horrendous dots on your face," Harry said, airily waving his hands in the air. "Why, you little piece of shit? I'm going to strangle your damn neck," she said angrily, raising her hands. Apparently her freckles were a sore topic and one her friends back home teased her mercilessly about. Temper freckles. We don't want the good professor to turn us into toads now, do we?" he said pompously, and was about to give another comment when Professor McGonagall's sharp voice cut through. "That's enough, the both of you. Now get in there and don't talk unless I tell you to," she said, loosing hold of her temper. Lillian glared Harry and he just smiled before quietly walking into the grubby pub. As soon as they walked in, almost everybody in the pub turned towards them and slowly the whole pub fell silent. Harry could feel all the eyes in the room lock onto his scar and the feeling was quite forbidding. "Merlin's beard. It's Harry Potter," exclaimed a woman sitting closest to where the three were standing. Everybody started muttering and people started walking towards them and started hugging and shaking Harry's hands. "So proud, Mr. Potter, so proud," one said. "Such an honor," said another, shaking his head. Another was crying and shaking his hand vigorously while another was hugging him tightly from behind. For his part, Harry was completely baffled at everybody's reaction to him and didn't know how to react. But he was saved when Professor McGonagall called out, "Okay, that's enough, all of you. I'm sure Mr. Potter would love to talk to you all, but we don't have much time." She looked around for the bartender and asked him for a private room. "Right away, Professor McGonagall, anything for the boy who lived," said Tom the bartender, and led them to a room at the other end of the bar. When Tom went away, Harry looked at Professor McGonagall and said loudly, "What the bloody hell was all that about?" "Language, Mr. Potter, and what are you talking about?" said the professor. "What do you mean, what am I talking about? I mean all that back there. The hugging, the crying, and all the congratulations. What was all that, and why only me, and why not her? I mean, she's also new, right?" he asked her, still shocked. "You mean you don't know?" she said, looking at him with wide eyes. "Know what? They didn't tell you." "Tell me what? Look, you aren't making any sense to me. So will you please explain to me what's going on?" Harry shouted. "You don't know how you got that scar, do you?" she finally asked him, understanding what was going on now. "What do you mean how I got the scar? I got it in the car crash when my parents died." "What?" she cried out. "You mean that's not how I got it?" "No," she spluttered. I mean how? You don't know about your parents." "What are you talking about, lady?" he snarled, losing his temper. Lillian, meanwhile, was just watching the both of them, wondering what this was all about. McGonagall finally pulled herself together and went back to her strict professor stance. She gestured towards the chairs and told them both to sit down, muttering about stupid muggles and idiotic headmasters. She took a deep breath and then began. "Many years ago, there was a very evil wizard who wanted to take control of the wizarding world. He began to kill anybody who stood in his way and gathered a lot of fanatical followers." She took another deep breath and continued. "Anyway, he wanted to get rid of all people who did not have a wizarding family. People like you, Miss Austen," she said, nodding towards her. "Those were very dark times. Nobody was safe and people were dying everywhere. One night he came to your house, Harry. He killed both your mother and father and then came to kill you. But he couldn't. He tried to kill you but could not. Somehow his powers broke and he vanished. Some people say he's dead and some say he's too weak and powerless but still alive. Nobody knows what happened that night and how you got that scar. That's why everybody wants to meet you and shake your hand. That's why you're famous in the wizarding world, Harry." After hearing this, something painful was going on inside his head. He remembered the green light. He remembered the woman's screams, and then he remembered the words the snake-like man with red eyes had said. "Avada Kedavra," he whispered. "What was that, Potter?" said the professor, her eyes widening. "Avada Kedavra, that's what he said before turning his wand on me. Just after he killed my mother," he said, realizing with a start that the screaming woman with red hair was his mother. There was complete silence for a while before it was broken by Lillian. "Professor, what was his name? The man who killed Harry's parents?" she asked timidly. "We don't say his name, but if what to know, it was Voldemort," she said with a shudder. "Voldemort?" asked Harry. "That's his name." "Yes, but everybody calls him you know who or he who must not be named," said Professor McGonagall. What were my parents' names, Professor? Harry asked. You don't know. McGonagall asked him, her eyes going wide in disbelief. They never told me anything, he said bitterly. To them I was a freak of nature and deserved to be fed to the dogs. Horrible those muggles, worst of their kind, she said, looking at him sadly. Muggles? Questioned Lillian. What are they? Non-magical people like your father and others who can't do magic, said McGonagall. Tell me about them, Professor, my parents, Harry asked her. McGonagall let out a small laugh and said, Well, your father, James Potter, was quite the charmer. He had a huge fan club of girls, but he had his eyes fixed only on your mother, Lily Evans. He was always playing pranks on everybody, while your mother, on the other hand, was a spirited but studious girl. God only knows how they ended up together, but I know that they were very much deeply in love with each other. You look exactly like your father but have your mother's eyes, she said. Lily and James, Harry said softly, committing the names to memory. Yes, it does, McGonagall replied sadly. She checked the time on her pocket watch and said, Well, we better get going. We have a lot of shopping to do. She got up and they all went out, nodding to Tom on the way, and made their way to the door that had the words Diagon Alley printed on it. They all moved through the door only to come up against a wall. Professor, is this supposed to be Diagon Alley? Harry asked her, quite confused, while Lillian looked around looking confused herself. No, Mr. Potter, will you give me a minute? She snapped back, but was pleased he was getting back to normal after the conversation they just had. She pulled out her wand and tapped on a different color brick 3 times. The brick she touched quivered, it wriggled, and a small hole appeared which grew wider and wider until there was a large archway, big enough to fit all 3 of them together. Both Harry and Lillian stood there with their mouths open, unable to believe what had just happened. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile playing at her lips. Come on, go in now, she said gently. Wow, Lillian said, still stunned, and was looking around the busy street and the many different shops everywhere. Harry just shook his head in agreement, staring at the different signboards. There were owl shops, cauldron shops, and a shop selling brooms, a moving cart advertising the entrails of a squid, magical charms displayed on the pavement which promised riches beyond measure. The craziness was endless. He heard a woman say, Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. They're mad. As they passed the apothecary, which had a weird smell to it. They passed by people dressed only in robes and pointed hats. A few were dressed in clothes that could be called normal, but everyone was in a hurry. The streets were busy with trade, and more than once they stopped to stare at witches bargaining for dragon hide and acromantula silk with roadside vendors. McGonagall had to nudge the awestruck children every 5 steps they took. Soon they reached their destination. A snowy white dome-shaped building towering over the others. It had huge bronze doors, and dressed in scarlet and gold were the weirdest creatures Harry had seen in his entire life. What on earth are those things, Professor? Lillian gasped, voicing Harry's question as well. That, Ms. Austen, is a goblin, and the building is called Gringotts, the only wizarding bank in the world, the professor replied. The goblin was about a head shorter than Harry. He had a swarthy, clever face, a pointed beard, and, Harry noticed, very long fingers and feet. He bowed as they walked inside. Now they were facing a second pair of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. The message was very clear: don't even think about robbing the bank or you will pay dearly. A pair of goblins bowed them through the silver doors, and they were in a vast marble hall. About 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large ledgers, weighing coins in brass scales, examining precious stones through eyeglasses. There were too many doors to count leading off the hall, and yet more goblins were showing people in and out of these. Professor McGonagall, Lillian, and Harry made for one of the empty counters. Good morning, McGonagall said to the goblin. We've come to take some money out of Mr. Potter's safe and exchange some muggle notes for galleons. Please show the key and hand over the Muggle currency, madam, said the goblin. McGonagall removed a gold key from her pocket and gave it to the goblin along with a thick wad of Muggle notes she had gotten from Mr. Austen earlier. The goblin took the notes, counted them carefully before removing a sack of coins and giving it to the professor. That's 200 galleons and 15 nuts, he said. He then looked at Harry's key carefully before and said, Very well, all seems to be in order. Handing back the key to Professor McGonagall, I'll have someone take you down to the vaults. Griphook, he shouted. Griphook was yet another goblin who led the all to door and held it open for them. They were in a narrow passageway dimly lit with torches and had railway tracks running on the ground. Griphook whistled and a cart came rattling towards them. They climbed in and shot off at a tremendous speed. Left, right, left, up, down, left, left. There were so many twists and turns that it was impossible to remember. At one point Harry thought he saw something like a dragon, but he felt he might have imagined it. He then realized that the cart seemed to know where it was going because Griphook wasn't steering. Suddenly the cart came to a stop next to a door in the wall. That was awesome, Lillian cried. Let's do it again. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it because I certainly didn't, Professor McGonagall said in a shaky voice. The goblin took the key from the professor and put it into the door. Suddenly a lot of clicking sounds came and the door opened with a lot of green smoke billowing out of it. Inside were heaps of gold coins, mountains of silver and columns of little bronze ones. They had to spend a moment to admire the sight of the gleaming gold. This is all mine? Harry gasped. All yours, McGonagall said, smiling. Now listen carefully, the both of you. The gold ones are galleons, the silver ones are sickles, and 17 sickles make a galleon, and the little bronze ones are nuts. 29 nuts make a sickle, said McGonagall. You sure are rich, Potter, said Lillian in awe. Yeah, I am, answered Harry happily. Lillian just rolled her eyes, waiting for him to take his money so they could move on. Another wild cart ride later, they stood blinking in the sunlight outside Gringotts. Now that you both have got your money, remember to use it wisely and don't send it on things you do not require. Mississippi Austen, 200 galleons is a lot of money and it will easily last you at least 4 to 5 years at Hogwarts. You will have to leave the entire remaining amount at home after today's shopping, but you may keep 30 to 50 galleons with you when you come to Hogwarts for emergencies. The rest is to be left with your father. Well, come on, let's go. Any buy you yours wands first and then get your uniforms. Meanwhile, I'll go buy your cauldron, potions, ingredients, books, and telescope. Come on now, Professor McGonagall said, pushing them towards the wand shop, recognizing the glint in their eyes, since they now had their money bags, and realizing whatever she had just said about being careful with your money had flown right over their heads. She took some galleons from each of them and pointed them in the direction of the wand shop. You both better behave yourselves. I don't want to come back and find the shop in ruins, she said, giving them a stern look before making her way to the bookshop Flourish and Blots. The shop was small and shabby. Peeling gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 328 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. A tinkling bell sounded deep within the shop as they entered it. It was like an old library with boxes everywhere. The shop had a strange, mysterious feel about it. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. I was wondering when I would be seeing you, and a good afternoon to you too, Ms. Austen. They both jumped and looked around only to find themselves staring at a pair of mysterious silvery eyes. Well, I suppose you might be here for your wands. Actually, no, we're here to buy broomsticks, Lillian said sarcastically. Ollivander just chuckled and said, Ah, the youth of today. They have funniest sense of humor. Well, let's start with you, young man. Which is your wand hand? He asked Harry. I'm right-handed, sir, Harry said. Ollivander then pulled out a box and said, Birchwood and dragon heartstrings. Try it. Harry held it in his hand but found it gone immediately as Ollivander muttered, No, here, try this, you and unicorn hair, quite an unusual combination. Harry took it and found it out of his hands again. This continued for at least another 20 minutes when Ollivander looked up happily and said, Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the right wand for you. He stopped suddenly and said, I wonder. He went to a corner, bent down, and pulled out another box. Try this, Mr. Potter, holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand and felt a slight tingling sensation at the back of his hand which stopped after a while. "No, this is not it either," Ollivander said, looking quite disappointed. "Well, we shall get back to you later, Mr. Potter. I have to ask you some questions. But first let's find a wand for Ms. Austen." Harry was quite disappointed that he has not yet got a wand and was worried about what would happen if he couldn't get wand for himself. Meanwhile, Lillian was busy trying various wands. Half an hour later, Ollivander straightened up looking positively gleeful. Well, 2 difficult customers in one day, what could be better? His eyes then fell on the holly and phoenix feather wand which lying next to Harry. He looked at it long and hard for a few seconds, then looked back at Lillian and asked her to try it. She took the wand and waved it. Immediately she felt warmth spread within her and fire came gushing out of her wand, setting Harry's sleeve on fire. "Ah!" Harry yelled, panicking. "Put it out! Put it out!" Ollivander quickly pulled his wand out and waved it towards Harry, making a thin column of water to stream out and put out the fire from his clothes, leaving him uninjured. Harry glared daggers at Lillian and yelled, "You did that on purpose! What were you trying to do? Kill me?" Lillian just giggled and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. I just felt so warm and nice. It was like a fire burning inside me." Harry just huffed and muttered, "Yeah, right?" She rolled her eyes and started admiring her new wand. Ollivander clapped his hands happily and said, "How curious! How very curious!" "What's so curious, sir?" Lillian asked him. Ollivander stared at her with his mysterious silvery eyes, causing her to gulp audibly. He then said softly, "I remember every wand I've sold Ms. Austen, every single one. It so happens that the phoenix which gave that feather in your core gave another one, exactly the same in all properties and proportions. What is so curious is that you should be destined for that wand when its brother gave young Mr. Potter his scar." It took them a whole minute to understand the meaning behind the wand-maker's words. "You mean Voldemort has the other wand? The brother of this wand?" Lillian stuttered, while Harry just gaped at her. "Do not speak his name. But yes, he who must not be named did have the other wand, you in phoenix feather, 13.5 inches. A very, very powerful wand and dangerous in the wrong hands. After all, you know who did terrible. But great things, so I think it would safe to expect great and wonderful things from you too, Ms. Austen. And now back to you, Mr. Potter. Well, do you both know what it means to have a wand?" Both shook their heads, indicating that they had no clue. A wand is a magical object which has the ability to reach out to your magical core and forcibly pull it out, allowing you to perform magic. Every living being has a core, even muggles, else we cannot exist. You could also call that core a part of your soul. But compared to muggles, we have a magical core which is at least 100 times bigger than what would be the size of a muggle's magical core. He looked at them hard and then asked Harry a question. "Mr. Potter, have you ever tried to reach out to your magical core?" "What do you mean?" Harry replied, unsure of what to say. "What I mean is, have you ever tried to see and feel the magic inside you and knowingly perform magic without a wand?" he asked Harry. "Yeah, I have when I was 6 years old, though it took me about 2 years to use it properly. I can lock and unlock, summon things to me and levitate stuff like, well, watch this." He raised his hands towards Lillian and lifted her about 3 feet into the air and then dropped her on her bum. She gave a strangled yell when she fell back on the floor. She immediately got up and yelled at Harry, "What was that for you, jerk? That's it, you're going to get it from me." She started walking towards Harry but didn't find herself anywhere near him. Confused, she looked down to find herself, again, a foot above the ground. "Put me down, you moron," she screamed at him again. Harry just sniggered and put her down gently. She glared at him before turning away from him, huffing in anger. "Truly marvelous," Ollivander said, clapping loudly. "Absolutely stunning, and not to mention at the age of 6. Mr. Potter, do you know what you have just done?" I did magic." "You have just done something that no other wizard or witch has ever been able to do, even though many have tried in the past. You successfully managed to call out your magical core and use it at will, which is considered impossible in the wizarding world, you being the lone exception," Ollivander said, looking at Harry in awe. "Oh, I didn't know it was such a big deal," Harry said with wide eyes. "You are an extremely powerful wizard, Mr. Potter. No wand I have made will suit you, since they are all designed to forcibly draw out the magical core. not coexist with the will of the wizard. But still I think I have the right wand for you. Ollivander went to the back of his shop, still muttering about magical cores and powerful wizards. Lillian looked at Harry with grudging respect and said, "You really know how to do things with a bang, don't you?" Harry just looked at her, gave an arrogant smirk and said, "That's who I am, Freckles, that's who I am." Whatever respect she had just gained for him was all crushed in that very instant. "Stop calling me that stupid name, you stupid git," she said in annoyance. "I don't like it." Harry just laughed and looked back at Ollivander, who had just come in with a beautifully carved wooden box. He carefully laid it on the table and opened it. Inside was the most beautiful wand he had ever seen. It was jet black and in white. It had some strange markings etched into it. It had a slight hook at one end for the person to hold the wand. He looked at Ollivander, looking for permission to pick it up. Harry removed it from the box and firmly grasped it in his wand hand. For a moment nothing happened. And then he felt what he had felt all those years ago, only this time it was so much stronger and the power he felt was intoxicating. He felt like he was in heaven. The icy feeling rushed through him again, sending waves of pleasure through him. He closed his eyes and connected with his magic himself and felt more power rushing through his veins, giving him a sense of complete invincibility. Slowly the feeling died down, but he could still feel the hum of the wand in his hand. It was like a missing piece of his soul had just been returned to him. He slowly opened his eyes and was stunned by the sight that greeted him. Ollivander and Lillian were crouching behind the table, and the whole shop was filled with ice shavings. There was ice coming out of the floor, sticking out of the roof, and there was even some snow lying around. Ollivander and Lillian slowly came out from under the table, looking at Harry with disbelief. Ollivander then spoke up. "Perhaps you would like to know what is so special about your wand and what makes you a very special wizard." Harry nodded his head and gestured Ollivander to continue. "Very well, your wand goes by many names. It is a legend among all wand makers and was last held by Albus Dumbledore, defeater of the dark wizard Grindelwald, who had the wand before Dumbledore beat him and took it from him. It is known as the Death Stick or the Elder Wand or the Wand of Destiny. It has a very dark history and nobody knows how old it actually is." He looked at both Harry and Lillian. Realizing he had their full attention, he continued. "It is said to have been a gift by Death himself to a wizard he deemed worthy of being its host. Both wizard and wand were happy to be in each other's hands until the wizard was brutally murdered and had his wand stolen from him. For years people have looked for this wand, and the ones that found it have always been killed or have had the wand stolen. Ever since that night when its original owner was killed, the wand has never fully accepted anybody as its rightful owner. Anybody at all, that is, until you came along. This wand has fully given you its allegiance, and this is proof of it," he said, gesturing around the shop. "Use it wisely, young wizard," Ollivander said, looking proudly at Harry. Harry looked at his wand in awe, which was still humming powerfully in his hand. "How much for the wand, sir?" he asked Ollivander. Ollivander just chuckled and said, "That will be 7 galleons each." Both kids just nodded their heads, thinking about how eventful their day had been, and quietly handed over the money to the old wand maker. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Austen, I would advise you both to keep the story behind Mr. Potter's wand a secret, or else people will start wanting the wand for themselves. And Mr. Potter, don't ever show your skill with wandless magic to anybody unless absolutely necessary," he said seriously before bidding them goodbye. Both nodded their heads and walked out of the store, Harry still wet and Lillian with ice and snow in her hair. Back in the wand maker's shop, Ollivander said to himself, "What an eventful day. First a fire elemental, who haven't been seen for almost a millennia, gains the allegiance of a powerful Phoenix core wand, and then another elemental, one who has never existed before, one with the power to manipulate water in many forms, shows up and gains the allegiance of the Wand of Destiny. I wonder when they will realize what they are." He chuckled to himself and went to the back of his store to work on making more wands. XXXXX. Both Harry and Lillian had just come out of the store when they saw Professor McGonagall walking towards them. She looked at them both and noticed a very wet Harry Potter and a cold Lillian Mary Austen. "You sure took your time. I hope the whole thing went without any incidents?" she asked suspiciously. "She set me on fire," Harry stated bluntly. Lillian gasped in outrage and said, "I didn't do it on purpose," she protested. "Yes, you did," Harry snapped back at her. Well, you almost knocked me out with those huge ice blocks of yours, she yelled back at him. Harry just laughed out loud. Lillian was preparing a retort, but then she visibly deflated and muttered, "Arrogant git." McGonagall saw them bickering again and thought, "Does it ever stop? They have been annoying each other ever since they met. I can't imagine what it's going to be like at Hogwarts with magic at their disposal." "Come on, let's get your Hogwarts uniform," she said sharply. "And please keep quiet or I'm going to get a splitting headache." "Yes, Professor," they both said simultaneously, feigning obedience. XXXXX. Half an hour later, when they finally had gotten all their stuff, McGonagall asked them, "Well, do you want to buy anything else?" "I want to buy an owl," said Harry, and Lillian said, "I want to buy a cat." McGonagall just nodded and sent Harry to the Owl Emporium and Lillian to the pet store, which were side by side to each other. 20 minutes later, Harry came out, the proud owner of a snowy white owl whom he christened Hedwig, and another 5 minutes later Lillian came out, the proud owner of a tiny cute orange cat with green eyes whom she christened Tom. "What kind of a person names a cat Tom?" Harry asked her as they walked towards the leaky cauldron. "The kind who loves watching Tom and Jerry," she replied, not in the mood for another argument. Harry had no idea what this Tom and Jerry was. Just outside the entrance to the leaky cauldron, McGonagall stopped and turned towards them. "Now listen closely, your items have already been sent to your respective houses. Now this here is your train ticket for your journey on the 1st of September, she said, handing them an envelope each. "To reach the platform 9 3/4, you will have to walk straight into the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Now do you have any questions?" "Stuff already home. Walk into barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Yep, I'm good to go," Lillian said happily. "Mr. Potter?" "Yes, understood," he said. "All right then, touch this portkey and it will take us back to Ms. Austen's home, and then I shall side along apparate with you back to your home, Mr. Potter." All three of them touched the portkey and were immediately portkeyed to the place they had left from earlier. Lillian hugged Professor McGonagall before she hurried back home. The professor then turned back to Harry and said, "All right, Harry, now just grab my hand tightly, and we will get to your home in an instant." Harry nodded and held her hand tightly. Almost immediately, he felt like the air was being squeezed out of his lungs and he was being sucked through a tight rubber tube, and then it was gone. He took deep breaths, steadying himself before giving the professor an annoyed glare. "Don't wizards have any comfortable means of transportation?" he asked her. She just looked at him and said bluntly, "No, we don't." Taken aback by the straightforward answer, Harry started walking towards number 4, Private Drive. "Oh, and Harry," the professor called out to him before vanishing. "Happy birthday 6 hours in advance." Harry smiled at her, muttered thank you, and slowly made his way to the Dursleys' house, feeling happier than he had ever felt before. Chapter 5: Hogwarts and the Sorting. Headmaster's Office, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office idly sucking on a lemon drop, a muggle sweet he was rather fond of, while his familiar, a beautiful scarlet phoenix with a long golden tail, sat on its perch trilling in amusement. Suddenly an owl flew in through the window, dropped a letter on the headmaster's head, and flew back out into the darkness without pausing to see if the headmaster would want to write a note back to whoever had sent the letter. He just chuckled and picked up the rolled-up parchment. It was a letter from Ollivander. Immediately Albus sat a little straighter in his chair, thinking of the only one reason possible as to why the old wand maker would have written to him. He opened the letter and read, "Albus, the wand with your phoenix's second tail feather has chosen a wielder. Yesterday Mr. Potter and a muggle born by the name Lillian Austen came to my shop to buy their wands. The holly and phoenix feather wand choose Ms. Austen as its new owner. Mr. Potter, on the other hand, was quite the surprise. I am certain you will recognize the wand that chose him if you have an opportunity to look at it. Have a nice day. Yours sincerely, Ollivander, makers of fine wands since 362 B.C." Professor Dumbledore sat quietly on his chair, thinking about the letter he had just received. "So your second wand has been purchased, Fawkes?" Dumbledore said, looking at the phoenix. Fawkes just ruffled his feathers in response. "Strange," he muttered. "I expected Mr. Potter to get that wand." He opened his drawer and pulled out a diary and began to write. 5 minutes later, he closed his diary and called a house elf. Binky! A small elf popped into the room staring at him with big wide round eyes. Yes, Master Dumbledore? You was calling for me? Yes, Binky. Could you please go to Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape and ask them to please come up to my office? He told the little elf. Yes, Professor Dumbledore, sir. She squeaked and vanished with a pop. 15 minutes and 7 lemon drops later, there was a knock on his door. Minerva, Severus, please do come in. Both professors looked mildly curious as to what the headmaster wanted at this hour. Care for a lemon drop? He asked them both. No thank you, Albus. Now why did you call us here? Professor McGonagall asked. She was not pleased at the headmaster for waking her at such an hour. Professor Snape didn't say anything but looked anywhere but at the headmaster. I would like to talk to you about the 2 students you picked up yesterday, Minerva, said Albus. Who did you pick up yesterday? Snape asked curiously. Mr. Potter and a Ms. Austen, Professor McGonagall replied. Potter? Snape gasped. The word Potter never failed to arouse hate in every part of his being. You called me here to talk about Potter? What are you playing at, Albus? He spat. Calm down, Severus. I have other things to discuss with you, the headmaster replied calmly. Well, Minerva, what did you think of them? Well, Potter was understandably excited about everything and kept asking questions the whole time, whereas Ms. Austen was a very well-mannered girl and certainly not as talkative as Mr. Potter was. Though when the girl joined us, things became pretty stressful, she said, remembering their bickering. What do you mean? He asked her. Oh, they were just being children, McGonagall said dryly. They have a tendency to fly at each other's throats at the slightest provocation. I suspect Hogwarts is going to endure 7 years of property damage. Surely you exaggerate, Minerva, Dumbledore said with a nervous laugh. Fighting students meant more work for him, and the Weasley twins were still around. Well, maybe a little, she admitted. I know children, and I know a troublemaker when I see one. Potter, no doubt, Snape muttered. Actually, it's the girl, McGonagall retorted. She's quite temperamental. Gryffindor then, Snape snorted. McGonagall just glared at Severus, and Albus sat, smiling in amusement, his eyes twinkling happily. Seeing the twinkle in his eyes, McGonagall got irritated and said, Albus, I have a bone to pick with you. You have to remove Harry from Privet Drive. Immediately the twinkle vanished from his eyes. Why would you say that, Minerva? Albus, his relatives absolutely hate him. You should have seen how happy he was just to get away from them. They never even told him the truth about what happened to his parents. Said they died in a car crash. He didn't know anything about himself or about the wizarding world at all, she exclaimed. The headmaster just sighed and said, You know I cannot do that, Minerva. As long as Harry stays there, the blood wards will protect him from any person who wishes him harm. It may protect him from outside enemies, Albus, but it cannot do anything for those inside the wards. I can't imagine how horrible it must have been for him, growing up with those awful muggles. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, looking older than ever, and said, I'm truly sorry, Minerva, but he has to stay there. It's the only place for him. She backed down for now, but made it a point to take this matter further. Albus then cleared his throat and said, Now the true reason for calling you both up here. I sent Hagrid today to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, and now we have to hide it here in Hogwarts as a favor to my old friend Nicholas Flamel. Both the professors nodded their heads, understanding the seriousness of the situation. I decided to use the abandoned third-floor corridor to keep the stone with various protections in place. All the professors will place their own unique protections for the stone to make it as safe as possible, Albus said. Headmaster, why not just hide it in your office behind powerful enchantments? After all, your skill with a wand is much better than the rest of us, and the stone will be under your watch all the time, suggested Snape. I have my reasons, Severus, he said without explanation. Well, that's all for now. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow, and we have to prepare the castle for the next year, he said, dismissing them. As soon as both the professors left, Fawkes let out a disapproving trill, knowing very well what the headmaster was up to. I know, Fawkes. I truly am sorry. Do you really think it would be wise not to try? Said Professor Dumbledore, gently stroking the phoenix, smiling sadly. XXXXXXXX. Harry's last month at Privet Drive was quite boring. The Dursleys were petrified of Harry now that he had a wand. They pretty much ignored him all the time and for once made Dudley do some of Harry's chores. Even if it was a bit dull, it suited him just fine as he spent most of his time burying his nose into the new school books. He was amazed by all the different kind of spells. Some which can could your hair fall off, give you boils, turn a matchstick into a needle, and make objects hover in the air and lots more. There was almost a spell for everything. There were potions for curing common cold, something Muggles didn't have a cure for, a potion for getting rid of boils and pimples. He had even tried a few spells, including the levitating one, and found them to be relatively easy. He didn't even get tired after levitating heavy thing like his bed or table, unlike when he tried them without a wand. But he was most fascinated by the history of the wizarding world. The Goblin Wars, Giant Wars, the Witch-Burning Era, the Dark Ages, the necessity for secrecy, the Dark Lords, the famous wizards, the list went on. Half the things which were a mystery in the Muggle world were all part of the Wizarding One, and many famous people like Leonardo da Vinci, Thomas Alva Edison and more were all wizards too. It was just unreal. Right now he was reading a book called Hogwarts, a history. It was just as the title said, all about the history of the school. He had just started reading the first chapter of the book, which was about Helga Hufflepuff, one of the founders of the school, when he checked the time and realized it was 5 minutes to midnight. He shut the book, turned off the light with a flick of his wrist and shut his eyes. After all, tomorrow was a big day. It was the day he was leaving for Hogwarts. XXXXXXXXXX. September 1st, 1991. Harry woke at 6:30 a.m. the next morning and let a smile grace his lips. Today was the day he would finally be rid of the Dursleys and was sure they would be happy to get rid of him too. He checked his Hogwarts list once again to see if he had missed packing anything. He took Hedwig's cage in one hand, wand out in another, and levitated his trunk downstairs. 2 hours later, Harry's heavy trunk had been loaded into the car. Aunt Petunia had talked Dudley into sitting next to Harry without the fear of getting turned into a pig, and they had set off amidst a depressing atmosphere. At 10:30 they reached King's Cross, and Uncle Vernon dumped his luggage into a trolley and said, "Don't even think about coming back for Christmas. Boy, we don't want you to corrupt our Dudley with your freakishness." Harry snorted and replied, "I wouldn't even dream of it. Well, goodbye, bitches. See you next year." That said, and ignoring the splutters of rage, he rolled his trolley towards platform 9 and 10, not looking back to say bye to his aunt and cousin. On reaching platform 9 and 10, he saw a wall with the numbers 9 and 10 on either sides of it. He remembered Professor McGonagall's instructions and took a deep breath and walked straight towards the wall. His eyes closed, praying nothing would go wrong. He kept walking and then realized he should have hit the barrier by now. When he opened his eyes, he was delighted to see a scarlet engine with steam billowing out of its chimney with a large board on its side reading Hogwarts Express. He turned around to see a silver archway with the words Platform 9 3/4 written on it. Harry's heart swelled. He had done it. There were a lot of people running around helping their kids load their trunks on the train, cats and rats of various colors running between everybody's legs while their owners went running after them, owls sitting on the roof of the train hooting over the chatter of the crowd, cracks of apparitions sounding every few seconds, not to mention the honking of the train that resounded through the platform. He slowly pushed his trolley towards the train, levitated his trunk and Hedwig's cage onto the train, and went in search for an empty compartment. He found one near the end of the train and made himself comfortable. "Hey girl, you want to stretch your wings for a bit?" he asked Hedwig. The owl hooted in reply and Harry let her out. She immediately flew out after nipping Harry on his ears affectionately. 5 minutes before the train was scheduled to leave, he noticed a large family of orange heads noisily running on the platform, hurriedly getting their trunks onto the train. The mother was crying and hugging sons and rubbing the smallest one's nose. He noticed a small girl standing next to the mother holding her hand while tears streaming down her face. Soon the train started moving and all the parents started running with the train, saying goodbye to their loved ones. Looking at them, Harry couldn't help feel a little jealous. After all, thanks to his relatives, he never had any friends or anybody to look after him when he was sick or hurt. If it weren't for his magic, Harry couldn't imagine how bad things would be with the Dursleys. Suddenly the compartment door opened and a tall dark boy with high cheekbones and slanting black eyes entered. "Is there anybody sitting in here?" he asked. No, Harry replied. Oh good, everywhere else is noisy, he said, dragging his trunk in. By the way, my name's Blaise Zabini, he said, sticking out his hand towards Harry. I'm Harry, he said, shaking the boy's hand, not wanting to give his last name knowing how people reacted to him being Harry Potter. Zabini raised his eyebrows at the lack of his last name but didn't say anything and sat down opposite Harry. They both sat silently, just staring out of the window, observing the scenery outside. The compartment door opened again and a very familiar voice said, "The very first compartment I find empty, and you have to be in it, don't you?" "Pleased to see you too, Austin," replied Harry, smirking. Seeing Zabini's questioning look, Harry introduced them. "Zabini, this is Freckles Mary Austin. Freckles, this is Blaise Zabini." "Please don't call me that," she said sourly. "My name is Lillian Mary Austin," she said, holding her hand out to Zabini. "Don't listen to this guy or else you might get drowned in his lack of common sense." Zabini just grinned at Harry and shook her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Austin. Are you two friends?" "Debatable," Harry said, smirking. "We meet when one of the professors came to take us to Diagon Alley," Lillian informed him. "Both of you are Muggle-borns, then?" Zabini asked, noticing the Muggle attire on them. "No, my parents were a witch and a wizard, but I was sent to live with my Muggle relatives when they died," Harry replied. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said, looking awkward. "What about you?" he said, looking at Lillian, who stowed her truck under the seat and sat down next to Harry. "My dad's a Muggle through and through. I don't know about my mum, though. She died when I was little." "I'm sorry for your loss, too," Blaise said, wincing. "Is there any way for me to stop putting a foot in my mouth?" Lillian laughed. "Don't worry about it," she said warmly. "You could try and shove it up your arse instead," Harry said. "Be nice, Potter," Lillian snapped. "It was a joke, Freckles. Don't you know what jokes are? Or is there air between your ears instead of brains?" he retorted. "Potter? You're Harry Potter?" exclaimed another voice near the door, cutting out Lillian's response. Three heads turned towards the door and saw a tall, lanky boy with orange hair standing near the doorway, looking at Harry in awe. Harry raised an eyebrow, looking at the newcomer warily. "I'm Ronald Weasley," he said, grasping Harry's hand and shaking it vigorously before squeezing himself beside Blaise. "Do you have the scar?" he asked eagerly. Harry just sighed and pulled his hair back to reveal the lightning bolt-shaped scar above his left eye. "Wow!" Ronald exclaimed, his eyes wide in awe. "Do you remember anything that happened that night, when you know who killed your parents?" he asked excitedly. He had grown up hearing the most amazing stories about the triumph of the boy who lived, and he was eager to hear it straight from the legend himself. Harry, who was now getting really irritated, replied coldly, "Yeah, I do. I remember Voldemort coming into my room with his wand in his hand. He then pointed his wand at me, and then shot the killing curse at me, but I raised my hands, caught the curse, and threw it back at him, and he died in a huge explosion. I got this scar when a shard of devastating magic hit my forehead, and then I fainted because I was magically exhausted." All this time Ron was hanging on to every word Harry said, while Lillian was trying to control herself from laughing out loud. Blaise was giving a look to Harry which clearly said, "What a load of crap." Then Ron spoke again. "Wow, that's so cool. So that's what happened, huh?" "Of course not, you dolt. I was a year old when it happened. Do you really think I'd remember it?" Harry snapped, feeling disturbed at the redhead's obsession with him. This time Lillian couldn't control herself and burst out laughing while Blaise looked amused by the redhead's embarrassment. Ron blushed, feeling self-conscious and nervous now. "Oh, yeah, cool," he said quietly. There was silence for a couple of minutes before Ron spoke again. "I think I better go. My brothers will be wondering where I am." And then he practically ran out of the compartment. "Yeah, just don't bring them back with you," Harry muttered after he left. Blaise snorted and said, "Well, that was hilarious. Honestly, Potter, you didn't have to be so hard on him. He was just excited, meeting the great Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and hero of the wizarding world," Lillian mocked. "Shut it, Freckles," Harry muttered. "Ah, is the living legend annoyed?" she teased. "The living legend wants to kick you out of the compartment right now." "Why don't you try it, dickhead?" she said. Lillian was always up for a fight. It was what got her kicked out of her first primary school. As much as this amuses me, why didn't you tell me who you were, Harry? Blaise asked, cutting in. Harry had the grace to look guilty and said, I didn't want you to react like that redhead did. I hate people like that. It's all right, and just to let you know, I wouldn't have reacted like that. We pure-blooded Zabinis take pride in being able to control our emotions, Blaise replied. Pure blood? Lillian asked, confused. Yeah, those whose parents are from a proper wizarding background are purebloods. Those with one parent who is muggle-born are half-bloods like Harry, and those who come from a family whose parents are muggles are called muggle-borns like you, Blaise informed them. How does it matter, being a pureblood or a half-blood or a muggle-born? Harry asked Blaise, bemused. It does, he said seriously. The wizarding world is racist and muggle-borns are not treated the same as purebloods. They are looked down upon and not given the same rights as a pureblood or even a half-blood. So how do you know I'm a half-blood? Harry asked him. Zabini just rolled his eyes and said, just open any history book about the Dark Lord and it'll give you a detailed history about you and your parents' past. Your father was a pureblood and mother was a muggle-born. So because I might be a muggle-born, I'm going to be treated like crap? Lillian asked him indignantly. Blaise nodded his head. What about you? She asked him coldly. Honestly, I don't care. My mother was always careful to avoid such topics since we don't support either group. It would only create more problems if we took a side, he said, shrugging. They all fell silent after that, each one immersed in their own thoughts. At around 1:30, a loud clattering sound was heard outside and their compartment door was slid open. An old lady smiled and asked, Anything from the cart, dears? 3 wide-eyed heads nodded vigorously and bought almost all the goods available on the cart. Harry was fascinated by the various candies lying around. There were Betty Bott's every flavor beans, Drooble's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a number of strange things he had never laid eyes on. The dull conversation was forgotten, and they all were trying out all the sweets, laughing and having fun experimenting with Betty Blott beans. Lillian was opening one of the chocolate frogs when a card fell out and the frog suddenly leaped out and almost jumped out of the window when it was caught by Harry immediately, and he quickly bit into it. That was mine, you know, Lillian said, glaring at him. You lost it and I caught it, Harry said smartly. Honestly, Freckles, you should stop glaring so much or it will become a permanent feature on your ugly mug. Will you stop calling me that stupid name? She said irritably. Then what should I call you? I can't keep calling you Ms. Austen, can I? He shot back. Well, my friends call me Mary. But wait, you're just a pain in my arse, so you call me Ms. Austen. Get it, Scarhead? She said loudly, poking him in the chest with each word, not realizing that they both had stood up. I'll call you whatever I want, Freckles, Harry fired back, poking her on the forehead. Don't you understand how I hate that word? She screamed, pulling out her wand and pointing it towards Harry. Seeing her pull out her wand, Harry pulled out his own and pointed it towards her. Blaise, who was enjoying the show up till no realized an interruption was required or both would end up in the hospital wing before the sorting would even start. Hey, calm down. No need for wands for something this trivial, he said, stepping in between them, pushing them back to their seats. You don't want to be expelled before you reach the school, do you? Both nodded their heads, still glaring at each other. Good. Then keep your heads down and don't look at each other until we reach the station. Honestly, such a fight over one chocolate frog, he said, shaking his head. So, Harry, which house do you think you'll be in? Blaise asked him, trying to lighten their moods. House? What house? Harry asked Blaise, confused. Oh, for heaven's sake, Potter. Didn't you read the books the professor got us? Lillian exclaimed. Harry was about to reply when Blaise quickly cut in before another argument took place. What do you think, Austen? Which house will you be in? He asked her. I think maybe Ravenclaw or even Gryffindor. What about you? Slytherin or Ravenclaw. All Mother's side has all been in Slytherin, so I doubt I'll go anywhere else, he said. Will somebody please explain me what are you talking about? Harry said, feeling left out. There are 4 houses in Hogwarts: Potter, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Each house has its own personality types. Gryffindor is meant for the courageous and the daring. Slytherin is for the cunning and shrewd. Ravenclaw for the intelligent, and Hufflepuff for the most loyal. Based on your qualities, you are sorted to one of the houses, Blaise told Harry. Oh, Harry said, frowning, pensively wondering which house he would be sorted in. So how do they sort the students? He asked Blaise. I don't know, some sort of test I suppose. My mum wasn't telling me, said it would be a surprise, he replied. The compartment door was slid open again, and this time a girl with alarmingly bushy brown stood there. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville here has lost his, she said in a bossy voice, pointing towards a frightened-looking boy standing behind her. Both were wearing their new Hogwarts robes. All three sitting in the compartment said no. The bushy-haired girl sighed and said, well, if you see one, hold on to it and give it to Neville here later. Oh, and you should change into your Hogwarts uniform, you know. I asked the conductor up front and he said we'll be there in about 20 minutes. Saying what she came to say, she turned back and went out of the compartment along with the boy who just followed her, looking miserable. Looking at each other, bemused the interruption. She's right, the train's slowing down, we better go and change, Lillian said. She opened her trunk, took her robes out, and went out of the compartment. Both boys took out their robes and quickly changed. As soon as they were done, a voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately. The train slowed down rapidly and then came to a stop. Teenagers rushed out of the train onto a dark platform. Blaise shivered and looked at Harry and said, Aren't you sea cold? It's practically freezing out here. Is it? Harry asked him, frowning. I don't feel cold at all. It's rather pleasant, actually. Furs years. Over here, came a booming voice from the other end of the platform. Harry walked towards the voice and then saw the largest man he had ever seen in his life. He was at least 8 foot tall, had a thick beard and friendly beetle-like eyes which were brimming with warmth and kindness. Come on, follow me. Any more furs years? All right then, me name's Hagrid and you lot gotta follow me, and mind your step. Ya should be able to see Hogwarts over this bend now. There was a loud ooh and a gasp which Harry recognized as Lillian's, as Hogwarts came into view. It certainly was a majestic sight. A huge stone castle on a hill across the lake with lights shining inside it. It had a very homely and welcoming feel to it. No more'n 4 to a boat, Hagrid shouted over all the heads, pointing towards a fleet of boats. Harry and Blaise got into one, followed by Lillian and the bushy-haired girl. Harry couldn't resist and said, Hey Austin, why are you following me around like a puppy? She didn't respond. She was spellbound by the beauty of Hogwarts. Harry frowned at the lack of response, then shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze back at the castle. The boats soon came to a stop at the end of the lake, and Hagrid led them to the huge oak front door of the castle and knocked with his big fist 3 times. The doors immediately swung open, and there stood Professor McGonagall in emerald green robes. She told the first years to follow her in a no-nonsense voice and walked towards another door across the hall. She then stopped and turned towards them and spoke. Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of the term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingering on Ron's dirty nose and Harry's hair before walking back into the Great Hall. Harry nervously tried to flatten his hair, while Lillian smoothed her robes and Ronald was rubbing his nose trying to get rid of some dirt on it. I wonder how we get sorted, Neville asked Ron. My brothers told me we have to fight a troll, and depending on how we fight we get sorted, Ron whispered back. Those in hearing distance paled at his words. Don't be silly, Ronald, came the bushy-haired girl's voice. Maybe it will be some sort of written personality test or a quiz of your knowledge of spells. Her opinion didn't make anyone feel better. Professor McGonagall came back and beckoned them inside. Harry's stomach turned to lead as he walked inside, unable to cast his fear aside. There was a gasp as everyone walked into the great hall. There were thousands of candles lit, which were floating in mid-air, illuminating the whole hall. There were also 4 tables lined with golden plates, spoons, forks, and of course students. Mainly to avoid all the stares, he looked up and was surprised when he saw a velvety black sky dotted with stars instead of the roof. He then heard the bushy-haired girl whisper to Lillian, "The ceiling's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read it in Hogwarts, a history." He looked back down again as Professor McGonagall brought out a stool and placed a dirty, worn-out, black hat on it. Suddenly the hat twitched. The rip near the brim opened and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The entire hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song and bowed to all 4 tables. Harry was relieved. All they had to do was try on a hat and they would be sorted. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and said, "When I call out your name, step forward and put on the hat to be sorted." She then unrolled a long piece of parchment and read, "Abbott Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails came stumbling out of the line and put on the hat. After a moment's pause it yelled, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in cheers as she ran towards it. "Austin, Lillian." Lillian walked smartly up to hat and put it over her head. 2 minutes later it screamed, "Gryffindor." Pleased, she ran to the table on the extreme right, which had erupted in loud cheers as they welcomed the first new Gryffindor. After Susan Bones was sorted to Ravenclaw, Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired girl, and Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor, which surprised Harry considering how scared he looked. A Draco Malfoy was sorted to Slytherin within milliseconds, and finally, it was Harry's turn and he was quite nervous. When McGonagall called his name, he walked up to the chair and placed the hat over his head, which fell over his eyes, blocking the view of everything outside. Suddenly a voice spoke in his ear. Difficult, very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent and oh my, so much power. There's also a nice thirst to prove yourself, and a lot of what I see, also quite loyal to your friends but will not hesitate to hurt them if they hurt you. Long time since I've seen one with all 4 qualities in abundance. Well boy, you don't have to say anything, do you? 5 minutes had passed and people started whispering as to what was taking so long. The professor sitting in the center of the teacher's table leaned in front, looking forward to this sorting. "Just put me in any house," Harry thought, frantically wondering what would happen if the hat didn't sort him. "No preferences at all then? Okay then. Oh wait, I didn't see that talent of yours. Well now there's no doubt as to where you should go, boy," the hat said in his ear before shouting out loud, "Slytherin." The table on the extreme left exploded with the loudest cheers yet, and Harry, oblivious to all the looks of shock and surprise he was getting from the other house tables, hurried towards the Slytherin table, happy to be sorted and not left out. Back at the teacher's table, a pair of eyes widened in surprise and the other in disbelief. Finally, Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, who quickly went and took a seat next to Harry, who was happy to have one familiar face in his new house. Professor McGonagall then rolled up her scroll and took the stool and the sorting hat away. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore got to his feet and said, "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Now before we begin our feast, I would like to say a few words, and here they are. Nitwit, blubber, pizza, and pie. Enjoy your feast." "Thank you." He sat back down as everybody cheered and laughed. Harry looked at Blaise uncertainly and asked, "Is he mad?" Blaise shrugged and said, "I guess he might be a little crazy, but he is the most powerful wizard in the world." Someone tapped Harry on the shoulder, and he turned back to see a boy with slick blonde hair, gray eyes, with an arrogant expression on his pale face. He was flanked by the thickest and meanest boys he had ever seen of their age. The blonde stuck out his hand and said, "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, pure blood and heir to the Malfoy fortune." Harry looked at him wondering if what he said was supposed to mean something to him, but shook his hand nonetheless and said, "Pleased to meet you. You would want to come and sit with the better people in the Slytherin House, Potter, ones who can give you what you need. Not with the likes of someone like a Zabini," he said, sneering at Blaise, whose expression remained neutral. Harry looked at Blaise and back to Malfoy and said with no emotions showing on his face whatsoever, "Thanks for your offer, but I think I'm fine here, thanks anyway." Malfoy looked back at Harry and stared at him for a few seconds before nodding and walking back towards his seat. "What was that all about?" he asked Blaise. Blaise just shrugged and said, "Tell you later." Suddenly the empty gold plates, goblets and bowls were filled with food and juice. Harry, who hadn't realized how hungry he was, started taking a bit of everything within his reach. Blaise looked at Harry in amusement. "Hungry, are you?" "Starving," he replied, stuffing his mouth with mashed potatoes. Blaise grinned back at him and started filling his plate too. After eating his fill, Harry was starting to feel sleepy and looked over to the Gryffindor table and saw Lillian and Hermione talking to the Gryffindor prefect. The Weasley boy and the other new first-year boys were talking to the resident Gryffindor ghost. He looked to the head table and saw Hagrid drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. Another professor with an absurd turban on his head was talking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose and sallow skin. It happened very suddenly. The hook-nosed teacher looked past the turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain flashed across the scar on Harry's forehead. "Ouch!" Harry clapped a hand to his head. "What's up, Harry?" Blaise asked, looking at him in concern. "And nothing." The pain went as fast as it came. He got a feeling that the greasy head teacher didn't like him very much. "Hey, Blaise," Harry said. "Who's the teacher next to Turban Guy?" "That's Professor Snape, Harry. He's the head of our house. He's supposed to be really strict and dangerous to mess around with," he said, eating one of the chocolate pastries. "What does he teach?" "Potions." Harry looked back at him, trying to catch his eye, but he didn't look at Harry again. At last, the desserts too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. "Just a few more words now that you're all fed and watered. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed towards the Gryffindor table. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind all of you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested to play should contact Madam Hooch. Also this year, the third-floor corridor is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Finally, I must welcome Professor Quirrell to the Defense Against the Dark Arts post." There was polite applause as the man with the turban stood up. "All right then, first years, follow your prefects back to your common rooms. Off you trot," the headmaster said, his eyes twinkling happily. The Slytherin prefect was a tall, bulky fifth year named Marcus Flint. The first years followed him down into the dungeons until they suddenly stopped in front of a bare damp stone wall. "This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and the password is victory." The wall slid open and they entered the common room. The Slytherin common room was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling from which round, greenish lamps were hanging on chains. A fire was crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece ahead of them, and there were several high-backed chairs, green sofas, and a few large silver pillows which were just floating about, waiting to be plucked out of the air by those who wanted it. The prefect motioned them to the center of the common room. Right, now listen up, you lot. There are some ground rules in the Slytherin house which should never be broken whatever happens. First of all, being a Slytherin basically means you're hated by the rest of the student population by default. Slytherins and Gryffindors hate each other on principle. So you better stick together wherever you go and never ever tell on your fellow housemates or there will be consequences. Secondly, if you feel sick or have any problems with any other student of the other houses, go and meet Professor Snape immediately. He will help you. Thirdly, if there's a fight or anything against the rules happens around you, get out of there or else the blame will fall on you whether it was your fault or not. And finally, our unofficial rule is to inflict pain to the Gryffindorks at every chance you get, he said, grinning nastily. Regarding your sleeping arrangements, each room has 2 beds, so you can choose your roommate and make your way to any of the rooms in the first-year dorm. Now Professor Snape will want to talk to you for a bit, and then you can go to bed. The moment he finished his little speech, the entrance to the common room slid open and in walked the hook-nosed professor, exuding an air of authority. Have you explained the rules to them, Flint? He asked the prefect. Yes, Professor. Good, you may leave. The prefect nodded and went up the stairs to his own room. Professor Snape looked at each of them in turn and said, All I am here to tell you is that if you have any problems adjusting, I am there to help you and guide you. I expect each one of my students to do their best in class, and I do not tolerate rule-breaking. His eyes lingering on Harry's as he said that. Harry gulped but stared back, unwilling to flinch under his gaze. But the professor broke off his gaze and continued, Tomorrow morning I will be giving you your respective timetables, and I expect you to be on time for every class. Is that clear? 9 heads nodded quickly, not wanting to anger their head of house. Very well, you may leave, he said, and walked out of the common room, his robes billowing behind him. As soon as he left, Harry let out a sigh of relief and followed Blaise to their new room. They entered a room at the end of the first-year dorm and gasped at the size of the room. There were 2 huge 4-poster beds at opposite ends covered in silver and green hangings, 2 beautifully furnished tables and chairs, and a door leading to their own bathroom. There were 2 windows, and when they looked out they were surprised to see that their rooms were just a few meters above the backwaters of the lake, which was gently wrapping the castle wall. Harry was amazed. He looked at Blaise, who had an equally amazed look on his face, and said, Wow! Wow is right. I'm taking the left side, he yelled and ran towards the bed closest to the window. Harry ran and tackled him before he could reach it. After 5 minutes of tossing, turning, yelling and laughing, Blaise was sitting on the bed near the window and Harry on the other, giving him dirty looks. Blaise grinned at him and they both started laughing uncontrollably. Let's go to bed, we've got class tomorrow, Harry told Blaise once they had gotten control of themselves. Blaise nodded and they changed into their night clothes and bid each other good night and fell asleep as soon as they hit their pillows. Gryffindor first-year boys' dorm. Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were sitting talking about the boy who lived. Surprising, eh? Said Seamus. The boy who lived in Slytherin. Yeah, I thought he would be in Gryffindor, defeating you-know-who and all that, Dean said. I'm not surprised, Ron said darkly. He had not forgotten the humiliation he had felt after meeting Harry Potter. Why not? It's Harry Potter, Neville squeaked. I met him on the train. Just went to say hi, he said, lowering his voice. There he was sitting and laughing with this other Slytherin. That new Gryffindor Austen was there too, and now that I think about it, I think she was under some kind of a spell. I looked at him and there was this gleam in his eye, and before I could say anything there was a wand being pressed against my head. All 3 other boys gasped and Ron paused for the effect. He then took a deep breath. He then whispered in my ears that unless I wanted my brains splattered on the wall or my eyeballs rolling on the floor, I better get out and get out fast. All the boys shuddered and Neville looked like he might wet himself. I then ran as fast as my legs could take me away from that compartment, he finished. There was silence for a couple of minutes, which was broken by Neville. But why? Why would he do that? He's a dark wizard, Neville, that's why, Ron said softly. Ron was notorious for making up stories to get back at his brothers back home. Makes me wonder how he got rid of you-know-who, said Seamus. I think we better go to sleep, guys. Tomorrow's a big day and this talk about Potter gives me the creeps, muttered Dean. They all nodded, went to their respective beds and fell asleep. That night the stars twinkled brightly in the clear black sky, as if celebrating the start of a new term. The wind blew ripples in the lake and made trees near the edge of the forest rustle, and everybody in the castle slept soundly and peacefully. And then there was a wizard. A wizard moved quietly and swiftly in the shadows towards the third-floor corridor, his red eyes gleaming in the dark. Chapter 6: Classes and a Troll. October 10th, 1991. Whispers seemed to stalk Harry wherever he went. Whether it was to the common room or to the classrooms, students shamelessly tried to get a good look at his scar, and a few others actually stopped him and requested him to show it to them. During meals, half the student population would stare at him as if he were a reincarnation of Merlin himself. Honestly, Blaze, what's with all these people wanting to stare at my scar all the time? Don't they have anything else to do? He told Blaze irritably. Well, he drawled, you are the, wait, oh so famous boy who vanquished the greatest Dark Lord ever to walk upon these lands. Not to mention a Slytherin to boot. Obviously they're going to want to look at you. I wouldn't be surprised if some came for your autograph next. Oh please, I would rather kiss the giant squid than give out autographs, Harry exclaimed. Blaze sniggered. I think that can be arranged very easily. Harry just gave him a look that promised death and torture in the future. Come on, or we'll be late for Transfiguration. You know how McGonagall is about punctuality, Harry said, walking faster towards the Transfiguration classroom. 5 minutes later, the Slytherins and Gryffindors were seated in the classroom away from each other. McGonagall was as usual in her animagus form, waiting for the class to settle down. As soon as the class settled in, she transformed and began in her usual stern voice. In today's class, we will be starting practical transfiguration. The whole class burst into excited whispers, most of them coming from the Gryffindors. A glare from McGonagall silenced the class instantly. Until today, you have been studying the theory behind transfiguration, which is very essential for today's class. Now, keeping in mind what I have been explaining to you for the past few days, you will transfigure a matchstick into a needle. She waved her wand, and immediately a matchstick materialized on every bench. You may begin. The incantation is on the board, and if you are having trouble, I am here to help. Harry pulled out his wand smoothly and pointed it at the matchstick. He stared at it hard and muttered the incantation, but nothing happened. He frowned and said the incantation again with a flick of his wand. Nothing changed again. He tried once more, but without any success. Harry sighed and looked around the room. Everyone was saying the incantation out loud, but there was no change in their matchsticks. Neville Longbottom had somehow managed to blow his face up. Blaze was poking his matchstick, looking bored. Weasley was jabbing his matchstick hard with a worn-out wand, and Lillian had her face screwed up in concentration and kept muttering the incantation. Only Hermione Granger from Gryffindor had managed to change a small part of matchstick into a needle and was looking quite pleased with her accomplishment. If that Granger girl could do it, it's a bloody shame I can't do it yet, he muttered to himself, turning back to his work. After about 6 to 7 tries later, Harry had only managed to change the tip of his matchstick to a pale silver color. He glared at the matchstick and dropped his wand on the table, frustrated. Even Lillian had managed to change half her matchstick into a needle and kept giving Harry superior looks, which irritated him to no limits. Okay, Harry, calm down, he said to himself. This matchstick is not a matchstick but a needle. It needs to be changed back to its original form. He looked at the matchstick and imagined it from all angles as a needle and not a matchstick. He imagined the difference in the properties of a matchstick and a needle as McGonagall had lectured them, and visualized it transforming in his mind. Keeping the image of the needle fixed in his mind, he closed his eyes and said the incantation softly, pointing his wand at the matchstick. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes and saw a perfect needle in front of him. He smiled in satisfaction and tried to change the needle into a matchstick, following the same process. 15 minutes later, he was changing his matchstick into a needle and the needle back to a matchstick as fast as he could. He kept trying to do it faster and faster. He was broken out of his little game by the stern voice of Professor McGonagall. What do you think you are doing, Mr. Potter? Trying to see how fast I can transfigure the matchstick into a needle and the needle back to a matchstick, Professor, he said, wondering if he had been doing it wrong. McGonagall gaped at him. My word. Never has anyone changed their matchstick into a needle in their first class. Forget back into a matchstick, she said, looking shocked. You are as talented as your father was during his time at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. 30 points to Slytherin, she said, a rare smile gracing her face. None of them noticed the jealous look on Hermione's face or the look of disdain on Ronald Weasley's. Blaise nudged Harry and said, Great going, mate. Think you could give me a hand? Sure, why not? He said, moving over towards Blaise. By the end of the class, only Hermione had managed to transfigure her matchstick into a needle and earn 10 points for her house. As everybody was moving out of the class, someone nudged Harry hard in the ribs and muttered something like evil and dark. Who the hell was that? Harry asked Blaise, rubbing his ribs. Weasley, Blaise said darkly. What the hell is his problem with me? Don't know, but you should see the way he looks at you. What about it? It's like he would like nothing better to do other than seeing you dead or pull out your intestines with his bare hands and then munching on them as he sees your body convulsing on the ground, he said, making weird gestures with his hands. Harry grimaced. That's just sick. What kind of a mind do you have, Blaise? What? It's true. You should just make eye contact with him and you'll see what I mean. Yeah, whatever. Come on, we've got potions in a half hour. Potions laboratory. Today you are going to learn how to make a simple potion to cure boils. This will be the first time you will be brewing a potion and I expect it to be flawless, Professor Snape said, his voice barely audible yet clear as crystal. I do not want any mistakes or else there will be severe consequences. All the Gryffindors exchanged fearful looks. Neville looked petrified. Weasley, Snape called suddenly. What would I get if I added a powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Air. I don't know, sir. This will not do. Haven't you been listening in my classes, Weasley? 10 points from Gryffindor. Now let's try again. Where would I look if I wanted bezoars? He said, looking straight into Ron's eyes. I don't know, sir, he stuttered. Stuttering will not help, Mr. Weasley. Didn't think you would revise and come to class, did you? Hasn't your mother taught you anything? That's another 10 points you've lost, he said, sneering at Ron. Ron just turned bright red and glared at Snape. That's 5 points more gone for Gryffindor and a detention for that look on your face, he said, smirking at him. All the Gryffindors gasped in outrage. Suddenly he turned towards Harry. Potter, same questions. Sir, we would get the draft of living dead if we added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood and we can find bezoars in the stomach of a goat, Harry said without missing a beat. That's what I expect from my Slytherins, he said coldly. Another question, Mr. Potter, what do we use Boomslong skin for? Harry thought for a moment and replied, I don't know, sir. I do not remember reading it in our potions text. You're right, it is not there in your normal textbooks, but that is no reason not to read ahead, Potter, Snape said softly. However, since you answered your previous questions satisfactorily, 20 points to Slytherin. He tapped his wand on the board and said, The instructions for the potion are on the board. You have 2 hours. Immediately, everybody moved towards their cauldrons and started removing the ingredients required. About 2 hours later, Harry's potion had a dark blue color when it was supposed to be a light blue color. Professor Snape walked past Harry's table and looked into his cauldron. He then looked into Harry's eyes and stared without blinking or moving. Harry had to suppress a gulp and prevent himself from wiping the sweat of his forehead. But he didn't avert his eyes from the professor's eyes. About a minute later, Snape finally stopped staring and said, Acceptable, Mr. Potter, and moved to the next table. Blaise nudged him and asked, What in Morgana's name was that all about? I honestly have no idea, Harry said. He was more fixated on why the professor had a pained expression on his face just before he stopped staring into his eyes. As they walked out of the potions class, they were approached by Malfoy without his goons behind him. Hey, Potter. I saw Weasley looking like he would want nothing better than to see you dead. Harry didn't like Draco much but always maintained a civil conversation with him. He felt he was too arrogant and took too much pride in his name and wealth. Yeah, I don't what that guy has against me. Really? That's interesting. Do you want to get some payback? He asked Harry, giving a sly grin. Harry grinned back. Sure, Malfoy. What do you have in mind? Nothing much. All we have to do is make fun of him in front of his band of Griffin dorks and the reaction will be priceless. That's it? Heh. I expected something better from you, Malfoy. Oh, Malfoy said, raising his eyebrows. And what do you have in mind? You'll see at dinner. So are you in? Of course. Who would miss a chance to see a Weasley embarrass himself? What about you, Blaise? Leave me out of it. I'd prefer to watch and not involve myself in these little rivalries, Blaise said, shaking his head. Why, Blaise, are you scared? Malfoy asked, sneering. No, I just don't want to take sides. You of all people should know better, Malfoy. Before Draco could say anything else, Harry cut in. Drop it, Malfoy, it's his choice, not yours to make, he said sharply. Malfoy turned back to Harry and looked at him strangely and just nodded after a few seconds. See you at dinner, he said, and went away towards their common room. After he had gone, Blaise turned back to Harry. I don't know why you need to get involved with that jerk. Harry just shrugged and said, he'd be a useful friend to have. So, are you going to tell me what you have in mind? What are you talking about, Blaise? Said Harry, trying to look innocent. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, just you wait, he said, grinning. Now all I need to do is find Filch. What? Why? Blaise asked, looking confused. Don't worry about it, Harry shouted back. See you at dinner. And took off looking for Filch, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Blaise saw him go and muttered to himself before walking back to the common room. Soon after dinner, Harry and Draco saw Ron and his friends finishing their meal and quickly went to intercept them before they left for their common room. As they reached closer to the redhead, they could hear what they were talking about. Honestly, Snape favors those slimy snakes a bit too much, they could hear Ron complain. Oh, don't be absurd, Ronald. He's just doing his job. He's supposed to be one of the greatest potion masters in the wizarding world, the haughty tone of Hermione Granger remarked. He may be a great potions master, but he sure is a git, Lillian said bitterly. He took 10 points from me because my hair was a mess. Mary, Hermione exclaimed. That's no way to talk about your professor. Shut it, Hermione, Lillian is right, and that Potter thinks he's the king of Hogwarts. But I know what he really is, Ron said darkly. He's a dark wizard and maybe the next you-know-who, for all we know. Lillian snorted. Come off it, Ron. What are you saying? I know Potter and I'm sure he's no evil guy. He's an annoying cockroach, but certainly not evil and definitely not the next you-know-who. The next you-know-who does sound promising, doesn't it, Draco? All 3 Gryffindors turned around to see who had interrupted them. It's a shame, don't you think, Harry? Accusing you of being a dark wizard and insulting our dear head of house, Draco said silkily. The Gryffindors' eyes darkened as they saw Draco and Harry standing behind them. Potter, Lillian greeted coolly. What a surprise. Freckles Granger, always a pleasure, Harry said, giving a mock bow. Ah, Weasley, never a pleasure seeing you, he said, smirking. Ron's face turned bright red as Malfoy started sniggering. What do you want, dark wizard? Ron spat, his eyes filled with fear and hatred. Me? A dark wizard? Said Harry, raising his eyebrows. And what makes you say that? Ron didn't say anything but continued glaring at Harry. Malfoy chose to interrupt then. Say, Weasley, what was that Professor Snape was saying in class today? Oh yeah, didn't your mother teach you anything? Is that why you eat so pathetically? Harry didn't say anything, knowing Malfoy may be out of line there, but didn't stop him either. Malfoy continued his verbal assault until Ron finally lost his temper and pulled out his wand. Draco immediately whitened, but Harry came to his rescue. Now, Weasley, you know magic is forbidden in the corridors, but if you start, then I'll be forced to show you what this dark wizard can do, said Harry, narrowing his eyes and trying to look more intimidating. Ron, who was now furious, was being held back by Lillian and Hermione, snarled back nonetheless. I can take you anytime, anywhere, Potter. Be careful of your words, Weasel, or you might just find yourself dead, Harry said softly, aiming for the scariest tone he had at his disposal, and he was desperately trying to control his laughter on the inside. Yeah, Weasley, why don't you run back to your common room and stay there before we do something we regret? Malfoy hissed. Shut up, Just name the place and time and I'll be there, he spat. Midnight in the trophy room, Harry said right away. Done. Magic only and no physical contact. Harry grinned. Then we'll meet in the trophy room. See you at stroke of 12 and make sure you have someone to drag your mutilated body back with you, he said as he and Malfoy walked away. As they walked back, Draco turned to Harry. You could get into serious trouble if you get caught, you know. Harry just laughed. Draco, are you a Slytherin or not? What's that supposed to mean? Of course I'm a Slytherin, he said, narrowing his eyes. Then you should know that Filch will be dueling in the trophy room instead of me, and poor Weasley is going to face a mighty opponent, said Harry with a satisfied look on his face. Nice, Draco exclaimed. Yeah, that what he gets for spreading rumors about me being evil and going to kill everybody in the school. Honestly, it's really irritating when people run away from me every time they see me or keep muttering dark wizard under their breaths every time I walk past them or constantly fixated upon getting a look at my scar. It really gets under my skin, Harry said, tightening his fists. There was silence for a while after that. You really don't like being the center of attraction, do you? Draco asked, looking at Harry closely. No, I don't. Well, anyway, let's hope Weasley and the Mudbloods get caught, Draco said gleefully. Mudblood? What's that? Asked Harry, looking confused. You don't know? Oh. It's a foul word for someone who is Muggleborn. Harry then remembered what Blaise had told him about how purebloods act towards Muggleborns. He realized Draco was a typical Muggleborn hating pureblood. I think they should kick out all the Mudbloods out of the wizarding world. Don't you, Harry? Malfoy asked Harry. I don't care what you think about Muggleborns as long as you don't use that word in front of me. Why do you care? Oh, I see. You're friends with that Mudblood Austin, aren't you? He said, giving his trademark sneer. Harry stopped and turned towards Draco. I said don't use that word. As for why I care, it really doesn't concern you. Now let's get going, it's almost 9. Harry then turned back and walked away towards the common room, leaving Draco behind, making a note in his head to never help or ask Malfoy for help. Malfoy stayed back for a few minutes, a pensive expression on his face before his face lit up suddenly, and he walked slowly towards the common room to write a letter to his father. Both didn't notice a man standing in the shadows, his red eyes gleaming. He is an interesting one, isn't he, Quirrell? A soft, high-pitched voice hissed as Draco vanished from his sight. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Gryffindor common room, half an hour to midnight. Ron, don't go. If you get caught, you could be expelled. Let go, Hermione. I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson today. Hermione was pleading with Ron not to go, and Lillian was sitting comfortably in the couch watching Hermione's attempts to stop him. Don't just sit there, Mary. Help me stop this hothead. Hermione yelled at Lillian. Oh, for God's sake, Hermione, just let him go, and I'm going with him anyway, Lillian said, rolling her eyes. Wait, what? Why on earth would you want him to go, and why do you want to go with him? I'm telling you to let him go because he's not going to stay, and I'm going with him, so that I can take him to the hospital wing after Potter's done with him. Both Ron and Hermione stared at her with open mouths, wondering what she meant. What do you mean, take me to the hospital wing? Ron said, looking a little pale. Isn't it obvious, no matter how good with a wand you think you are, you can't beat Potter, and I don't think you should try to. I'm sure you've both seen how annoyingly good he is in class, she said, leaning back in the couch and crossing her legs. But it's your choice, Ron. If you go, I'm coming with you, no matter what Hermione says, and I want to see the castle at night. I don't care how strong Potter is. I'm a Gryffindor and I don't back down from a fight, Ron said, looking determined, the Gryffindor in him making an appearance. Lillian grinned. All right, you go get beaten up and I'll take a tour of the castle. As they walked out of the portrait hole, Hermione came running after them. Wait, have you two gone mad? Go back to bed, Hermione, Ron said, annoyed at the girl's unwillingness to back down. No, you can't go. It's against the rules. A brainwave struck Lillian. Hey, Hermione. Haven't you ever wondered what sort of activities occur during the night at Hogwarts? I mean, where do the ghosts go? How does everything get cleaned? How many secret rooms are there in the castle? Is it possible to sneak into the restricted section of the library and read about? Stop! Hermione yelled, looking extremely flustered. It's against the rules and I'm sure they have a good reason, she growled. Hermione, you're out of the common room. It's midnight, in other words, nighttime in the castle. Don't you want to see for yourself what goes on at night rather than reading it from a book? She said, looking into Hermione's eyes. I don't know, she said, but it was clear that she was struggling with herself. Lillian decided to go for the kill. You could write a book about it. Hermione went still. Oh, all right, let's go, she said, sagging her shoulders in defeat. All three Gryffindors made their way to the trophy room and wait for Harry to arrive. After waiting for 10 minutes, Ron exclaimed, "Where is he? It's already 5 minutes past midnight." "SSSHHH," Lillian hissed. "I hear something." Immediately they all fell silent. "Come on, my sweet. I know they are in here somewhere," came the sickly voice of the caretaker, Argus Filch. "It's Filch and Mrs. Norris," Hermione gasped in horror. "Run," Lillian whispered, and they all ran for it. They ran for their life, but Ron tripped over a suit of armor which fell with a loud bang. "Shit!" He cursed and ran fast to catch up with the two girls. "You heard the noise, didn't you, Mrs. Norris? Come on after them," Filch yelled, terribly excited about catching students out of bed. Ron, Hermione, and Lillian suddenly came to a dead end with a door in the side. "Quick, through the door," Lillian said urgently. Ron tried to open it, but it was locked. "Oh no," he moaned. "We're doomed." "Move aside," Hermione commanded. "Alohomora," she said, pointing her wand at the lock. The door clicked open and all three of them rushed in and locked the door from the inside. "Where are you, little brats?" Filch's muffled voice came through the other side of the door. "I know you're here somewhere." He tried to open the door but found it locked. "Must have turned somewhere else," he grumbled and decided to check elsewhere. Lillian and Hermione, who had their ears pressed against the door side in relief hearing his footsteps fade away. "What is it, Ron?" Lillian snapped at Ron, who had been tugging her shirt for the past few seconds. She turned around to see what he wanted and froze in shock. Hermione, you better open the door or we're gonna die." "What?" Hermione said, confused, and looked back. There was a huge three-headed dog staring at them. It was slowly waking up and had drool dripping from its mouth. "HHHHHH!" All three yelled, and they quickly ran out as the dog started barking like mad and slammed the door shut behind them and didn't stop until they were safely inside their common room. They collapsed on the couch, panting and trying to catch their breaths. That was awesome," Lillian exclaimed after she had caught her breath. "Awesome? Have you seriously lost your sanity?" Hermione shrieked. "Yeah, it was. I mean, how often does that happen to you? Getting chased by Filch, meeting a three-headed dog and running for your life all in one night." "Hopefully never, but did you see what that dog was standing on?" said Hermione, looking at Ron and Lillian. "Yeah, it was a trapdoor, and that was the third-floor corridor, which is out of bounds," said Lillian. "That means it was obviously guarding something," said Hermione, looking pensive. "It could be that, or it could also be a plot by Potter to get me killed," said Ron. "Don't be ridiculous, Ronald." "Oh, come on, you two. He doesn't show up for the duel, but Filch shows up, who chases us to a room with a monster. How can it not be a plot to kill me? You're lucky I was there to save you." "Yeah, Ron, whatever you say. Well, I'm off to bed. Remind me to thank that nest head tomorrow." "Come on, Hermione, let's leave Ron here to his delusional thoughts," Lillian said, yawning and walking up the stairs to her dormitory. Hermione followed her up the stairs and said, "Thank Potter? You really are crazy, Mary." "I'm not crazy, I just enjoy thrills." Ron could hear them arguing as they walked up the stairs, and he slowly went up to his own dormitory, convinced that Harry was trying to kill him. XXXXXXXX. Harry woke up the next day feeling refreshed. He got out from his bed and sat on the windowsill looking out as the sun slowly rose over the lake, remembering the times when he used to watch the sun rise when he was with the Dursleys. Only this time there were no Dursleys, and it felt 100 times more wonderful. Blaise woke up a little while later and they went for breakfast, where they were joined by Malfoy and his goons. "So do you think Weasley got caught?" Malfoy asked Harry, smirking. "I certainly hope so. Oh, look, there he comes." Ron walked into the Great Hall and headed straight to the Slytherin table. "I know you were trying to kill me last night because you know I'm right about you," he began. "And you should also know that your bloody three-headed monster dog failed to finish me off," he hissed. "What are you talking about, Weasley?" said Harry, genuinely confused. "What I'm saying is your little plan to kill me failed and you better stop trying or you'll regret it," he said and walked back to the Gryffindor table. Malfoy, Harry, and Blaise burst out laughing and Crabbe and Goyle just looked confused. He thought Mrs. Norris is a three-headed dog. Harry choked, holding his side, laughing like crazy. "Plan to kill him?" Draco laughed, wiping tears from his eyes. "He's honestly lost his mind. I think he mistook the cat's shadow for a three-headed monster. What a loser." Blaise was the first one to get himself under control. "All right, you guys, we got flying practice with the Griffs in 15 minutes, you better hurry up." "Yeah, sure, Blaise," Harry chuckled. The Slytherin first years made their way to the ground for their first flying lesson, and many were eagerly looking forward to it. Malfoy started boasting about his flying skill, and it didn't take long for all the boys to start arguing about their flying skills and talent in Quidditch. Harry, who had never flown or even heard of Quidditch, just walked quietly trying to figure out what the hell was Quidditch. He turned to one of the girls, Daphne Greengrass if he remembered correctly. "Hey Daphne," he called, poking her in the shoulder. "What do you want, Potter?" "What the hell is Quidditch?" All the girls stopped and looked at him as if he had grown two sets of horns. "What? Did I say something wrong?" he asked, looking a little nervous. "You, a boy, don't know what Quidditch is?" exclaimed Tracy Davis, another Slytherin first year. "No, I don't," he said, looking annoyed at the stares he was getting from the girls. "It's a sport," Daphne said finally. "Played on brooms. All the guys are crazy about it, even most of the girls." "Oh, I didn't know wizards had a sport." "Duh, where were you all these years, living with filthy muggles?" scoffed Pansy Parkinson, a girl with a face that eerily resembled a pug. Harry turned red. "Would I ask so many questions if I were living with wizards?" "Oh God, no. Don't tell me you are actually living with muggles," she said, looking shocked. "Yeah, I am," he muttered. "And it isn't pleasant," he added. Harry left them quickly as they reached the grounds, not wanting them to ask any questions about his life with the Dursleys, and went and joined Blaise, who was with the other boys. The Gryffindors were already there, and there were about 20 brooms in a neat line on the ground. Their teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived. She had short gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. "Well, what are you waiting for? Stand next to a broom and say up." Everybody stood next to a broom and yelled up. Harry's broom shot into his hand as soon as he said it. "Wow," he muttered. Many brooms just rolled on the ground and didn't jump into the owner's hands. After everybody had their brooms in their hands, Madame Hooch corrected everybody's grip on the broom and berated Malfoy for doing it wrong all these years. "All right, on the count of 3, I want all of you to kick off the ground and fly around the pitch and come back. Do you understand?" Everybody nodded. "Good. 1, 2. But she stopped as Neville, who was nervous and scared about leaving the ground, had already kicked off. "Come back here, boy," she yelled, but he went higher and higher and suddenly slipped of his broom. Everybody winced as a loud cracking noise was heard as he hit the ground. Madame Hooch ran to him and checked him for injuries. "Broken wrist," she muttered as Neville whimpered in pain, holding his wrist. She hoisted him up and turned back to the class. "All right, you lot. I'm talking the boy to the hospital wing, and I do not want anybody touching a broom or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch." After she left, everybody started murmuring about Neville falling off his broom. Suddenly Malfoy started laughing and picked something from the ground. "Look, it's the thing Longbottom got at breakfast today." It was a round glass ball glittering in the sunlight. "Give it back, Malfoy," Ron said, holding out his hand to Malfoy. "I don't think so, Weasley. I think I'd leave it up a tree for you to get," he said, sneering at him. "Biff." Someone punched Malfoy in the face and snatched the glass ball from him. All the Gryffindors started laughing, and even few of the Slytherin girls started giggling, while Harry and Blaise just looked on amused. It was Lillian, and she held the glass ball in one hand and her wand in another. "Got something to say, Malfoy?" she said, raising her eyebrow. Malfoy just held his nose and spluttered. How dare you? You bitch. My father will hear about this. Lillian started laughing. Running to daddy, are we now, you little pussy? Draco pulled out his wand, a murderous expression on his face. But before he could say anything, Madame Hooch came back. What is going on here? She exclaimed. Malfoy tried to hit me with his broom and I punched him in self-defense, Madame Hooch. Lillian lied quickly and tried to look as innocent as possible. What? The mudblood is lying, yelled Malfoy. Language, Mr. Malfoy, she said, shocked. Mr. Potter, she said, turning towards him. Is Ms. Austen telling the truth? Harry looked at Lillian, who had a pleading expression on her face, and then at Malfoy. He remembered what Malfoy had called her and said, Yes, Madame Hooch, that's exactly what happened. Lillian grinned in relief and Madame Hooch rounded on Malfoy. That's 10 points from Slytherin and a detention with Filch for assaulting a girl. But they're lying, he tried to protest. I will not hear anything else now. Go back and stand next to your broom, she said in a no-nonsense tone. Malfoy went back and stood next to Harry and hissed, Why the hell did you lie? I told you not to use that word, didn't I? Harry said coldly. Malfoy just glared at him and didn't say anything. All right, same procedure. On the count of 3, I want all of you to kick off the ground and take a round of the Quidditch ground and come back. 1, 2, 3. Madame Hooch yelled, blowing her whistle. Harry kicked off the ground, feeling the wind blow against his face. His robes were fluttering, and with a fierce joy he realized flying was easy. It felt so natural to be on a broom. It was like he was born for flying. He clenched the broom tighter and zoomed high into the air, doing loops in the air. He went faster around the pitch and dove down towards the ground. He went faster and faster and didn't hear the girl scream or Madame Hooch blowing her whistle. All he knew and felt was the air swirling around him and the broom under him. He pulled out of his feet when was barely 20 feet above the ground and came to a stop next to Madame Hooch, grinning like a madman. Are you crazy, Potter? She screamed. You could have died. What are you talking about, ma'am? Harry asked. He looked around and saw everybody looking at him with an expression of awe and shock on their faces. Madame Hooch calmed down and asked him, Was that your first time on a broom, Mr. Potter? Yes, why? Brilliant, she muttered, ignoring him. Absolutely amazing. His first time on a broom. He is a natural. She suddenly turned back to the rest of the class and said, All right, that's enough for today. Class dismissed. Mr. Potter, please stay back. As everybody left the grounds, she turned back to Harry. That was amazing, Potter. The way you flew on the broom. Harry just nodded, wondering what she wanted. Tell me, how did you feel when you were in the air? I felt like this was what I was born to do. It was amazing, he said, his eyes shining. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Mr. Potter, you are a natural in the air, and it would disappoint me if you didn't try out for the Quidditch team next year. I'll talk to Severus and put in a good word about your flying skills. Harry just nodded, not knowing what to say. You may go, Mr. Potter. Yes, ma'am, he said, and ran to tell Blaise what Madame Hooch had said to him. As he entered the castle, he was stopped by Lillian. Oh, it's you. What do you want? He asked her. Nothing, I just wanted to thank you, about that thing with Malfoy, she said. No problem. Why did you do it? Harry's face darkened. I don't like it when he calls Muggleborns that word. Oh, cool, she said, staring intently at a stop above his shoulder. They didn't say anything for a while, but just looked around. Great flying, she said suddenly. Yeah, I loved it. Madame Hooch asked me try out for the team next year, he said, grinning. Oh, that's great. Good for you. There was another uncomfortable silence between them. Suddenly her face lit up. Oh, and thanks for last night. We had lots of fun, she said, grinning. Fun. Anyway, I'll see you around, she said quickly and turned heel and ran. Wah! Hey, wait, what are you talking about? He yelled after her as she ran into the next corridor. Freckles! He yelled, hoping she'd come back. He stared at the place she disappeared, wondering what the hell she was talking about, and was even more confused as to why she said being chased by Filch was fun. Girls, he grumbled. Always acting weird. Lillian, who had just reached the portrait hole, was cursing herself over and over again, wondering what possessed her to run like that. She told the fat lady the password and went to the common room to think about what she had just done, only to be blasted back by the noise volume in the common room. All the Gryffindors were cheering and clapping. "What the bloody hell? We welcome the new Queen of Gryffindor," yelled George Weasley, standing on a table with his twin brother. "Too right, dear brother of mine. Please welcome the one and only Ms. Lillian Mary Austen," yelled Fred Weasley, and everybody started hooting and cheering again. "What are you on about?" Lillian yelled over the noise of everybody's cheering. Lee Jordan came up to her and said, "Did you punch a Slytherin?" "Yes," she said. "And did you get him into trouble by lying about it?" Katie Bell asked, amidst hoots and whistles. "Yeah, what about it?" she asked them. "What about it?" said Fred, jumping down from the table. "You have done something every Gryffindor would dream of doing," said George, jumping next to his brother. "Thus, you are now legend in the House of Gryffindor," yelled Lee as everybody started cheering again. Lillian started laughing. "Well, let's hope this isn't the last time it happens." George faked a tear coming out of his eye. "Fred, a girl of our own blood." Fred patted him on the shoulder and said, "We'll have to teach her everything we know." "Well, I'm glad you all approve, but I really got to go and have a bath," she said, looking at everybody. Everybody cheered once more as she went towards the stairs to her dorm, and many people patted her on the back as she went. She didn't notice Hermione following her. She reached her room and collapsed on her bed laughing. "I hope you're happy. You should be ashamed of what you did, Lillian Mary Austen." "Oh, lighten up, Hermione, it was all in good fun." "Fun or not, you lied to a teacher and physically assaulted a student." Lillian sighed. "Hermione, you have got to pull yourself out of the world of books and rules and live life a little." Hermione, who was about to scold her some more, stopped and looked at her strangely. "Oh, well, I hope you at least thanked that Potter for saving your skin." Lillian stopped grinning immediately. "Yeah, I did," she said. "And I don't know why I ran like a chicken after that," she added under her breath. "What did you say?" asked Hermione. "Nothing. Nothing. I said I'm going for a shower." "Well, come out fast, we got charms in an hour." XXXXXX. October 31st, 1991. Almost 2 months had passed since Harry had come to Hogwarts, and he had settled down quite comfortably in the castle. He also hadn't spoken to Lillian since the flying lesson incident, and he couldn't be happier. Less contact with her was a good thing in his books. "Hey Harry, come on, let's go. The feast will be starting soon," said Blaise, walking out of the room. It was Halloween and the 10th death anniversary of Harry's parents. "You go on ahead, Blaise. I'll catch up later." "You sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure," Harry said, looking out of the window. "All right then, you better hurry up because the food is supposed to be delicious, even better than the welcoming feasts." "Yeah, cool, I'll be there," he muttered, having no intention of going to the feast. Blaise nodded and left the room. Harry sighed and looked at the moon's reflection on the lake. There were a few bats hanging on the trees, and he could see a few of the giant squid's tentacles. "I miss you, Mum, Dad," he whispered. "Wish you were here." He sat on the sill for another 15 minutes listening to the frogs croak and watched the bats and owls fly out to hunt before jumping out and deciding to go for a walk in the dungeons. He walked out of the common room and headed in a random direction. He was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that he didn't see someone walking towards him who didn't see him either. They banged into each other and fell on the floor. "Watch it, you idiot!" "You watch it yourself, moron," Harry snapped, rubbing his forehead, and looked ahead to see who it was. "Oh, hey Freckles. What have I told you about calling me that word?" she said angrily. "You told me not to call you that word," he said, smirking. She took a step closer to him and said, "So why are you still calling me that name? Because you don't like it?" She growled at him and was about to retort, but Harry quickly cut in and said, "Why are you not at the feast?" She stopped and looked at him and replied, "I didn't feel like going." He raised his eyebrows at that, and she elaborated further. "It's my mum's death anniversary," she said quietly. "Oh, sorry about that," he said. "So what about you? Why aren't you at the feast?" Harry shrugged. Same reason. Didn't feel like celebrating anything. Lillian didn't say anything but sat on the floor. Sit down. We don't have anything else better to do. Harry shrugged and sat opposite her, leaning on the wall. Cookie? She asked him, pulling out a packet. No thanks, I'm good. Suit yourself, she said and began to eat. Why'd you run that day? He asked her suddenly. Lillian blushed. I really don't know. It felt like the right thing to do at that moment. Harry just sighed and stared at the ceiling. Do you miss her? Your mother? Yeah, I do, but I don't even remember her, so that makes it less painful. Though I still look at her photographs once in a while, she said, munching on her cookies. I don't even know how my parents looked, Harry said. I've never seen any photograph of them. What? How come? Didn't your aunt ever show you any? She said, looking appalled. Harry laughed bitterly. Her? She hates me, no point in asking for a photo of my mom and dad in their house. I didn't even know their names until McGonagall told me, if you remember. Lillian didn't say anything but let him continue talking. She knew he needed to talk about it to somebody. I wish I had a photo or something to remember them with. Your father was a chaser in Gryffindor, she said suddenly, and your mother had gotten an award for being a prodigy in charms before she left Hogwarts. Really? How do you know that? He asked her, surprised at that information. Well, your dad has his name written on one of the Quidditch trophies, and your mom has a trophy too in the charm section with all the details written next to it. I saw them when you challenged Ron to a fake duel, she said, grinning. Harry laughed. Oh yeah, so you actually went with him? Yeah, wanted to check out the castle at night. So what happened? I mean, Filch was supposed to be there, but Weasley comes the next day yelling about me trying to kill him with 3-headed dogs, Harry said. He actually told you that? She exclaimed. Yup. So now tell me what happened? Well, we went to the trophy room eagerly waiting for you to arrive, but only you weren't there, but Filch was. So we ran for it, we meaning me, Ron, and Hermione. Granger was there too? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, don't interrupt me. Anyway, so we ran for it but came to a dead end with a locked door. So Hermione unlocks the door with some spell and we go in waiting for Filch to go away. While I was busy trying to hear if Filch had gone or not, Ron kept tugging at my shirt annoyingly, and when I turned around I saw this huge 3-headed dog staring at us with drool dripping from its razor-sharp, foot-long teeth. We fled from that room, choosing Filch over death, and ran nonstop back to our common room where we finally stopped and discussed about what we had just seen. Harry stared at her, mouth opened. So the dog was real? Yeah, it was. What the hell was it doing there? I have no idea, but it was standing on a trapdoor, and the door was on the 3rd-floor corridor. The corridor, Dumbledore said, was out of bounds. Harry said, realizing why it was out of bounds. You think it was guarding something? Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I'll go and ask Hagrid about it later, she said, more to herself. Who's Hagrid? He asked her. Oh, he's the gamekeeper, lives in the grounds in a hut. I meet him in my first week here. He's a really nice guy. Okay, you do that. Well, I think I better go. The feast I about to get over, and people will have a fit if they see a Slytherin and a Gryffindor sitting opposite each other, he said, standing up and holding his hand out to her. She took it and jumped up. Well, see you later then, he said, looking at her. She didn't reply but had a terrified expression on her face. Hello? I just said bye to you, he said, shaking his hand in front of her face. She still didn't say anything but pointed shakily behind him. What? He asked again. Look, be behind you, she stuttered. Huh, he said, turning around. His eyes widened as he saw the largest and ugliest beast he had ever seen holding a club in its thick hands. Fuck! He yelled as it raised its club ready to strike. Duck! He shouted and grabbed Lillian and pulled her to the floor as it swung the club, smashing it against the wall. Cracks formed all over the wall and the beast snarled. The beast roared as it raised its club again. Come on, run! He yelled, pulling her up and running away from it. They ran hard until they came to a dead end. Shit! Harry cursed. Shit is right, said Lillian in panic. This is just like last time, only there's no Filch but a fucking troll. They tried to back out but were trapped as the troll came in, blocking the exit. Harry took out his wand and tried to think of a spell to hit it with, but nothing came to his head. Both he and Lillian backed up against the wall, their eyes darting around trying to look for an escape. The troll swung its club sideways, but this time towards Lillian. "Austen, move!" Harry yelled, but she was frozen in her place. Swearing, he ran and pushed her out of the way but got hit in the process and was smashed into the wall. His back and ribs exploded in pain as he crumpled on the floor. "Harry!" Lillian screamed, terrified. Harry opened his eyes and saw the troll moving to hit him again. He knew if it hit him again he was going to be crushed. "Harry!" Suddenly time seemed to slow down. The pain in his body seemed to be diminishing and he began to hear lots of whispers around him. He was confused. What was going on? All the voices were whispering something similar but couldn't make out what it was. He saw his wand lying next to him and he picked it up to defend himself from whatever was making this happen, but as soon as he touched his wand he understood what the whispering was and he understood what it were trying to tell him. Everything seemed to go back to its normal speed. He saw the troll swing the club over its head ready to strike. He saw Lillian screaming at him to get out of the way and he felt the pain in his body returning. But he just raised his wand confidently and yelled, "Eradicopectus!" A yellowish-green light burst out of his wand and hit the troll in the chest, blasting it back. It fell on the floor hard and didn't move again. Lillian stumbled to her feet, her body shaking, and ran to Harry. "Harry! Harry! Are you okay?" Harry felt the world and everything in it begin to spin. He tried to move, but the pain was too much. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Lillian, looking concerned. Her pretty face swam in front of his eyes as spots of darkness began to obscure his vision. "I'm fine," he muttered and lost consciousness. "Harry!" Lillian yelled, panicking. "Holy fuck! Harry, wake up! Harry!" Suddenly she heard people running towards them. Thinking surprisingly fast, she quickly stuffed Harry's wand inside her pocket and pulled out her own. She dropped it near him, knowing the significance of Harry's wand and what could happen if anyone found out what it was. The headmaster, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell came running into the corridor. All four stopped dead in their tracks when they saw the sight in front of them. The troll was lying face down on the floor. The wall was broken in several places and Lillian Austen was kneeling next to an unconscious Harry, trying to get him to wake. Professor Dumbledore was the first to get into action. He pulled out his wand and started waving it over Harry. "What happened? Ms. Austen?" he asked her gently. Lillian forced herself to calm down and then looked at the headmaster in the eye. "Harry and I were talking in the dungeons and suddenly this troll shows up," she started shakily. "It tried to hit us, but we dodged and ran until we came to a dead end. It then tried to hit me, but Harry pushed me out of the way and he got hit in the process." Professor McGonagall gasped. He then picked up his wand and fired some weird yellow-looking spell at it, which blasted the troll back. "Harry then collapsed and then you showed up and now he won't wake up," she said with tears in her eyes. Professor McGonagall put her hand on her shoulder and told her not to cry and it was going to be okay. Meanwhile, Snape was checking out the troll. He looked up and beckoned the headmaster over. "What is it, Severus?" "The troll is dead. Its heart has been completely destroyed. How, I do not know," he said, looking grim. "You think Harry did that?" Dumbledore asked. "I told you I don't know. But first we must take the children to the hospital wing," Snape said. "You're right," he said, turning back to McGonagall. "Professor, please take the children to Madame Pomfrey. Ms. Austen, Harry is fine. He just has a few broken ribs." Both Lillian and McGonagall nodded. Professor McGonagall conjured a stretcher and levitated Harry into it and took him to the hospital wing with Lillian beside her. "I'll be expecting you in my office, Severus," said Dumbledore, looking at Snape. Snape just nodded and the headmaster walked away. Once everyone was gone, Snape walked towards Quirrell, grabbed his shirt and slammed him into the wall. "I know you did this, Quirrell. You better stay away from that corridor or you will regret it," he hissed. "I don't know what you're talking about, Severus." Snape just let go of his shirt and walked away. But just before he was out of sight, he heard Quirrell calling him. "And Severus, you better get that leg of yours checked. It's bleeding rather badly," he said without a hint of stutter in his voice. Snape paused, narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. He stood still for a moment, waiting for Coral to leave before going to the headmaster's office. Chapter 7: Stones and Mirrors. December 25, 1991. It was 8 a.m. when Harry woke. He got up, bleary-eyed, and dragged his feet to Blaze's bed to wake him up too, but found it empty. "Oh yeah, he's gone back home for Christmas," he muttered glumly. "Hooray for him." He stretched his hands and yawned widely, shirking the sleep from his mind. His room was a mess, and he picked out the strewn clothes and books one by one, feeling his bones creak while he bent. His diary of dark spells was stashed under the bed, and everything else was dumped in his wardrobe. Satisfied with the mild cleaning and knowing that the elves would polish the rest, he freshened up and went down to the common room. It was empty. Every single Slytherin had gone home to celebrate Christmas except for him. He aimlessly walked around the common room wondering what to do. That is, until he saw a small pile of presents addressed to him. "Hey, I got presents," he said, surprised. Who would send me presents? He wondered. He picked up the first and saw it was from Blaze. He ripped open the wrapping and saw it was a book that read, "Transfiguration and Defense for the Talented." "Wow, Blaze," he said in awe, opening the book and reading the contents. He then proceeded to open the rest of the presents. The Dursleys had sent him a tissue paper. He wondered how their gift had managed to reach the school, and he imagined McGonagall or Dumbledore might have had something to do with that. Draco had sent him a box of gold-colored chocolate frogs that were something like a limited edition item in the wizarding world. There was another large box with his name on it, and he was pleasantly surprised to see it was sent by Lillian. "That's a big gift," he muttered. He removed the covering and opened the box. Bang! Something shot out of the box and hit him hard in the eye. "Ouch!" He yelped and stumbled and fell behind. He then cautiously looked at the box from a little distance and saw a punching glove hanging out of it with a note pinned to it. That's sneaky shit for brains," he hissed in outrage. He pulled the note from the glove and began to read. "Hey Potter. Merry Christmas. Hope you like my present. There's a box of chocolates inside for you. Cheers. Mary." Harry was furious with himself for not suspecting a thing when he too had sent a similar present to her. "That good-for-nothing bitch, she's going to pay for that. Well, I hope she likes my present too, and I sure as hell am not going to eat those chocolates. She might have poisoned them." He was about to go back to his room to change when he noticed another package below the other boxes. He frowned and picked it up and opened it. A red cloak with silver linings fell out. He picked it up and gasped in awe. Felt like water, and the fabric was amazingly smooth. He spread the cloak and a note fell out. "Your father left this with me before he died. Use it well." He read it out loud. Wonder what that means." He tied the cloak on and went to the nearest mirror to see how it looked on him. He looked into the mirror and let out a strangled yell. "What the hell? My body is missing," he gasped and threw the cloak down. He looked back at the mirror and sighed in relief when he saw himself intact but now sporting a rapidly purpling eye. He looked at the cloak curiously and picked it up and covered himself completely and looked in the mirror only to find he wasn't there. He removed and put on the cloak at least 10 times before collapsing in one of the chair. "Wow," he breathed in admiration. "It's a bloody cloak which can make me invisible. Awesome," he said, his face breaking out into a wide grin thinking about the amount of sneaking he could do with that cloak. He broke out laughing, gathered his gifts together and went to his room to change and head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Gryffindor Common Room. "Hey Hermione, Mary," yelled Ron. "Get down here, we got presents." "Coming," Lillian yelled back and came bounding down the stairs, pulling Hermione along with her. She squealed when she saw her pile of presents and immediately began ripping them open. "Come on, Hermione. Stop acting like a stuck-up and open your presents." Hermione huffed and began to open her presents using her wand to remove the wrappers neatly. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Hermione, just rip them open," said Ron, pulling her wand from her hand and ripped the covering of her box. "Thanks a lot, Ronald," she said, gritting her teeth but smiled nonetheless. After a few minutes of ripping and laughing and squealing, there were piles of chocolates, books and clothes lying around. "Hey Mary, you got one more," said Hermione, throwing her a box. "Huh, it's from Potter," she said, surprised. Why would Potter be sending you Christmas presents? Sneered Ron. I sent him one too, she said with an evil smirk. And you should have sent him something nice, not a punching jack in the box, said Hermione, glaring at her. Hey, I put some chocolates too, you know, she said indignantly. Which will ensure he stays in the bathroom for the rest of the day, said Hermione dryly. Lillian laughed. Oh yeah, I forgot. Ron sniggered. Nice one, Mary. Thanks, she said brightly. Open his present already. Unlike you, he might have sent something nice, Hermione said, looking annoyed at their antics. Lillian rolled her eyes but opened the box anyway. Ron leaned over her to look into the box while Hermione just sat far from them in one of the armchairs. Poof! Brownish-black smoke came billowing out of the box. Both Lillian and Ron started coughing uncontrollably. Ron swore loudly. What the hell is this shit? Coughed Lillian. I don't know, Ron coughed back. Once the smoke had cleared, Hermione came over to them looking concerned. You two smell horrible, she said, wrinkling her nose. Ron's eyes widened in horror. What is it? Asked Lillian. Those were self-igniting dung bombs, he said, sniffing his arm, and nearly puked. And the smell wouldn't go away for 6 hours. What? Lillian screeched. That good-for-nothing, idiotic, brainless, moronic git. I'm going to kill him. Oh God, I stink. Hermione then started laughing. Oh, this is priceless, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. Both of you really think alike. Oh, shut up, Hermione Granger, or I am going to hug you, Lillian said, looking peeved. That shut Hermione up real quick. Well, we better go and change and head down for breakfast. What? Wailed Ron. I'm supposed to go down smelling like 1,000-year-old shit? Lillian nodded in agreement. You can't help it. Now better be a Gryffindor and change, and let's go to the Great Hall, she said firmly. They grumbled but went to change nonetheless. A few minutes later, they were on their way to the Great Hall. So, Hermione, did you find anything on Nicholas Flamel? Asked Lillian. No, not a thing. I've tried every book listing famous wizards in the past 100 years but found nothing on him. Maybe he's not famous, said Lillian. Maybe not, but Hagrid said he was good friends with Dumbledore, so his name should be mentioned somewhere, she said, looking frustrated. Flashback. Hey, Hagrid, Lillian said cheerfully. Oh, hello there, Mary. What brings you down here, and who are your friends? Oh, this is Ron and Hermione, she said, pointing at them. You're a Weasley, aren't you? How'd you know? Asked Ron, looking perplexed. I'd recognize the hair anywhere. Besides, I've spent half me time chasing your twin brothers from the forest, he said, chuckling. So what do you need? Oh, nothing, just came down to have a chat with you, that's all, Lillian said quickly before Ron opened his mouth and blurted out something. Well, that's nice off you, he said, removing a kettle from the fire. Tea, anyone? Yes, please, thank you, all three said together. They sat silently for a while before Hermione said, Say, Hagrid, do you know any 3-headed dogs living in the castle? What? How'd you find out about Fluffy? He asked, surprised. Oh, we saw it in the castle and it tried to eat us, exclaimed Ron. Oh, don't be daft. Fluffy's harmless. Well, do you know what it's guarding, Hagrid? Asked Lillian bluntly. Hagrid coughed and spluttered. How do you know it's guarding something? We guessed, said Hermione quickly. Now tell us, what's it guarding? I can't, it's a secret. So how's Hogwarts treating ya? He said, trying to change the topic. Oh, come on, Hagrid. Please tell us. We promise we won't tell anyone, said Lillian, giving a puppy dog look. No, I can't. Whatever Fluffy is guarding is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, he said firmly. Oh, so there is a Nicholas Flamel involved, huh? Lillian said, looking gleeful. I shouldn't have told you that, he muttered. Oi, where you three going? We're going to research on Nicholas Flamel. See you later, Hagrid, Lillian shouted, and they ran back to the castle. End flashback. Or maybe we aren't looking hard enough, Lillian murmured. What do you think, Ron? Huh. Yeah, whatever you say, Mary, he said hastily, not really paying attention. Well, we'll look through more books later, Hermione said, sighing. Yeah, sure, more books, Lillian said unenthusiastically. Hermione just rolled her eyes. I hope you two stop stinking soon. It's taking a toll on my nose. Lillian's face darkened and she balled her hand into a fist and hit the other. If I see that Potter now, he is going to get it from me, she said furiously as they entered the Great Hall. At the same time, Harry entered from the other end and saw Lillian and group entering the hall. He smirked and walked in her direction. There were a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs present in the hall, and no teachers had come yet. Oh, look, there he is, Hermione said, pointing at Harry. Lillian looked up immediately, then looked at Ron and Hermione and said, You two go ahead, I'll just come in a few minutes. Don't do anything stupid, Mary, Hermione warned. Of course not, Hermione, she said, but held her wand inside her pocket and walked towards him. That purple eye really brings out the color of your eye, she said to him sweetly. Did you try the chocolates? Oh my God, Freckles, Harry gasped, wrinkling his nose. You smell horrible. Her words were literally drowned in stink, and Harry took a few steps away from her, his eyes watering because of the smell. She clenched her jaws and her eyes radiated fury. Care to guess why? She ground out, through her teeth. Those dung bombs really bring out the color of your freckles, Freckles, he said, chuckling. Lillian clenched her teeth in anger. Haven't I told you not to call me that? She said, trying hard not to lose her temper. Harry just scratched his hair, and with a thoughtful look, he said, You might have mentioned it once or twice. I don't remember what it was, and would you please do something about that smell? He smirked when he saw how angry and irritated she looked. Every breath I take I am reminded of this stupid dung bomb, she growled irately. I shouldn't have settled for a punching box and laxatives. I knew you poisoned the chocolates, Harry exclaimed. You're pure evil, you know that? She temper snapped and she reacted on instinct, and her fist smashed into the side of his head. It was totally unexpected, and he never expected her to react like that, but on the other hand he should have expected it, remembering how she dealt with Malfoy. Throbbing pain burst forth from the spot she punched, and he stumbled back, feeling completely disoriented. One emotion did force its way through the pain, and it was retribution. He too reacted without thinking, and he punched her in the jaw, not caring that it was a girl he was hitting. Mary! Hermione screamed in horror. What the hell are you doing? Get thee away from her, Potter, Ron yelled. Harry and Lillian didn't hear Hermione and Ron scream. Their livid eyes had sight of only each other, and nothing else existed at the moment. Lillian jumped back up, drew her wand. You bastard! She spat, her common sense and self-control blinded by rage. Tarantalurga! Harry wanted to apologize for hitting her immediately when he realized what he had done, but her curse hit him and his legs started dancing uncontrollably. His temper snapped as well, and he yelled, Furnunculus! And at the same time she yelled, Densajo! Both spells rocketed past each other and hit the intended targets. Immediately boils started forming and breaking all over Lillian's body, and Harry's front teeth began to grow uncontrollably. Scabious! He shouted, cursing her body to itch, and Lillian dropped her wand and started itching herself furiously. She groaned as she started to scratch her skin raw, and Harry smiled viciously, stopping the growth of front tooth. Pelipulsum! He shouted, sending the punching hex right into her gut. Lillian went down with a groan. There were boils bursting all over her. She was itching herself like crazy, and she felt the air rush out of her body when the punching hex hit her. Densajo! He cast the teeth over growth hex on her as well. Harry raised his wand to curse her again, even though she was down, when someone yelled loudly, What in Merlin's name is going on here? Finite incantatum, said someone else. The boils on Lillian stopped bursting. Her front teeth stopped growing, and the itch vanished while Harry's legs stopped dancing. He had, to his shame, not learnt the counter-spell to stop his legs from dancing. It was Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who looked angrier than Harry had ever seen her. Will somebody please explain to me what is going on here? She said, her voice soft but deadly. I think we should take them to the hospital wing first, Minerva, and then bring them to your office, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling in amusement. McGonagall glared at him but nodded. You two follow me, she said, looking at Ron and Hermione. And you too, Do not expect me to levitate you, so get up and move towards the hospital wing, she said sharply. Immediately Harry and Lillian shot up, Lillian rather painfully. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was muttering about irresponsible and rash children while Harry and Lillian were sitting on the bed with their backs faced to each other. Outside, McGonagall stood in front of Ron and Hermione. Now please explain to me how those two ended up cursing each other. Well, Professor, Ron began importantly, we were calmly walking into the Great Hall when Potter comes out of nowhere and starts cursing Mary. Mary was forced to retaliate and Hermione screamed at me to find you, which I did. McGonagall looked at him in disbelief and Hermione just looked shocked. Is that what happened, Ms. Granger? Yes. No, Professor, she stammered. Then what did happen? She said, glaring at Ron. Hermione then told her about the Christmas present Harry and Lillian had sent each other, how she swore to get back at him and who exactly started the fight. After Hermione was done, McGonagall didn't say anything but took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. She then looked at Ron and said, Mr. Weasley, I would appreciate it if you took a bath. Ron blushed and muttering something about Potter and dung bombs. Take this note to Filch, Mr. Weasley. You are to serve detention with him now, she said. What? Why? He exclaimed. For trying to get a fellow student into trouble and for lying blatantly to your head of house. Now go, she said angrily. And Ms. Granger, get back to your common room. Yes, ma'am, Hermione said and ran back to the common room while Ron, cursing under his breath, went looking for Filch. McGonagall sighed and went back into the hospital wing. Are you done, Poppy? Of course, you can take them to the headmaster now, Minerva. Harry and Lillian exchanged nervous glances and followed McGonagall out. McGonagall led them to her office and ushered them in. It was a rather plain office with a single table and loads of paper scattered everywhere. There was a dark green cupboard at one corner, which too looked like it was overloaded with assignments and tests. There was a door beside it, which Harry assumed was her bedroom. Mr. Potter, Ms. Austen, please do take a seat, said Professor Dumbledore, conjuring two chairs out of the thin air. They went and sat in the chairs in front of McGonagall's table. Harry looked around and saw Professor Snape standing near him and Professor McGonagall near Lillian. He gulped when he saw the look in Snape's eyes. Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something but Lillian broke in. It's all Potter's fault, sir. I'm innocent. Harry gasped. She's lying, Professor. She started it. That is quite enough. The both of you, Snape said softly, and they shut up immediately. Professor McGonagall, would you kindly tell us what you learned from Ms. Granger? Dumbledore asked her. She nodded and relayed the entire incident from the incident with the Christmas gifts to the sadistic duel. Dumbledore didn't say anything but frowned and interlocked his fingers. Clearly my student is innocent in this matter, said Professor Snape. He only acted in self-defense. Really, Severus, he didn't have to curse her so badly for a punch, McGonagall said, defending Lillian. I punched her back then, cursed her, Professor, Harry said sullenly. You could have gone and told a professor, she said sternly. Harry snorted. And looked like a weakling in front of her and two dumb Gryffindors? McGonagall spluttered at the unconcealed disrespect while Snape grinned, his opinion of Harry changing for better. This does not change the fact that both of you dueled in the Great Hall, and you know that dueling is strictly prohibited in Hogwarts, Dumbledore said severely. So as punishment I will be taking 50 points from Gryffindor and a detention for starting the fight and 20 points from Slytherin for retaliating when he could have gone to a professor. That's so not fair, Lillian mumbled. I am not done, Ms. Austen, he said, the twinkle in his eyes at full blast now. You two will also be spending the rest of the Christmas vacations together. What? Harry asked, not understanding the last part. In other words, Dumbledore continued, you will be living together for the rest of the holidays. And oh? They both said together in horror. Even Snape and McGonagall looked surprised. Yes, he said. Professor McGonagall, Ms. Austen is weak in transfiguration, is she not? He asked her. That is correct, headmaster, she said, the sides of her lips twitching as she realized what the headmaster was planning. Very well, Mr. Potter, you will be teaching Ms. Austen the subject until your punishment is over. Your food will be delivered to you inside the room, and you will be allowed to leave your rooms for 2 hours every day to stretch your legs. It is up to you when you wish to leave. Both of you will have separate bedrooms to sleep, naturally, but will have to bear each other's company for the rest of the day, he said. No, Professor, you can't do that, Harry cried. She'll kill me in my sleep. She's a monster. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Potter, McGonagall snapped. She won't do anything to you, will she? She said, looking at Lillian. Oh, I don't know, Professor, accidents do happen, she said under her breath. See, she's already planning my horrific death, he yelled. That's quite enough, Ms. Austen, Mr. Potter. Both of them became quiet and settled for a glaring contest. Will my friends be allowed to visit me? Lillian asked sullenly, resentfully accepting her fate. Yes, Ms. Austen, they can come for half an hour at any time each day, Dumbledore said. Thank God for that, she said, relieved. This is bullshit, Harry burst out. Why am I being punished because of her stupidity? She's the one who started the fight, not me. You did send her a dung bomb as a Christmas gift, did you not? Dumbledore said. Whether she started it or not, I think it's safe to assume you two will get into a fight in the future as well. Harry stared at the ground angrily. All right, if you'd follow me, I'll take you to your new living quarters, he said, standing and moving out of his office. He led them towards the staff room and into an abandoned classroom. He pulled out his wand and began transforming the room. After about 5 minutes, a dirty classroom had been transformed into a room having 4 comfortable chairs along with a dining table and a fireplace. There was a study table in one corner and 2 separate rooms plus a single bathroom. It was well lit and was quite comfortable and cozy. Suddenly the arrangement didn't feel all that bad. This, Ms. Austen, Mr. Potter, will be your new rooms for the next 7 days, until everybody returns. Your trunks and other belonging are already in your respective bedrooms. You can go and inspect your rooms if you wish, Dumbledore said. They both nodded and headed towards the same door. Harry caught the handle before she did, and her hand scraped his. He raised his eyebrows at her, and she huffed and moved to the other room and went it. Dumbledore chuckled. What's so funny, Albus? McGonagall asked. Dumbledore didn't say anything but began to count. 5, 4, 3, 2. And on cue the doors opened and them both walked out, Harry red in the face. As he passed by her, he muttered, "Ugly pink panties." Lillian turned bright red and hissed furiously, "You opened my trunk." "How was I supposed to know it was yours?" he hissed back. "My name was written on it." "Well, I didn't see it." "I hope the rooms are fine, children," Dumbledore interrupted, trying not to chuckle. "Yes, sir, they're fine," Harry muttered. "Fine my arse," Lillian said, looking furious. "Okay then, we shall take our leave while you two get comfortable. If you need anything, just press that blue button on the wall. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, Professor McGonagall will come to supervise Mr. Potter teaching Ms. Austen. Have a good day," he said, and walked out of the room, Professor Snape following him out. "Professor McGonagall, will you inform my friends where to find me?" Lillian asked her. "Yes, of course," she said, and went out, shutting the door behind her. A minute after the professors left, Harry jumped up and tried to open the door only to find it locked. Damn, they actually locked the door. "Of course, you fool, it wouldn't be much of a punishment if it weren't," she said, sinking into one of the chairs. "This isn't punishment, this is torture," he said, dropping himself into another chair opposite her. "And it is your entire fault," he added accusingly. "My fault?" she exclaimed. "You're the one who sent me the dung bomb." "And you didn't send me anything, did you?" he said sarcastically. "And you didn't punch me first at all." Lillian didn't say anything but just stared at the fireplace. "You really wear pink underwear?" Harry asked, sniggering. "Shut up," she yelled, throwing a pillow at him, turning red. Gryffindor Common Room, 12:30 p.m. Professor McGonagall entered the common room looking around for Ron and Hermione and found them sitting in front of the fireplace with books around them. She walked over to them and greeted them. "Mr. Weasley, Ms. Granger." "Oh," Hello, Professor, Hermione said quickly, shutting the book she was reading. What happened to Mary? She is serving her punishment with Mr. Potter for the rest of the vacation. What punishment did she get? Hermione asked fearfully. McGonagall smiled. Oh, nothing much. Just that she'll be staying with Potter for the rest of the Christmas holidays, and he will be tutoring her in Transfiguration and Defense. Both Ron and Hermione had horrified looks on their faces. She has to stay in a room with that Slytherin? Ron said, shocked. Yes, Mr. Weasley. That is what the headmaster decided. Can we go and see her? Hermione asked. Yes, you may, but for 30 minutes only. The room is next to the staff room and the password is peace. Have a good day, she said, left. Blimey, poor Mary, Ron said, looking at Hermione. Well, she does deserve it, more than him. Deserve it? Hermione, she punched a Slytherin who sent her dung bombs. Why would she deserve it? She deserves it, Ron, because she punched him first and she'd also sent him a gift equally bad as the one he sent her. He's a Slytherin, Hermione, and Slytherins deserve nothing better than what she did to him. You are a prejudiced, narrow-minded idiot, Ronald. Now get back and read those books I gave you. We should have a little good news for Mary when we go and meet her. Yeah, he grumbled and picked up a book and started flicking through it. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Later that day, both Lillian and Harry were sitting in their makeshift common room. Harry was reading the book Blaise sent him and Lillian was eating some chocolates and writing in her diary. She kept scribbling in her diary and occasionally stared out of the window. After a while, she closed her diary, started drumming her fingers on the table. She kept shifting her position on the chair and glared at Harry from time to time. Harry, for his part, didn't even move. He was completely engrossed in his book and didn't even notice her making noises and glaring at him. This is so boring, she said. Harry just nodded. Aren't you bored? Harry didn't respond. I'm talking to you, you know, she said, getting irritated. Harry still didn't respond. She picked up a piece of chocolate and chucked it at him, but he just raised his hands and stopped it in midair and moved it back to its box. How he gets on my nerves, she muttered under her breath. She then got up and moved next to him. Potter, she yelled in his ear. This time he did respond. He dropped his book and fell out of his chair. What the hell do you want? He said angrily, rubbing his ear. Nothing, she said smugly and went back to her chair. Harry just growled in annoyance, picked his book up and muttered, Bitch, under his breath, but she heard it. What did you call me? She said, her voice low and menacing. He didn't bother replying again. I asked you a question, Potter. Still no response. For eyes, scarhead, green-eyed freak, slimy Slytherin, scumbag, she said, trying to get him to react, but he still didn't do or say anything except turn the page of his book. She then picked up the jar of water and was going to throw it at him when it was suddenly jerked out of her hand and she was levitated into the air. Put me down, Potter, she screamed. Put me down, you slime ball. But Harry just moved her to the entrance of the bathroom with his wand, lifted his other hand and opened the door and dropped her inside. He then shut the door and murmured a locking charm. Lillian started banging the door and screaming, Let me out, you jerk! Let me out or you're going to pay. Harry just smiled and continued reading his book calmly like nothing had happened at all. After 5 minutes of shouting and banging, she started pleading, Potter, I'm sorry. Being locked in this room is really messing with my head. I won't bug you, I promise. Harry, please open the door, she tried, saying his first name but to no avail. Inside, she had a mug of water ready in her hand if he did open the door. She really was bored to death, and this was the only way she could entertain herself. Suddenly, the door to their room opened and in walked Ron and Hermione. Oh, it's you too, he said, looking up from his book. Yes, it's us, Hermione said rather coldly while Ron just sneered at him. Where's Mary? Bathroom, he grunted. Lillian started banging the door again. Harry, please let me out. I swear I'll leave you alone, she begged. You locked her in. She was irritating me, he said, looking back at his book and turning the page casually. You bastard! How dare you lock her in? Who the hell do you think you are? Ron yelled. Shut your dirty mouth, Weasley. Why don't you unlock the door and ask her why I did it? Hermione pulled out her wand and said, Alohomora, pointing her wand at the lock, but nothing happened. She frowned and tried again, but it didn't unlock. You used a different locking charm, didn't you? She asked curiously. Harry smiled and said, Yep. Well, unlock the damn door then, you slimy shit. Ron sneered. You watch your tongue, Weasel, or it just might vanish one of these days. He said, but pointed his wand at the lock and murmured, Patafatio. The lock clicked open and Ron yanked the door open. Splash. Ron was drenched and water spread all over the floor. Ron! Lillian yelped. Shit! I'm so sorry, I thought it was him, she said, jerking her head towards Harry, who was leaning back into his chair smirking. And no, it's all right, he said, shivering. Need a drying charm, Weasley, Harry drawled. Not from you, he spat. Hermione, a drying charm, please, he said, looking at her. I don't know one, she said, looking at Harry incredulously. She couldn't believe that he knew more spells than her. Oh, come on, let's go to the study, Lillian said, impatiently pulling the two of them. Please tell me you found out something. I've been dying of boredom in here. Hermione sighed. I couldn't find anything while Ron here was no help at all. Awesome. Now what do we do? I thought you could, ask him, Hermione said. Are you crazy, Hermione? For all we know, he might be trying to steal it, hissed Ron. Lillian rolled her eyes. He didn't even know about the dog, Ron. I'm sure he isn't trying to steal whatever is down there. What you mean he didn't know? Does he know now? Hermione asked. Yeah, the night of the troll incident we were chatting and I told him what happened, she said, running her hands through her hair. Why would you do that? Hermione hissed. We were talking, all right, and it was his parents' death anniversary. He was looking miserable. There was silence for a while. So how is it living with a Slytherin Mary? Ron asked her. Yeah, and why did he lock you in the bathroom? Demanded Hermione. She blushed. Oh yeah, about that. It was kinda my fault. Hermione raised her eyebrow, demanding a further explanation. I was irritating him, throwing stuff at him and yelling at him because I was bored and he wasn't responding. So I got pissed and was about to throw that water jug on him when he suddenly levitated me and locked me in the bathroom, she said sheepishly. He levitated you? With what spell? Don't know and don't care. Dirty Slytherin, muttered Ron. Honestly, Ron, you utter another word about Slytherins and I'm going to seal your mouth, snapped Hermione said, quite irritated with his rants about Slytherins. Anyway, we got to go now, Hermione said, looking at the clock. What? So soon? Yeah, sorry Mary, but our half hour is up. If we don't go now, we won't be allowed to visit. Lillian sighed. Yeah, see you later then. And don't forget to ask him about Nicholas Flamel, Hermione whispered. Yeah, sure, Lillian said unenthusiastically. See you later, Mary, said Ron, walking out of the room. Bye, Ron, Hermione, she said and shut the door. She then went back and sat in the chair next to the fireplace, staring at the fire burning and crackling merrily. Hey, Harry, she said suddenly. What is it now? What do you know about Nicholas Flamel? She asked, holding her breath in anticipation. Why do you want to know about him? He asked curiously. Just answer the question. Not until you tell me why. But you know who he is, right? She asked, annoyed. Yeah, I do. Now why do you want to know? She closed her eyes for a moment and debated whether she should tell him or not. You remember the dog I told you about? Yeah, he said, wondering where this was going to go. I also said it was guarding something. And you found out what it was guarding? Harry asked skeptically. No, of course not, but we found out it is guarding something that belongs to a Nicholas Flamel. Really? Yeah, Hagrid let it slip. He said whatever the dog was guarding was between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry didn't say anything but was lost in his thoughts. Nicholas Flamel is known for making the Philosopher's Stone, he thought. So if the dog is guarding something that belongs to him, then it has to be the stone. Harry, you gonna tell me who he is now? She asked him. Harry didn't reply but dug his hands deep into his pockets and pulled out a card and gave it to her. A chocolate frog card of Dumbledore? She asked him uncertainly. Just turn it over and read it, he said. Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and for his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. That's him. So he's an alchemist, what about it? How is that going to help us to find out what the dog is guarding? She asked without stopping, the excitement evident in her voice. Geez, you don't read it all, do you? Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, he said. The Philosopher's Stone? What's that? She asked, looking confused. Man, you really are useless, aren't you? He said, cleaning his glasses. Will you just tell me? It's a stone which produces the elixir of life, which for your information is a potion which grants immortality, and it can convert any metal to pure gold. Wow, she whispered. Wow is right, and apparently Flamel and his wife are about 600 years old, he said. That's just unreal. The guy must look ancient, she exclaimed. Yeah. Now you mind telling me why did you want to know about the stone? We think someone is trying to steal it, she said bluntly. Whoa, rewind. What you mean someone is trying to steal it? What I mean is Hermione, Ron, and I think someone is trying to steal the stone. So what you mean is you, the know-it-all, and the weasel think someone is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which has been hidden by Dumbledore under his nose without getting caught? He said slowly. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And who do you think is trying to steal it? He asked her. Your head of house. Harry stared at her and then started laughing. And why would you think that? Lillian sighed, looking annoyed. Would you stop laughing? Sorry, please do continue, he said, still chuckling. Do you remember the night the troll attacked us? He immediately stopped laughing. Yeah, what about it? After you passed out, Snape, the headmaster, McGonagall, and Quirrell came running to find the troll. But all they found was you passed out and the troll dead, and nobody knows how. Yes, I know all that. Your point? He said impatiently. I noticed Snape's leg was all bloody as if it had been bitten and he was limping, and the only way that could have happened was if he were in the third-floor corridor. What I thought was he might have let the troll in as a diversion and tried to steal the stone. Harry thought over what she had just said and then replied, I don't think it's Snape who is trying to steal it, if anybody is actually trying to steal the stone. Why would you think that? She asked. Because I've seen him with Quirrell, and half the time they're arguing over something. Snape keeps warning him, but Quirrell just stammers back his innocence. So how does that make Snape innocent? I mean, if he's threatening Quirrell, then maybe he's trying to get Quirrell to steal the stone for him, and how do you know all this? I'm a Slytherin, he said simply. And whatever Weasley says about Slytherins being evil, well, tell him to stuff his head down the toilet. The reason I'm saying this is because every time I look at Quirrell my scar starts itching and he always gives me the creeps, he said, a shiver running down his spine. Oh, come on, Potter, you've seen the way he is. He stutters half the time and stuffs garlic in his turban, she said, laughing. Appearances can be deceiving. If anyone is trying to steal the stone, it's got to be Quirrell, and Snape must be trying to stop him. Yeah, maybe, but whoever is trying to steal the stone, we got to stop them, she declared. Whoa, slow down there. There is no we, it's just you, Weasel, and Beaver. No Potter involved, you got that? He said firmly. Well, I'll leave you to your plotting. I've got a book to read and dinner to eat. Bye, he said, and went and sat on the window with his book in one hand. Soon dinner appeared on the table and they both ate silently. It was already nighttime when they finished. He had spent more than an hour talking to Austen. He sighed and went back to reading his book. Lillian, meanwhile, was sitting next to the roaring fire thinking about what Harry had just said. She was so deeply lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice the fire licking her hands as if it were caressing them lovingly. But she did notice the cold December air rushing in through the window, chilling her bones up and making her move closer to the fire. Potter, close the damn window. The cold air is freezing my bones, she said. What are you talking about? There's a nice wind blowing outside. Well, I'm feeling cold, so please shut the windows. Fine, fine, I'm going to bed anyway. Good night, he said and went to his room, changed and went to sleep almost the second his head hit the pillow. It had been one hell of a Christmas and he was glad it was over. XXXXXXX. December 27th, 1991. Harry was mad. That girl had been in the bathroom for more than half an hour now and he really needed to go fast. Why the hell hadn't Dumbledore provided 2 bathrooms, he thought irritably. He banged on the bathroom door again. Freckles, you better come out right now or I'm coming in regardless of your current state of dress. You dare not, Potter. I'm sure you don't want to see me naked, she yelled back. Damn, she's right, he muttered to himself but yelled back nonetheless. I don't care, I'm coming in. He moved to open the door praying that she was dressed, and as he reached out to the handle the door opened and she came out, her hair all wet and with a towel in her hand but fully dressed. Geez, Potter, can't you wait for a little while? Little while? You were in there for almost 45 minutes. Yeah, and I'm out now, so get in and wash yourself. I don't want to have a smelly tutor. Shut up, he said annoyed and went into the bathroom banging the door hard. An hour later both Harry and Lillian were sitting at the table while McGonagall just hovered in the background. All right, Austin, transfigure this matchstick into a needle, Harry said, removing a matchstick from his pocket. Yes, sir, she muttered and pulled out her wand and pointed it at the matchstick and muttered an incantation half-heartedly. Will you do it seriously? I'm not exactly having the time of my life here, you know, he said, clenching his teeth. Now do it again. She tried it again and again and again, but the matchstick refused to change into a needle completely. All right, stop, he said after 15 minutes. What are you thinking when you're trying to transfigure the matchstick? I'm thinking about changing the matchstick into a needle. And? He asked her. And what? That's it. What else do I need to think about? Harry sighed and pinched the front of his nose. Freckles, I mean Austin, he said hastily after McGonagall and Lillian gave him a nasty glare. Transfiguration is all about intent, not spell work like the know-it-all believes. You have to want to change the matchstick into a needle. You have to imagine a needle in your head. Its shape, how it looks, how it feels when you hold it and then say the incantation. Think of the matchstick not as a matchstick but a needle. All you're trying to do is change it to its original form. All this time she listened to him, giving her undivided attention, and McGonagall was rather impressed by his understanding of transfiguration. Not many students were able to grasp the true meaning of transfiguring an object. Now try it, he said to her. Lillian closed her eyes and did all he told her to do and then said the incantation. The matchstick slowly changed into silver but was still as brittle as wood. He waved his wand over the matchstick and changed it back into its original form and told her to try again. After an hour of rigorous practice, Lillian had finally managed to change her matchstick into a needle and was looking pleased with her work. Good. Tomorrow we'll work on changing it back into a matchstick and then we'll move on to bigger and tougher things, Harry said. Excellent work, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, looking at him approvingly. The headmaster will be pleased to know that you two are getting along fine. Oh, we aren't getting along at all, Professor, Lillian said cheerfully. We just make it a point to stay away from each other. Right, that's some improvement, I suppose, she said slowly and left the room. They did nothing for the rest of the day except get thoroughly bored and argue occasionally. Harry was almost done with his book and was practicing a few spells from it while Lillian kept walking around the room making weird noises when she passed Harry. At times she would sit and pretend playing the drums on the table, and sometimes she would just stare at the ceiling lost in her thoughts. Catch, Harry said, suddenly throwing his book at her after he finished it. Ha! Ah! She yelped, startled to see a big book coming flying at her, but managed to catch it. What the hell was that for? Read it. Maybe then you'll stop moving around making sounds like a monkey and actually do something useful. She just gave him a nasty glare. How I wish I could just wring his neck right now, she muttered under her breath, opening the book to see what was so interesting in it that had him so engrossed in it. Harry, on the other hand, just went back to his room and came out with another book titled The Big Book of Charms. You're gonna read another book? Lillian exclaimed. Yeah, "And you're going to read that and not annoy me today or I'll be locking you back in the bathroom," he said. She was going to say something, but Harry cut in again. "And you know you can do nothing to stop me." She was peeved at the fact that she actually couldn't do anything to him. She sighed, tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and turned her back on him and decided to read the damn book, which was named Defense and Offense. She glanced at the clock from time to time wondering when Hermione and Ron would show up. She couldn't wait to tell them all she had found out about Nicholas Flamel, but it was just 3 p.m. She sighed, folded her legs and began to read. An hour later, Ron and Hermione finally came to visit. "Hermione, Ron!" She squealed and jumped up and hugged Hermione. "Finally, you guys show up." "Hey Mary, how you been doing?" asked Hermione, smiling. "It's been utterly, completely and horribly boring." "Really? I thought Potter had to tutor you and you would have been busy practicing?" said Hermione, frowning. "That was only in the morning. I've done nothing after that." "Well, you should have been revising or at least reading some books," Hermione said, looking disapproving. "Oh, shut it, Hermione, you're sounding like Potter now. He does nothing but read books all day. Here, he gave me this book to read. Check it out. I'm sure you'll like it," she said, handing the book to Hermione. "Defense and Offense," she read out loud. She then checked out the contents and her eyes widened in shock. "Mary, this is almost 4th-year level transfiguration. He couldn't be actually doing this stuff," she said in shock. "Beats me," Lillian said, shrugging. "He's done nothing but read this book and practice magic since we've been in here. Anyway, I got great news for you too," she said, her eyes glowing. "What? Did you find out about Flamel?" Ron said, finally opening his mouth. "Yeah, and you won't believe it," she said. "He knew, didn't he?" Hermione asked her. Jealousy rose in her like a poison at the fact that Harry was better than her in every field she could think of. "Yeah, but I had to tell him why we needed to know and all the other details." "What? Why would you do that?" spluttered Ron. "He's a bloody Slytherin, Mary, and Slytherins are always up to no good." Both Hermione and Mary just ignored him. "And what did he say?" asked Hermione, holding her breath in anticipation. "Fluffy is guarding the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione gasped. "So I guess you know what it is, huh?" "Will somebody please tell me what this stone thingy is?" Ron said, confused like he always was. "It's a stone which can produce a liquid which can make a person immortal and can turn any metal into gold," she said, looking amazed. "Wow," whispered Ron. "A stone that can turn anything to gold. Anybody would want it," he said to himself. "Just imagine how rich you could get." And he was lost in his own world, imagining himself rich and famous. Suddenly Ron snapped out of his daydreaming and turned to Hermione and said, "Did you tell her about Hagrid?" Hermione looked uncomfortable. "I don't think we should make her worry about that, considering the situation she is in." What is it? Tell me, Hermione," she demanded. "Well, you see, Hagrid Air kind of has a baby dragon in his hut," Hermione said. Lillian just stared at her, mouth opened. "He what?" she shrieked. "Yeah, but don't worry," Ron said, trying to look important. "I wrote to my brother Charlie, who works with dragons in Romania. He'll be coming over tonight and take the dragon from Hagrid." "That's great. But still, where did he get the dragon from?" "Didn't ask. We were too shocked at seeing a dragon coming out of an egg," Ron grunted. "Okay. Well, you better tell me what happens tonight when you come here tomorrow, you understand?" she threatened. Sure. We'll see you tomorrow then, Chow," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. "See you later then." Little did Lillian know that the next time she saw her friends would be only until her punishment was done with. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX astronomy tower after successfully giving the dragon to Charlie and his friends. They were caught by Filch. Apparently he heard a lot of noise coming from the tower, and when he went to investigate he found those two standing there doing nothing. That's what he told McGonagall, leading her to dock 100 points from Gryffindor and banning them from visiting Lillian. Harry continued tutoring Lillian, and they had progressed up to larger inanimate objects. Lillian would continue trying to provoke Harry into a fight to amuse herself, but he had grown immune to her taunts and just kept reading his books and kept himself busy practicing the spells in them, much to her disappointment. It resulted in her doing some reading and practicing magic on her own time as well. January 10th, 1992. It was the last day of their confinement and Lillian and Harry were sitting in their tiny common room with the headmaster. "I hope you two have learned not to jump at each other's throats at any given time, and I sincerely hope that there will be no more incidents such as this," Dumbledore said, looking at them in the eye. "It was just one incident and you all are acting like we've been doing this from day one," Lillian grumbled. "Excuse me," McGonagall said, shocked. "Why are you acting like we hate each other?" she demanded. "We've been civil with each other even though we are from houses that apparently hate each other, and one funny incident results in all of you behaving like we're sworn enemies or something." "She means to say we've learnt our lesson," Harry said hastily. "And it won't happen again." Lillian just huffed and looked away. "Good. The whole idea of this punishment was to make you realize that you can get along with each other if you just tried," Dumbledore said happily. Lillian wanted to punch him as well. "You may go back to your respective common rooms now. The train will be arriving any time now." "What about our belongings?" Harry asked. "They will be in your room once you get there." They nodded and went to their respective common rooms. Harry slowly walked back to his common room, thinking about all that had happened since he had come to Hogwarts. He had found a good friend in Blaise, an enemy in Weasley, an interesting friend in Lillian, and was Flitwick's favorite student. His life had changed so much just by receiving a single letter. But he was glad that it had. If not, he would still be stuck at Privet Drive and be attending some substandard school that they Dursleys would choose for him. His eyes darkened as he remembered what had happened on Halloween. It had certainly been an eventful night, but what had happened to him, while he was unconscious, made the troll attack pale in comparison. He reached the entrance to his common room and went up to his room. He was surprised when he saw Blaise sitting on his bed unpacking. "Hey Blaise, what are you doing back early? I thought the train wasn't due for another hour or so." "Oh hey Harry, I didn't come by the train, came by Portkey. Where have you been? I thought you'd be in here waiting for everyone to come back. My solitary confinement just came to an end." "Say what? Care to repeat that?" Blaise said, looking lost. "I said that my punishment, which lasted the whole vacation, just came to an end," Harry said, making it sound like an everyday occurrence. "What the hell? Sit and explain to me. What in Merlin's name are you trying to say?" he said, unable to make heads or tails of what his best friend was saying. Harry sighed. "You have the brain power of Weasley, Blaise," he said, and explained to him what had happened over the last week or so. After he was done, Blaise had a pensive expression on his face before he broke out laugh uncontrollably. "Oh, this is hilarious. You were stuck with Austin for a whole week. I'm surprised you didn't tear each other apart." "Laugh all you want, Blaise," Harry said, annoyed at his reaction. "We didn't kill each other even though everyone assumed that we would. She did try her level best to irritate the crap out of me, but it didn't work. Now stop acting like an idiot and let's go for the feast." "Yes, sir," Blaise mocked. Later in the night, Harry lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep despite having a satisfying meal. He had been in a dull mood all day long for no reason at all and couldn't concentrate when he tried to read his books. He got up from his bed and poured himself a glass of water. He glanced at his trunk, remembering he still hadn't put his cloak to good use. "Would it harm anyone if I toured the castle invisible?" he mused. Suddenly making up his mind, he removed his cloak from his trunk and snuck out of the common room. He walked around aimlessly, appreciating the freedom of not being seen by anyone and being away from all the whispers and glares. He kept walking, examining the beautiful sculptures and paintings, fully appreciating the beauty of Hogwarts. On his way past the trophy room, he noticed a silver light coming out of a room close by. He made sure he was covered with the cloak completely and made his way cautiously to the room and entered. It was a small room with a huge silver-lined mirror in the center. It was shining under the moonlight streaming in from the open window, and he stepped in front of it expecting to see his reflection, but instead, he saw nothing. "Weird," he muttered. He then noticed some writings on the top of the mirror, "Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi." It absolutely made no sense to him. He looked back at the mirror and to his surprise he saw a waterfall. He leaned closer and the scene in the mirror expanded. It was beautiful. There were several mountains around and one of them had a large waterfall pouring from it. At the bottom of the mountains there was a large open space which was covered in ice and they were shining like diamonds under the open sky. A little river was flowing from the river and there were trees growing from the river itself. Suddenly he noticed 3 people running around, laughing and playing with each other. They came closer and closer to him, and when he saw who they were he gasped and backed away in shock. It was him with a man who looked very similar to him and a woman who had dark red hair and green eyes just like his. It was the same woman he had seen in his dreams. He slowly went closer to the mirror and touched it. Immediately the man and woman stopped and looked at him curiously while his mirror image just smiled happily. Then his mind froze in shock. "It can't be! It's just not possible!" He muttered to himself, shaking his head. He calmed himself down and whispered, "Mom? Dad?" They nodded and waved at him, hugging the Harry standing with them. Harry was shocked. He just couldn't believe it. He dropped his invisibility cloak to the floor and tried to touch his parents, his eyes watering. But he couldn't, it was like they were just out of reach. Suddenly he was enraged. How dare this mirror show him the things he was missing in life? How dare it try to give him false happiness and keep it just out of reach? How dare it mock him like this? He pulled out his wand, ready to blast the thing out of existence. His hand began to shake with indecision. He really wanted to destroy the mirror, and at the same time he wanted to keep staring at the image of his parents. He didn't want to have to make a choice. "Hello, Harry. What might you be doing here?" Harry turned around quickly and saw Headmaster Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway. Dumbledore had just arrived and was alarmed to see a furious Harry Potter standing in front of the mirror, his wand out and ready to destroy the mirror. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at seeing the headmaster but quickly regained his composure and hid his wand up his sleeve. "Are you going to punish me?" he asked the headmaster, not wasting time with pleasantries. "Why would I do that?" Dumbledore replied, amused. "I'm out of bounds, it's..." He glanced at his watch. 2:00 in the morning, so yes, I think you would want to give me detention. Dumbledore laughed. "Sorry to disappoint, Harry, but I'm not quite in the mood today. So did you figure out what the mirror is?" he asked Harry. "No. It's called the Mirror of Erist. It shows a man his heart's deepest desires." "I see," Harry said indifferently. "What did you see in the mirror, Harry?" he asked the boy gently. Harry's eyes clouded in pain and anger. "I saw life and death," he replied. If Dumbledore was surprised at Harry's answer, he didn't show it. "If you're not going to punish me, I'm going back to bed, Professor." Dumbledore nodded and motioned him to leave, but before Harry left he spoke again. "Oh, and Harry, I could advise you not to go looking for the mirror again. It can cause even the bravest of wizards to go mad." Harry didn't reply immediately. "Don't worry, Headmaster. If I see that mirror again, you might just find its remains," he said and walked out of the door, leaving behind a slightly thoughtful and worried headmaster. "I wonder what he saw that made him react like that," he mused. "He is not what I expected him to be, though," he added, looking sadly at the reflection of a man with golden hair and a woman laughing in the mirror. Chapter 8, Murderer. June 10th, 1992. "Master, shouldn't we wait until everybody has left the sea castle?" "Silence, you fool. Do not question my judgment," rasped a weak but piercing voice. "Why, yes, Master. When do you wish to retrieve the stone?" "Tonight, my dear Quirrell. Tonight I will be reborn. Tonight the world will witness the return of Lord Voldemort. And the first thing I am going to do is to take over this school and kill that muggle-loving fool, Albus Dumbledore." "What about Potter, my lord?" Quirrell asked, trembling. "Potter will join me after I show him the power of the dark side. He is meant to be by my side if he is a true Slytherin. If not, he will die. Tonight is the dawn of a new era," Lord Voldemort said in glee. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was the last week of the year at Hogwarts and Harry and Blaise had just finished their last exam of the year, practical transfiguration. Finally, exams are over and we can go home, Blaze said cheerfully. Harry and Blaze were sitting at the edge of the lake, chucking stones into the water, seeing who threw the furthest. Hooray! I'm so thrilled I'm going home, Harry said sarcastically. What's wrong? Blaze asked, frowning. Not looking forward to the summer? In answer to your questions, Blaze, you know how the Dursleys are, and I might have forgotten to tell you that I hate summer. Why do you hate summer? It's like the best time of the year. I hate the summer because I've to stay with the bloody Dursleys for 2 whole months. Do their chores, eat terrible food, and feel the bloody heat trying to vaporize me, said Harry irritably. He really hated summer. I feel for you, mate, Blaze said, sympathetically patting his friend's back. Maybe you can come over to my place. It's the best mansion amongst all the purebloods. My mom has great taste. That would be great only if they allow me to go, he replied, sighing. Anyway, we'll see what to do later, he added, walking towards a spot by the lake. On the way, he noticed Lillian, Hermione, and Ron running towards the gamekeeper's hut near the forest with a look of worry and anxiety on their faces. Where are those 3 running to? Asked Blaze. Probably interfering in others' business. They're Gryffindors after all, he said in a bored voice. Blaze sniggered. Well said, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Slytherin. Yeah, whatever. So how did your exams go? Harry asked Blaze. They were all right. Defense, astronomy, potions, and charms were pretty good. Almost failed in transfiguration and nearly fell asleep during history, he said with a grin. What about you? Walk in the park, Harry said, shrugging. I was expecting something harder. Blaze rolled his eyes. I thought you might say that, after seeing that cool you transfigured, he exclaimed. It was nothing, Harry said, amused. Please, scoffed Blaze. Everyone barely managed to transfigure theirs into a wooden box, and you transfigured yours into a silver box with the Slytherin crest on it. I'm good, aren't I? Said Harry with an air of self-importance. Even Granger just managed to transfigure hers into a pretty slick, polished box, and don't even get me started on yours charms practical. Are you comparing me to Granger? Because if you are, I'll fry you and feed you to the giant squid. Besides, Granger is all books and no skill. Hate to break it to you, Harry, but the giant squid is a vegetarian. How do you know that? Harry asked, raising his eyebrows. I just do, he said, sticking his nose in the air. Privileged information which cannot be shared with non-Zabinis. Harry sighed and sat on the grass, leaning against a tree. Whatever you say, Blaze, whatever you say. Blaze sat next to him and said in a serious tone, Harry, what's bothering you, mate? You should be happy the exams are over, not depressed. I don't want to go back, Harry confessed. Then don't. Come and stay with me, my mum won't mind at all. Ask Dumbledore, I'm sure he'll help you, said Blaze. Blaze, I'd love to come over to your place for the vacations, but I can't. And why the hell not? Blaze asked, not understanding his friend's behavior. I have stuff to do and things to figure out, Harry said evasively. What stuff? Look, Blaze, just drop it, it's really complicated. Now come on, let's go pack, he said firmly. Besides, how come you never talk about your dad? Blaze sighed. Do you know why Malfoy and other purebloods dislike my family? Harry shook his head. My mother is what you would call an alleged gold digger. Seriously. I've had 7 fathers since the time I was born. I don't know who my real dad was, but ever since he disappeared, my mom's become something of a black widow. Harry was stunned. He didn't know whether to be impressed or horrified. His impulse was to be amazed instead of feeling horror. Don't bother trying to decode if she killed them or their deaths were accidents, Blaze said warily. They were all dicks and I never really cared what happened to them. All that matters is my mum treats me like her little prince. Incredible, Harry said, making up his mind about what he thought about Blaze's mother. Your mom is awesome. Blaze laughed. Awesome? That's a new one. Never once has anyone been able to pin anything on her, have they? He said, grinning. Her alibi has always been impenetrable, Blaze agreed. I would really like to meet her, Harry murmured. I'm sure she's amazing. Come home with me instead of going to those Dursleys. Harry immediately closed up. I'm sorry, Blaise. I just can't. Maybe next time. He stood up and started walking back to the common room. Blaise hated it when his friend became all secretive and broody, but he just nodded and quietly followed him back, thinking deeply about his friend's mysterious behavior. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX anxiously. "What are we going to do?" Hermione cried. "Snape may be after the stone this very minute." "It's still daytime. I think he'll go after it as soon as it's dark," Lillian said. "Well, how are we going to stop him?" Ron said. "I mean, even if we pulled our wands on him, I'm quite sure we'd be dead before we knew it." Hermione bit her lips, thinking hard. "We have to tell Professor Dumbledore, only he can stop this from happening." "Right then, what are we waiting for? Time to find the big head," Lillian said, jumping to her feet and heading to the portrait hole. Ron and Hermione hurried after her. They ran all the way towards the headmaster's office, following Lillian, since she was the only one who knew where it was. On the way, they encountered Filch, who screamed at them to stop, but they didn't bother. "Where do you think you're running to?" said the strict voice of Professor McGonagall. All three Gryffindors froze in their tracks, all turned around sharply to see McGonagall standing behind them. "Professor, we have got to find Professor Dumbledore. It's extremely important," Lillian said urgently. McGonagall was surprised. "Whatever it is, I think you lot can tell me," she said sternly. They didn't answer. "Well?" she demanded. "Are you going to just stand there with your mouths open, or are you going to start talking?" You see, Professor, we can tell only Professor Dumbledore, only he'll know what to do," Hermione stammered. McGonagall's lips thinned and her nostrils flared, which was never a good sign. "As the deputy headmistress of this school, I think you can tell me what you want to tell the headmaster," she said, barely controlling her temper. "Someone's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone," blurted out Ron. Whatever McGonagall thought they were going to say, this definitely didn't cross her mind. She dropped the books she was carrying and looked at the three in pure shock. "How on earth did you find out about the stone?" she whispered harshly. "It doesn't matter, ma'am. What does matter is that Snape's trying to steal the stone," said Lillian. "We have to tell the headmaster." McGonagall looked at them incredulously but composed herself. With a wave of her wand, she gathered the books she had dropped and said, "The headmaster is out on important business. The stone is quite safe, and I assure you Professor Snape is not trying to steal the stone when he's helping to protect it." "But," Lillian protested. "No, do not say a word. I do not know how you came to know about the stone, but what I want is for you three to go back to your common rooms and stay there, else you will be expelled," she said in a no-nonsense voice. All three of them had defiant looks on their faces. "Now, or you will be spending the rest of night in detention with Filch." The defiant looks changed to defeat, and they scarpered back to their common room before McGonagall decided to actually go through with her threat. "What now?" Ron asked Lillian and Hermione. "Isn't it obvious? We're going to stop Snape no matter what," said Lillian firmly. "But Mary, didn't you hear McGonagall? We'll be expelled if we're caught," Hermione said. "I don't care. The stone is extremely important if Dumbledore is protecting it, and if Snape gets his hands on it, God only knows what a disaster that will be. Dumbledore gone too, it's too much of a coincidence. It can only mean he's going after the stone tonight, and when he does, we're going to stop him," Lillian said with so much passion and fierceness that Ron and Hermione agreed with her with equal vigor. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was after curfew and Harry was wandering around the castle. He couldn't stop thinking about what the whispers in his head had told him just after he had beaten the troll when he had passed out. Almost every night he was reminded by them about the consequences of not unlocking his magic. But the thing was, he didn't understand what they meant by it or how it had to be done. Ever since that day, he had been stuck in the library trying to find out if one could unlock or lock his magic, but he couldn't find a single thing. So he settled for becoming stronger by practicing and studying magic harder. The only thing he was sure of was that the whispers came from his wand, and it wanted Harry to unlock his magic. What the hell does it mean by that? He thought, growling in frustration, and kicked a suit of armor only to wince in pain. All of a sudden he heard footsteps in the distance, and it sounded like someone was running and was running fast. He tried to put on his invisibility cloak so he wouldn't be caught, but was too late as the person caught sight of him. "Potter," it said in a tone of relief. Harry was surprised when he realized who it was. "Freckles?" he said incredulously. "What the hell are you doing down here?" "Potter." "Harry," she said, placing her hands on her knees, panting hard. "There's no time. Snape going to steal the stone tonight, and we got to stop him." Whoa, slow down, you're not making any sense. What do you mean Snape's stealing a stone?" he asked, confused. "The Philosopher's Stone, Harry. He's going to steal it tonight," she cried. "And how do you know that?" he demanded. "I know for a fact that Professor Snape is in his office right now brewing a potion which requires his full attention." "What? No. We saw him sneaking to the third-floor corridor right after dinner." "So go to Professor McGonagall. Why tell me out of all the people available?" "Look, Potter, we don't have time for this. McGonagall won't believe us and Dumbledore is out of the castle," she said impatiently. "So will you please come and help us?" "I'm not moving until you explain to me why you think someone's stealing the stone tonight, and why in heaven's name would you come to me for help?" he said sharply. Lillian let out a frustrated yell and took a deep breath and said, "I know someone is stealing the stone because Hagrid told someone how to get past the dog when he was drunk in Hogsmeade. The stranger gifted him a dragon egg in exchange for information on how to tame that three-headed dog, and now the headmaster is gone, plus we just saw someone sneak into the third-floor corridor. So yes, the stone is in danger. As for why I came to you, I didn't. I just happened to run into you, and you're the only other person who knows about the stone, and you are pretty skilled, and I don't know why, but I can trust you," she said breathlessly. "I'm going to Professor Snape," he said, turning around. "No, you can't. What if he is the one trying to steal it?" she cried. "He is not," Harry said firmly. "But we don't know that," she cried. "Why do you want to take that risk? Please help." "No," he said again and turned away from her. Lillian caught his hand and pulled him back. "Please, Harry," she said desperately. "You could be right, but why take the risk? If we go down and find Snape not in his room, it would just give him enough time to escape, and if he is in his room, he most certainly will not help us. So will you please come with me and help? I'm begging you." Harry looked at her with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he wanted to listen to the rational part of his brain and go and find Professor Snape, and on the other hand, he didn't want to say no to her when she was pleading this much, and there was a small chance she could be right too. "All right, fine. I'll come and help you," he said after a moment's pause without any conviction in his voice. "Thank you," she cried and moved to hug him, but Harry stopped her. "I don't want any hugs from you, and this does not change anything between us. I still think you're being rash, and it ain't going to change," he said firmly. "The only reason I'm coming is to protect the stone, you get it?" Lillian just nodded happily and ran towards the third-from corridor with Harry hot on her heels. "Damn, she runs fast," he muttered, trying to keep up with her. They reached the forbidden corridor to find the door leading to the stone ajar. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" she whispered. "I don't care, now let's go," he whispered back. "No, they were supposed to be here." "I said I don't care. Now do you want to get in or not?" "Fine, fine," she said, and they walked cautiously into the three-headed dog's room. They found a harp playing a slow musical tune and the dog fast asleep with the trapdoor wide open. "Shit, we're late," Lillian cried, panicking. The dog stirred a bit on hearing her voice, and Harry quickly moved forward and roughly covered her mouth. "Do you want that monster to wake?" he growled harshly. She shook her head and he let her go. She turned around and glared at him. Harry glared right back and pointed toward the trapdoor and said, "Jump in." "You jump in first," she hissed. "You dragged me into this. Now jump in or I'm leaving." Lillian peered into the hole and could see only darkness. She then closed her eyes, took a deep breath and jumped. She felt herself land on something soft and sighed in relief. "It's safe." Harry heard a muffled voice come up from the trapdoor. A few seconds later, Harry landed beside her with a soft thump. "Now what?" she said, looking around. Harry didn't reply. He felt something slowly crawl up his body while tightening its grip on him. Harry, now what do we do? She asked again. Freckles, try to move your legs and hands, he said in a strained yet calm voice. What? She said and tried to move but found that she couldn't. Harry, what's going on? She said, panicking. Lillian, conjure some flames now, he said sharply. I can't move a muscle. I don't know how, she cried, struggling to free herself. Do anything? Harry yelled, now panicking as he felt something begin to wrap around his neck. Lumos? Fire? Anything, or we're going to die before even seeing the stone. Lillian tried to reach for her wand but couldn't. Fire, fire, fire. I need fire or light, she whispered, her heart beating wildly as something reached for her neck and started tightening around it. Freckles, Harry screamed. The thing was now tightening its grip, and in a few minutes' time Harry knew his neck would snap. The lack of oxygen was dulling his senses, and he couldn't bring himself to use his wandless magic to try and free himself. Fire! 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 She cried desperately, and then it happened. Miraculously, fire shot out of her hands and spread all around her, not harming her in the slightest. Immediately the thing holding her let go, and both her and Harry were dropped onto the ground below. Harry lay on the floor gasping for breath. "T took you be bloody long enough," he said hoarsely, massaging his neck. "What was that?" she said, still shaking. "That, my dear Lillian, was the devil's snare," he said dryly, "which would have almost killed me if you hadn't conjured that fire. Though how did you do it?" "I don't know, and don't call me your dear," she said. Seeing Harry's raised eyebrow, she elaborated. "I was panicking, terrified, and I kept wishing for fire to help me, and then fire shot out of my hands, and here we are." "Fire shot out of your hands?" Harry said, the disbelief clear in his eyes. "Yeah, and this isn't the first time something like this has happened." She was about to explain to him what happened the first time when he cut her off, saying, "We don't have time to hear your story. Let's move forward," he said, and started walking towards the door in front of him. Lillian huffed and followed him through the door. In the next room they saw silver birds flying in the air, glittering, although there was no light. "What is this?" Lillian asked in wonder. "They look like silver birds." Harry didn't say anything but gazed at the birds, as surprised as Lillian was. "They aren't birds," he said, suddenly making Lillian jump. "Then what are they?" she asked, frowning. "They're keys to the door ahead of us." "Ha!" she said, looking closer at the birds, and realized that they were indeed keys with wings. She looked around and spotted a few brooms lying around. "Look, brooms," she said, pointed towards them. "Looks like we got to fly and catch the right key." Harry nodded, and they went and picked up a broom each. The instant they touched the brooms, the keys immediately changed directions and headed straight towards them all together. "Dodge them!" Harry shouted, scrambling onto the broom. They shot into the air, trying to look for the key they needed. After 2 minutes of flying and dodging keys that were trying to punch holes in them, Lillian yelled, "This is impossible!" Harry knew she was right, but they kept looking nonetheless. Then he spotted it, a key with a broken wing. "Lillian," he yelled, "look for a key with a broken wing, straight below me. Do you see it?" "Yeah, I see it," she yelled back. "Good. I'm going to shot downwards to catch it, and you come sideways in case it tries to escape. Got it?" "Yeah." "All right, G.O., he yelled, speeding towards the key. As he neared it, it sensed his presence and moved away, only to end up in the hands of Lillian, who shouted in victory. They flew towards the door, unlocked it, and flew straight in and shut the door. "That was intense," Harry said, feeling the addictive rush of adrenaline pumping through his veins. "Yeah, it was," agreed Lillian, panting, her eyes alight with excitement even though their mission was a serious one. "Come on, let's move." They took a step forward and the room was flooded with light. Harry and Lillian shielded their eyes in pain, and when their eyes adjusted to the brightness, they realized they were standing at the edge of a huge chessboard. "The door's at the other end," Harry said. "Want to try to go for it?" Lillian nodded and walked ahead slowly, But as soon as she reached the other end, the black pawns drew their swords and pointed it at her neck. Lillian slowly backed away with a gulp. "I don't think they're going to let us pass, Harry." "Come back, I got an idea," he said. "Get in here," he said, removing his cloak from within his robes. "It's an invisibility cloak," he added, seeing her confused look. "Wow, that's cool," she said in awe. Yeah, now get in," he said, covering himself and holding it open for her to get in. As soon as she got in, Harry made sure that they were properly concealed, but found that Lillian had to be a little too close to him. "Freckles, you mind not sticking so close to me?" he said, trying to lighten the atmosphere. "You're stinking." Lillian rolled her eyes. "Shut up, you. Now's not the time for all that, so just get closer and stop being such a prick," she said, grabbing his waist and pulling him closer, causing him to make a weird sound erupt from his throat. "Okay, let's move," he said, holding his breath. "You don't need to act like we're doing something forbidden," she said, annoyed. "It's not that. It's just that you really stink right now. Do you think you smell like roses?" she hissed angrily. "Stop making a face and move." Okay, Harry said, and they moved ahead slowly, hoping the pawns wouldn't chop them into pieces. They got closer and closer and then walked past the chess pieces, eyeing them carefully for any sign of violence, and successfully reached the door. They sighed in relief, and Lillian removed the cloak and pushed him away. "No, don't," cried out Harry, but it was too late. The chess pieces sensed their presence. They instantly turned around and withdrew their weapons, ready to strike. Harry wrenched the door open and yelled at her to get in. Just as they got in, they heard the sound of the chess pieces slamming against the door, and a sword came through it, missing them by inches. Harry and Lillian quickly scrambled away from the door and sighed in relief again. "That was close," said a happy-to-be-alive Harry. "What's next?" "Our next task has been done beforehand, I think," she said, covering her nose. "What?" asked Harry as a horrible smell filled his nostrils. "Ugh, what is that smell?" It was a troll lying dead on the floor, giving out a foul odor. "Let's get out of here," Lillian said, tugging Harry along to the next door and moving out of the room. As soon as they entered the next room, the door behind turned to flames. This small room had a table with 7 vials placed on it. Harry and Lillian walked towards them and found a parchment with something written on it near the vials. Lillian picked it up to read it while Harry looked around for the next door, but found purple flames guarding it instead of a door. Purple flames in front and normal flames behind. This room was intended to be a trap. Lillian read out loud from the parchment. "Danger lies before you while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers waiting bidden in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. This is a riddle, Harry said with a frown, and read it again, trying to figure it out. Lillian just rolled her eyes. There's a simple way to find out which is the correct vial, Harry. Huh, and what way is that? He asked, perplexed. Simple. All the vials are of the same size, so whichever bottle has the least potion must be the one to drink, otherwise there would be a dead body right here, she said, smirking at his shocked face. Harry just gaped at her. That's smart, he exclaimed. Who knew Gryffindors actually had a brain? He said, and earned a whack on the head from Lillian. They checked each vial's contents and struck gold on vial number 6. There barely anything left, Harry said quietly. Probably enough for just one. I know. So what now? She asked him, looking into his eyes. I'll go ahead. But how are you going to go back? I'm not letting you go in there alone. You could be killed. Look, I'm the stronger one out of the 2 of us, and you know it. You should go back and get help, but the question is, how are you going to get past that fire? Don't worry about going back, she said fiercely. It's dangerous in there. You read the parchment, didn't you? I did. But think rationally. If we both manage to get through, who will call for help? Lillian didn't respond. You see? It makes sense. Now how are you going to get past those flames if we don't figure the riddle? I told you don't worry about that. Fire won't harm me. Watch, she said and put her hand in the fire and nothing happened. How the hell are you doing that? Harry said, stunned. I don't know, she replied. All I know is that fire doesn't harm me. I tried to tell you about it before, but you didn't listen. All right, it's decided then. I'm going ahead and you're going for help. Here, take the cloak. It'll help you pass that stupid chessboard. After that, take the broom and get help. Lillian just looked at him, her features expressionless. What? Asked Harry, a little unnerved by the staring. We got to get moving. Good luck, Harry. Please be careful, she said softly, and with a last look at Harry, she jumped through the fire covering the cloak so that it wouldn't get burned. After she disappeared, Harry sighed. Here goes nothing, he murmured and gulped down the potion and walked through the purple flames. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Harry entered a large chamber with a high conical ceiling and found a man with a turban standing in front of a mirror muttering something under his breath. Good evening, Professor Quirrell, Harry greeted calmly, though he felt his heart beat faster. Inside, he was hoping Lillian would get help soon. Good evening to you too, Mr. Potter. I'm surprised to see you here. Well, I'm not surprised to see you, and you can stay surprised until Professor Dumbledore gets here, Harry said and drew out his wand only to find it ripped out of his hand instantly. He was bound in ropes before he could even comprehend what had happened. But something unusual happened when Harry's wand reached Quirrell. It disappeared in a flash of white light. What the? Quirrell gasped, looking surprised. Where did it go? He demanded, looking around, but couldn't spot it anywhere. Oh well, I better get back to business, he said and turned back to the mirror. Harry, meanwhile, was staring at the back of his wand hand. A tattoo had appeared there the moment this wand had disappeared. It was a triangle with a circle inside it, a line passing through its midpoint. He looked back at Quirrell and was shocked when he saw the mirror. It was the mirror of Ariste. He was filled with a deep desire to go and look at his parents again, regardless of the fact that he had lost his temper the last time he laid eyes on it, but then he remembered Dumbledore's warning and realized what he meant. Quirrell, meanwhile, was muttering under his breath and waving his wand at the mirror. I'm looking at the stone and I can see myself reaching for it, but I can't catch it, he said in frustration. What do I need to do, get it? Use the boy, a voice suddenly hissed. Harry looked around trying to locate the source of the sound, but couldn't see anyone apart from Quirrell. Quirrell pointed his wand at Harry and Harry was yanked forward and placed in front of the mirror. What do you see, Potter? Quirrell asked him. Harry looked into the mirror and was astonished to see his reflection and nothing else. His reflection winked at him and removed a blood-red conical stone with jagged corners from his left pocket. Mirror, Harry smiled and dropped the stone in his right pocket. Harry was even more surprised when he felt something heavy in his left pocket. What do you see, Potter? Quirrell said impatiently. I see myself shaking hands with Professor Dumbledore, he invented quickly. I just got an award for getting rid of the stuttering dark arts professor who smells awfully like garlic, he added. Don't mock me, boy, Quirrell roared and slashed his wand at Harry. Harry gasped in pain and blood spurted from a long cut on his chest. Stop, Quirrell, let me speak to the boy, the voice hissed again weakly. My master, you are not strong enough for this, Quirrell said and instantly fell to the floor screaming and holding his head. I am strong enough for this. Now do it, the voice said angrily. Why yes, master, Quirrell stammered. He stood up and started unfolding his turban. Behold Potter, the greatest wizard alive in the world, he said, removing his turban and turning around. Harry yelled in shock and tried to move, but he couldn't. The pain in his chest was too great and the ropes binding him were still firmly in place. Hello, Harry Potter. I've waited a long time to meet you. What the hell are you? Harry gasped. He was feeling dizzy and his body was going numb. I am Lord Voldemort and I killed your parents, it said, giving a very horrific and ugly smile. Harry's eyes widened as he realized who exactly this was. You're supposed to be dead, he said, inhaling sharply, not in fear but in revulsion and hate. I assure you I am quite alive but without a physical form thanks to you. Can you see what I have become? I am a mere spirit. I am weak and I have to live off unicorn blood to survive. Look at me, Potter, Voldemort hissed. I don't want to look at someone as ugly as you, Harry said, moaning in pain as the cut on his chest grew larger and deeper. Look at you, said Voldemort cruelly. The life slowly slipping away from your body and you still have the cheek to mock me. Now why don't you give me that stone which is in your pocket and I just might be kind enough to save your life. Untie me and I'll think about it, Harry said. Breathing was becoming a difficult task and everything was becoming blurry. Untie him, Quirrell. Let us see what this half-blood has up his sleeve. Quirrell untied him and Harry stood up shakily on his feet and looked into Voldemort's eyes with pure loathing. You killed my parents, he said, his voice filled with hate. Yes, I did, young Harry. Now give me the stone. Go to hell, spat Harry. I don't know how you could imagine me actually giving you the stone willingly. Quirrell, kill the boy, Voldemort hissed angrily. Avada Kedavra. Harry dodged, ignoring the terrible pain, and jumped at Quirrell, surprising him, and grabbed his neck. Pain exploded in Harry's head as soon as he touched Quirrell, and Quirrell too yelled as his neck began to burn and turn black. Harry somehow saw this through a haze of pain and immediately tightened his grip. Quirrell howled in pain as his entire body began to burn and turn into ash. Voldemort was screaming, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Harry's head felt like it was going to explode. His chest felt like it was on fire, and yet he still held on to Quirrell, hoping everything would end soon. Then everything just stopped. Harry just lay on the floor on top of a pile of ash. His hands were shaking violently, and he then realized that the ashes were the remains of Quirrell. Suddenly a pale black smoke with the face of Voldemort rose from the ground, screaming like a banshee, and disappeared through the wall. Harry watched the form of Voldemort flee. The pain in his head slowly reduced and the pain in his chest came back tenfold. He gasped in agony, pressing his hands to his chest, and fell to the ground. Just before he passed out from the pain, he glanced back to the mirror and saw his parents watching him with tears in their eyes. They were mouthing to him, "We love you." Harry smiled at them and laughed. Immediately coughed blood, but he kept his eyes fixed on his parents as his consciousness slowly faded. "I'm joining you soon," were his last thoughts before he surrendered to the darkness. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. June 14th, 1992. It was dark, it was cool, and it was comfortable were Harry's first thoughts when he woke. "Am I dead?" he croaked. He heard a chuckle and a voice spoke up. "No, my boy, you are not, although you came an inch close to death that night." Harry turned towards the voice and winced as his chest started aching again. "Well, I'm glad it wasn't a centimeter." "You shouldn't be moving, Harry, that was quite a slash you had there," said Dumbledore, coming into Harry's line of sight. "I've been waiting quite a while for you to wake." "How long has it been?" Harry asked. 3 days, replied the headmaster. "Your friends have been quite anxious to know about your condition, especially Mr. Zabini and Ms. Austen, who is intent on blaming herself for your injuries. She even offered to give her blood in case you needed a transfusion, but your blood types are different." "You say especially Blaze and Freckles, like I have other friends too," said Harry, snorting. Dumbledore chuckled. "Interesting nickname." Harry grinned. "Yeah, she hates it." Dumbledore smiled. "Well, I have been wondering, what happened in the room with Quirrell, Harry?" Harry didn't know what to say. The night was somewhat a blur to him. "Nothing you wouldn't be able to figure out," Harry said, shrugging. "When I entered the room, I saw Quirrell standing in front of that cursed mirror. I tried to attack him, but he disarmed and bound me. But when he was unable to get the stone from the mirror, a voice hissed at him to make me look into the mirror, and when I did, imagine my surprise when I see myself in the mirror and not my parents like last time." My reflection then winked at me and drops the stone in my pocket, and lo behold, there it is in my left pocket. Quirrell then untied his turban, and it turns out Voldemort was living in his head. Voldemort and I had a chat for a while, and then I miraculously killed Quirrell with my bare hands and passed out. I see, Dumbledore said after a few minutes of silence. And you do not have any questions? Of course I do. My mind is swimming with questions that need to be answered desperately. I was merely being polite and letting you ask the first question. Well, ask away then, my boy, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling in amusement. How did Quirrell get down there so easy, and why did the mirror give me the stone? You see, Harry, I had received a rather urgent mail from the Minister of Magic, but halfway through the journey I realized something was wrong and came rushing back only to find you unconscious along with the ashes of ex-Professor Quirrell. As for why you were able to retrieve the stone, only someone who did not want the stone for personal uses could retrieve the stone, so no matter how hard Quirrell tried, he would have never been able to get the stone. So there was no need for me to go down there after all and get torn up, Harry groaned. I wouldn't put it that way, Harry. I think it was rather brave of you to choose to protect the stone and not just ignore the threat, he said kindly. Please, Harry scoffed. I would have never gone down there if it wasn't for Freckles. First thing I wanted to do was go to Professor Snape and inform him about Austen's suspicions, but she was convinced that he was the one after the stone. Dumbledore smiled. A Slytherin at heart, I see. Of course, Harry said. Sorting Hat was pretty sure about that too. So what's going to happen to the stone? It is destroyed. Nicholas and Perenelle agreed with me. The stone was too dangerous to be kept around, and if it fell into the wrong hands, the result would be devastating. So they're going to die? Yes, for them it is like going to sleep after a very, very long day. After all, death is the next great adventure. Why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Or rather, why did my touch harm him? Quirrell's mind had been taken over by Lord Voldemort, and Voldemort cannot touch you because of the protection your mother has left in your blood. She sacrificed her life to save yours, and when a mother who loved her son so deeply died to protect her child, it left an ancient protection in your blood, which prevented Voldemort from killing you that fateful night. I could also say that the essence of your mother's soul flows in your veins, protecting you from Voldemort. Oh, was all Harry would say. He didn't know whether to be pleased or sad that his mother was, in other words, living through him. One more thing, Professor. Why did Voldemort want to kill me in the first place? The smile and twinkle vanished from Dumbledore's face, and he seemed to age 100 years before Harry's eyes. That, Harry, is a story for another time. I see, Harry said softly. Well, Harry, I'll take my leave. You might want to get some sleep. Tomorrow is the last day you will be at Hogwarts, and some people are anxiously waiting to meet you as soon as the sun rises. Good night, said Dumbledore, walking out of the hospital wing. Wait, Professor, Harry said suddenly. If you tell me what you see in that cursed mirror, I'll tell you what I see. Dumbledore stood still for almost a minute before turning around and answering. I see what my life would be like if it weren't for the mistakes I made in the past, he said sadly. Harry nodded and replied, I see my parents and myself laughing and playing with each other in the season of winter. The reason you saw me angry was because it reminded me of the life I should have been living, not the life I have now. Dumbledore bowed his head. It's a sad world, Harry, when children lose their parents and are brought up without love. Have a good night, Harry. You too, Professor, Harry said as the headmaster left, leaving behind a very pensive, overly matured 11-year-old. As soon as he left, Harry rolled up his sleeves and examined the new tattoo on his right wrist. It was still there, as dark as ever, and then Harry realized his wand wasn't with him. Suddenly he felt the urge to touch his tattoo and say something. He slowly touched the tattoo with his left hand and whispered, Come forth. There was a flash of white light and his wand appeared in his right hand, ready to be used. Harry stared at his wand in wonder and said, You are a very powerful one, aren't you? He could have sworn he heard a yes when he said that. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The next day when Harry woke, he saw Lillian dozing in a chair next to his bed beside a huge pile of gifts and chocolates. He decided to have some fun. He slowly got up from his bed and went next to her. He leaned in closer to her face and positioned himself in front of her ear and yelled, Wake up, Freckles! Lillian screamed bloody murder and fell of the chair with a loud thump. She looked around wildly and saw Harry standing behind her grinning like mad. You bastard!" she shrieked. "Why the hell did you do that? To think I was actually worried to death about you, but now I just wish you had died." Harry, still grinning, went and sat on his bed and hissed in pain, grabbing his chest. Immediately Lillian stopped yelling and her eyes softened. "Are you okay, Harry? Does it hurt?" "Nah, I just did that so that you'd stop screaming like a banshee," he said, lying down again, smirking. Lillian had a murderous expression on her face. She looked at him and then whacked him on the unhurt side of his stomach. "Ah!" Harry cried. "What's with you and physicality?" Lillian just gave a smirk worthy of any self-respecting Slytherin. "Now that it is clear who is in the bed and who is unhurt, I shall say what I came to say." Harry just nodded, not wanting another blow to his body. "I wanted to apologize for dragging you with me to save the stone." "Damn right. I'm all messed up because of that," Harry muttered. "And," she said a little louder, trying to control herself, "and I regret not going with you to face Voldemort. Tisich, if you would have come, I could have gotten more torn up trying to protect you and nobody would have saved me. God damn, Potter. Can't you just accept my apology?" Typical Gryffindor. Always wear their emotions on their sleeves. "But," he added quickly, seeing her clench and unclench her fingers, "I accept your apology and it isn't your fault this happened. You were only trying to do what you thought was right." Lillian smiled in relief. "I'm glad you're all right," she said. "Does that mean I can call you Freckles?" A twitch formed on her forehead. "No, it means you can call me Mary," she ground out, gritting her teeth. "Mary is a lame name for a girl like you. It makes me imagine you as some silly girl, which you're definitely not. I'd rather call you Lillian or Freckles," he said, scoffing. "I don't know if that was a compliment, but yeah, whatever. So friends?" she asked hesitantly. "I'll think about it, if there's any profit in being your friend, that is," he replied, putting his hands behind his head. "You are a moron, Potter," she said, shaking her head. "Oh, back to surnames are we?" he asked her, smirking. "Yes, you make it impossible for me to talk to you for a minute without making me want to pound you. And here's your invisibility cloak. I hope you didn't tell anyone about it." "No, I didn't," she replied. "Well, see you around, Harry." "You too, Freckles," he said, grinning. She grinned as well. Somehow the name wasn't so bad after all. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Harry left the hospital wing sometime in the evening. Blaise had come to visit Harry sometime in the afternoon, and of all the people, Malfoy had come along too. It was the last feast of the year at Hogwarts, and he was sitting with Blaise and Draco, joking and laughing. "May I have your attention, please?" Dumbledore said loudly, clapping his hands, trying to get the attention of the students. "Now I understand the house cup here needs awarding, so here it goes. In fourth place, the Hufflepuff House with 320 points. In third place, Gryffindor with 400 points. A few Gryffindors clapped at that. In second place, Ravenclaw with 450 points. Cheers came from the Ravenclaw table. And in first place, the Slytherin House with 455 points. Everybody in Slytherin started yelling in joy and banging their goblets on the table. Yes, congratulations, Slytherin, but I have a few last-minute points to give out," said Dumbledore. Everyone went still. "To Ms. Lillian Mary Austin, I award 60 points for not backing down in the face of danger and approaching and confronting it like a true Gryffindor." Everybody on the Gryffindor table exploded in cheers at winning the house cup, and many started thumping Lillian on her back in congratulations. All the Slytherins were looking on in disbelief. "And to Mr. Harry James Potter," added Dumbledore, and it was the Gryffindors' turn to fall silent. The Slytherins held their breath in anticipation. For being calm and collected in a life or death situation, and for thinking rationally when it comes to confronting dangerous tasks, I award 70 points. This time nobody cheered and waited for the headmaster to drop any more bombshells. So I believe it is now safe to declare the Slytherins as the winners of the House Championship. Most of the Slytherins sighed in relief and cheered, raising their goblets high in the air. Harry looked over to the Gryffindor table and spotted the sour face of Weasley and gave a victorious smirk. He looked around for Lillian and he found her sitting between the Weasley twins. She raised her goblet in acknowledgement and smiled at Harry. Now that we are all fed and watered, let us go to bed and have a good night's sleep, for tomorrow we will be going back to our families. Dumbledore continued and sat back into his chair. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. June 16, 1992. The last day at Hogwarts was uneventful. Harry sat with Blaise, Draco, Daphne and Tracy in one compartment up to King's Cross. The journey was terribly boring except for the time the girls wanted details from Harry about what had happened with Quirrell. After all, the rumors making rounds in the castle were unbelievable. The most famous version was one in which Harry had transformed into a giant snake and eaten the professor. Harry had a few ideas as to who came up with that one. As the train slowed down, Harry gathered his stuff with Hedwig's cage on the top, put them on a trolley and rolled it out to go out and meet the Dursleys after a year without their nasty presents. "See you later, Blaise," said Harry and waved at him as he walked out of the barrier back into the world of Muggles. Chapter 9: Good versus Evil. Harry lay on his bed twirling his wand casually and was deep in thought. His relatives were staying out of his way. They were feeding him thrice a day and Dudley was now terrified of Harry. He should have been glad, but he wasn't. What good was it going to be if was going to die? His clothes, or rather Dudley's old clothes, were thrown around without a care. There were quite a few books surrounding his bed. It had been a hell of a task to get the librarian to allow him to borrow so many books, including a few from the restricted section. Most of the books were all about binding a person's magic and how to undo it or how to unlock one's potential, but none of them had any spells or concrete information. All were just filled with the author's view on the subject and their ridiculous theories. In other words, the books were a waste. He stared at his wand and said, "Why can't you just unbind or unlock my magic?" "Because only you can, or the binder can." Harry almost fell out of his bed in shock. "Damn wand," he muttered. "No help at all." The whispers were like 1,000 voices whispering right into ear together. It was really freaky, and the worst part was that it chose to say something whenever it wished to. There was no way Harry could get it to talk or have a conversation with it. Come to think of it, he had never heard of a wand talking before, but then he had a special wand unlike any else. He glared at his wand, wondering why he couldn't just have a normal wand or a normal life without any complications. "Damn Gryffindors," he muttered again. The only reason he got into trouble at school was because of Gryffindors. The only reason he ended up in the hospital wing twice was because of Gryffindors, and the only reason his wand started talking to him was because of damn Gryffindors. It had all started the night the troll attacked. Flashback. He saw the troll swing the club over its head ready to strike. He saw Lillian screaming at him to get out of the way, and he felt the pain in his body return. But he just raised his wand confidently and yelled Eradicopectus. A yellowish-green light burst out of his wand and hit the troll in the chest, blasting it back. Fell on the floor hard and didn't move again. Lillian stumbled to her feet, her body shaking, and ran to Harry. "Harry! Harry! Are you okay?" Harry felt the world and everything in it begin to spin. He tried to move, but the pain was too much. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Lillian, looking concerned. Her pretty face swam in front of his eyes as spots of darkness began to obscure his vision. "I'm fine," he muttered and lost consciousness. "I'm shivering. Why am I shivering? What is this feeling? Something is freezing my body." Harry's eyes shot open and he jumped up, looking around wildly for the troll. But nothing was there. It was just darkness. He was feeling cold, but he never felt cold. Why was he feeling the need to be close to fire? He had never felt like this before. Slowly his vision came back to him. It was like a curtain of black was lifting from his eyes. He was standing in the middle of an endless flat plain of ice. He looked around in wonder. It was beautiful. There were massive icebergs floating in the air, sparkling like they would during the day, though there was no source of light in sight. There were long, narrow pieces of ice coming out of the ground at various angles, shining like diamonds. He looked down and realized he was standing on water and not ice. He gasped in surprise and lost his balance and fell. He shut his eyes, waiting for the sound of his body splashing against the water come, but instead it felt like he had fallen on a very soft surface and was being pushed back up gently. He was too shocked to say a word. He took a step forward and saw the water rippling, but it felt like he was standing on a normal cool floor. The wind blew again and he felt extremely cold. He clutched his body to shield him from the cold and knelt on the water floor shivering. Then all of a sudden the wind stopped blowing and Harry felt normal again. He stood up and asked himself the obvious question. Where the hell am I? As if expecting an answer, Harry waited but none came. He then decided to explore the place. He started walking ahead, then stopped and looked around again and wondered in which direction he should go. He kept looking around him when he spotted something sparkling in the sky. It seemed to be really tall and Harry decided to walk it that direction. After walking continuously for 15 minutes, Harry could soon make out something sticking out of the ground. The closer he came to it, the bigger it became, and when he reached it, he couldn't help but drop his mouth open in awe. It was a huge pillar of ice and water swirling together without a sound. He looked up and couldn't see an end to its height. Again he said to himself, where the fuck is this? One moment I'm fighting a troll and the next I'm in a world of ice and water. He looked up again and noticed something black in the water-ice mixture. He frowned and wondered if he could look at it up close. Instantly the black part in the water began coming closer to him. As soon as he reached it, he wrinkled his nose in disgust. It was a foul-smelling black substance contaminating the water. He looked down to see if there was something he could use to remove that foul thing from such a beautiful and amazing thing or whatever it was, but yelled in shock as he realized he wasn't on the ground. Part of the water had risen up and taken him to the black contaminant so silently that he hadn't even realized it. He put his hand on his heart, breathing hard. Almost had a heart failure there, he murmured. He decided to try to remove it with his hands. He covered his nose with his left hand and leant closer to the foul-smelling water and touched it. The instant he touched it, pain flared all over his body and he was thrown back violently. Back in the real world, Harry coughed blood, lying in the hospital wing with Dumbledore, Snape and Madame Pomfrey standing beside him. Why won't he wake, Albus? And why in Merlin's name is he coughing blood? She whispered. I don't know, Poppy, Albus whispered, sounding worried while Snape just looked on without any expression on his face. As he flew through the air, the water from the ground rose silently and caught him gently and laid him on the ground of water. Harry stood up, shaking violently as the pain slowly left his body. What the hell was that? He stuttered. That was part of your magic trying to embrace you but wasn't able to, thus reacting violently against you, a man said behind him. Harry looked back sharply only to see nothing. He looked around confused, wondering where the voice had come from. I don't have a physical form, so you cannot see me, it said from a different direction in a different voice. Who are you? Harry shouted. Where am I? Who are you? It said in a feminine voice this time. Where am I? It said again from a different direction, sounding further away from him. I am the essence of your wand, and we are inside your magical core. What? He yelled, thoroughly confused. You heard me. I am the voice of your essence, and we are inside your magical core. Harry took deep breaths and calmed himself. So you're telling me that I'm talking to my wand, and we are currently inside my magical core? He said skeptically. No need to yell. I can hear you perfectly fine, and yes, that's what I'm telling you. Why does your voice keep changing, and why does it feel like you're moving? Can't you stay in one place? My voice is changing? Well, I suppose that is because I have many voices and I am not moving. I am just everywhere. I told you before, I have no physical form. I could be anywhere, but you will be able to hear me. The voice echoed around him. So my mind is in my magical core, but we are actually in Hogwarts, he said slowly. Yes. Why did you bring me in here? To talk to you and to explain a few things that you need to know. Was it your voice I heard before, and did you tell me that spell? Harry asked curiously. Yes, that is the reason you are standing here right now. Because I forced myself to save your life. There were unforeseen consequences. What consequences? Harry asked, getting a little worried and scared. I will explain in time, but now I must explain to you why I chose you and what I am. Harry stood silently, waiting for his wand to begin. Suddenly he felt himself being lifted and being put in a comfortable chair. Then it began. Thousands of years ago, before this world was split into two and before the human population began to grow exponentially, The world was locked in a battle for survival. You could call it a battle between good and evil. The one who would win this war would build the world and shape it in its image. There existed a perfect balance between the two sides, and it was a balance which was destined to be destroyed. The timeless war went on until humans became a factor in balance of power. 3 powerful humans joined the forces of good and helped tilt the scales of power in their favor. This period of time lasted for 30 days and 29 nights in which good and evil fought until evil's power broke and it lay defeated. Evil begged for mercy, but the brothers were not stupid. They knew evil was trying to get them to forgive it and let it live with no power, but they knew sooner or later it would get its power back and they would have to fight again. Just as they readied themselves to destroy this being forever, evil shouted, "I will give you anything you want, anything to make you more powerful. Please spare me." The brothers stopped and looked at each other, all thinking the same thing. Evil smiled inside, knowing that greed, a weakness common to humans, would overcome their desire to destroy him. "You killed my wife," the middle brother spat. "Why should we let you live?" "I can bring her back to you," Evil whispered. "I will offer you the one thing you want most if you let me live." The brothers had a discussion amongst themselves, whether to kill it or not. The eldest and the middle brother both agreed to let it live, while the youngest was uncertain. He felt that they should kill it. But since both the other brothers had agreed, he couldn't do anything because it would take all their power together to destroy it. Thus the eldest brother asked for a wand that could never be defeated, a wand with which would make him untouchable. Evil nodded and presented to him the death stick, the most powerful wand that could ever be made and one that could be used only by the eldest brother and no one else, unless they were more powerful than the brother, which was not possible, or so Evil thought. The middle brother asked for the power to bring people back from the dead. Evil smiled at him and gave him a ring. He told the brother if he twisted the stone on the ring 3 times and called the name of the person he wanted, they would come to him. The brother nodded happily and pocketed the ring. Then the last and the youngest brother looked into Evil's eyes and asked for a cloak of invisibility, a cloak that could make him invisible to everyone. Evil scowled at him and reluctantly pulled a cloak out of the thin air and presented it to the man. Then Evil said, "I have done what you asked me to, now you must let me go." The first 2 brothers just nodded and left. They couldn't wait to use their new gifts, but the youngest stayed back and asked Evil a question. "How did you get all these things? They are such powerful items." Evil smiled. "I have the power to create anything for others, but not for me unless I take control of this world. This battle may have been won by you for now, but when I get my powers back, I will destroy you all once and for all and create the world in my image." It said and vanished, never to be seen again for a long time. The battle between good and evil should have ended that day, but greed won over the hearts of the brothers and Evil escaped. Harry silently heard the story, following every word carefully. After a while he asked, "Is this story true? If you want proof, your wand and cloak is proof enough." Harry was stunned. Suddenly he stood up and yelled, "Ollivander!" He took a deep breath and said, "Ollivander told me that my wand, or rather you were a gift given to a wizard by death, and the wand had never worked for anyone except for him and now me. The truth is always twisted as time goes by. Even my knowledge could be flawed since I was created after the battle was won." Once the brothers came back after successfully defeating Evil, they boasted about their gifts and never thought to keep it a secret. The eldest brother kept challenging people to duels and never lost a single duel. But he was murdered by his own son, who stole me from him thinking I would bend to his will. Since then people would keep killing each other for possession of me, but I could not work for them the way I worked for the eldest brother because there was no way anyone could be more powerful than the eldest brother. He was one of the first wizards to come into existence, and his magic was evenly distributed amongst his children, so no one would ever be able to be as powerful as he was. Since then, I have been passed on from person to person, until I came into your hands. Your potential is greater than the eldest brother. Because of this, I will work for you, and the power you can wield using me is infinite provided you use me correctly." "What happened to the other brothers?" Harry asked. "I only know about things where I have been. I do not know what happened to the other brothers, but about 80 to 90 years back, I was found by a wizard by the name of Gellert Grindelwald. He and another friend of his, whose name was Albus Dumbledore, spoke about a legend known as the Deathly Hallows. It is similar to what the wand maker told you, but includes the other two brothers as well. Harry gasped when he heard Dumbledore was friends with Grindelwald. According to that story, the middle brother used the stone to summon his wife from the dead and talk to her, but he could not touch her. Driven mad by grief and his desire to be with her, he killed himself and surrendered his soul to death and joined his wife in the afterlife. The youngest brother used the cloak to hide from death and finally revealed himself to Death, who was waiting to get him, when he was old and died happily. So nobody knows how the wand, the stone and the cloak came into existence except for you and now me. Yes, the voice replied. Harry processed what he had just been told and gulped. It was unbelievable. Earlier you said that there were consequences because you saved me from the troll. What were you talking about? Harry asked, remembering what his wand had told him before explaining its history. Because you were in danger, I was forced to help you. So, you are my wand now, and you did say that you will work me properly and will give me infinite power. I did say that, and that's the way it is supposed to be. But I was unable to reach you because part of your magic has been bound. Thus I cannot access your full power, and if I can't use your full power I cannot reach out to you like I have now. Then how did you do it? I forced my way through it to save your life. If you died, the consequences would not be good. What would happen if I died? Harry asked, curious to know why his life was so important. The one who can wield the death stick is the one who can destroy evil forever. So you're telling me that I am going to have to fight evil? Who, by the way, is so powerful that it took the power of all three brothers to defeat it. Harry said incredulously. Evil is not as powerful as it were at that time. It was unable to gain its power back, so it decided to influence the souls of humans. It was extremely cunning and intelligent, so it began corrupting the minds of humans, making them want more power. His power. Evil could not use its magic, but it realized that if it possessed a human, it could use the human's magical power and turn it forever into his own. So what evil did next was to create a magic that humans could use to gain great power and named it the dark arts. But to do this it had to make a sacrifice that would make it lose all its consciousness and exist only as a tool to be used by humans. If a powerful wizard uses the dark arts, and if he uses too much without destroying himself, evil would be able to gain back its consciousness through that witch or wizard and effectively come back to life with all its powers, and nobody would be able to stop it. It would result in the end of human race and the world as you know it. The only way to destroy the dark arts would be to destroy the one who can use it the best. The dark arts are not the magic you use. When you use the dark arts, you are not just using powerful magic. What you are doing is summoning magic from a different plane of existence, and this magic corrupts the core of the wizard, making it a slave to evil when it returns. The more you use it, the more you will want it, and soon you will be consumed by it, and there will be no way of coming out of it unless you stop yourself before it is too late. If you continue using it, your magical core will be destroyed by it, and it will be replaced by one made from the dark arts, making the man powerful beyond his own capabilities. If a man who can host evil's conscious exists, all the magical cores of the witches and wizards corrupted by the dark arts will flow into him from the other plane of existence, melding into one, and evil will rise again through this vessel as terrible and as powerful as before. How? How do you know this? Harry whispered. The youngest brother knew that evil had a plan to come back, and it was a mistake not to kill him. So one night he came to me, whispered all what I have told you. He had lived long enough to see evil transform into the dark arts, and he knew there was nothing he could do about it. He was the wisest and the cleverest of all the brothers and had kept track of me and evil using his cloak of invisibility. But he did know that if someone who could wield me was born, there would be hope for the world yet, and evil could be destroyed once and for all. Wow, whispered Harry. So I am the one can destroy it once and for all. Yes. Harry didn't know how to feel. There were so many thoughts and emotions running through him that he just didn't know what he was feeling. Why tell me this now? I mean, I'm hardly powerful enough to take on a Dark Lord. I'm just 11, almost 12 years old, and I've just joined a wizard school and have just begun to learn magic. I told you, to save your life from the troll, I had to force my way through the block on your magic, and because of that I had to bring you here, or it would result in the self-destruction of your magic. I told you due to that there were unforeseen consequences. Are you going to tell me what consequences? He asked hesitantly, feeling afraid. Yes, this is the only time we will ever meet like this. The owner of the death stick can be pulled into this world only once and never again. You will never be able to talk to me again unless you unbind your magic. Even then, I will only be able to whisper spells to you when you are in mortal danger. I said there were consequences for pulling you in this world when your magic was bound. Because I did that, the block on your magic is spreading and limiting your usage of magic. It will keep spreading like a virus until it binds your magical core completely, and when that happens, you will die. Harry's heart started beating wildly behind his ribs. He was feeling fear of dying. His breath was coming short and panic was engulfing him. He felt like he was at the bottom of a hole from which there was no escape. Terror began to dominate his senses and tears were dripping from his wide, frightened eyes. "Calm down, Harry," the voice whispered, and instantly Harry felt his fear melting away and he could feel himself calming down. In times like these, you should keep a cool head and not lose yourself to the fear of death. If you feel fear and if you become desperate, you will be attracted to the dark arts, and if the one with the power to use me gets attracted to the dark arts, it will be the end of everything. How can I force myself to be calm when you've just told me that I am going to die if I don't unbind my magic? I don't even know the first thing about blocks on magic. Harry screamed. That only you can do. I cannot help you when I do not know how your magic has come to be bound. Now it will soon be time for you to leave, so ask whatever you want to ask and I will answer it them the best I can. Harry thought for a moment and then began asking the questions that had been running through his head since he had come here. What is that huge mix of water and ice? He asked, pointing to the silent swirling mass of water and ice. That is your core, the center of your magical core. It is the place from where your magic comes. Right now you are not even using 50% of your core. The foul black poison that hurled you back is not part of you. The spell binding your magic has now mixed with it and is spreading. That is what you have to destroy. Why did I feel cold when I came here? I mean, I have never felt cold in my entire life and I felt like I was going to freeze here. You are in a world created by your subconscious. It is the world of your magic and the world is created on the basis of what your magic desires. But because you are inside your magic, you will not be able to use magic. Okay, you have successfully confused me. What you are saying is that I am inside my magic. And because I am inside my magic, I cannot use magic. Yes. So that means my magic has been protecting me from the cold? I cannot answer that question. You have to discover your own potential and skills. No one else can do it for you. They can only help you improve your skills. Oh, okay, Harry muttered. You know your voice changes every now and then. The place from where your voice comes from changes every minute or so, though I've somewhat gotten used to it. But the tone of your voice hasn't changed at all. I told you to ask questions, not make statements. Grouch, Harry muttered under his breath. How can you talk? I mean, do you have a brain of your own or something? I am conscious of my surroundings. Everything I sense I learn. Everything I hear I remember. So that means your knowledge of spells is infinite since you're so old, Harry said, getting excited. Yes, but I cannot teach you. Why the hell not? I already told you before. I can only help you when you are in need. Harry racked his brain to ask him or her, or rather his wand, another question. How long do I have until my magic is completely bound? 1 year. A year to prevent death, Harry muttered to himself. It is time for you to leave, Harry. You will never be able to come back here again, and I wish you luck. Before Harry could say anything, the water he was standing on opened up and he fell through. He yelling in shock and woke up in his body screaming. He blinked once, twice, and then realized he was in the hospital wing. He slowly tried sitting up but found it too painful. He looked around searching for his wand and found Lillian's wand on the side table. What the hell is her wand doing here? Where is my wand? He muttered to himself. Suddenly someone spoke through the darkness. Harry! Harry, you awake? He recognized the voice as Lillian's. What are you doing here, Austin? And where's my wand? I have your wand with me. I hid it so that the professors wouldn't see it, she whispered and handed it back to him. Harry was surprised at her quick thinking. Thanks, I guess. So what are you doing here? How long have I been here? You've been here for a few hours? I've been sneaking in trying to see how you were doing and got caught several times," she said, taking her wand from the side table. "Thanks for your concern, but I don't need it, Freckles." He could practically see her glare through the dark. Suddenly, he heard someone opening the door, and so did Lillian. She quickly slid under the bed before anybody could see her. The door was shut and the headmaster came into view. "Good evening, Harry. I'm glad to see you up," he said. "Good evening to you, to headmaster," Harry said. "How are you feeling?" "Sore," he replied. "Ms. Austen told me what happened when the troll attacked. I must say it was real brave of you to protect her the way you did. I'm very proud of you." Harry smirked. Now is a time to have some fun. "Yes, sir, I know. She was terrified down there. She was crying and was screaming for me to help her, so I really didn't have a choice. It was either save her or listen to her wail." He could feel her kicking his bed from below and was struggling to hold his laughter. "That sounds quite unlike her. Ms. Austen has been most concerned about your health," he said. "She has sneaked in here quite a number of times in the past 5 hours." "Really?" Harry said, feigning surprise. "I suppose you punished her." No, just docked a few points. However, if she sneaks in again, I just might have to give her detention." "That's good, Professor. The rules of the school must be held in high regard," he said, nodding his head seriously. "If I caught her sneaking in here, would you give the Slytherin house points?" Dumbledore chuckled. "No, I'm afraid not." "I see," Harry muttered. "Is there anything else you wanted, Professor? I'd like to go to sleep and be healed so that I can return to my dorm." "Of course," Dumbledore said. "And do you by any chance remember what spell you cast on the troll, Harry?" "No, Professor. I'm afraid not. I was just desperate to get away from the troll and a word popped into my head and I said it. The next moment I see the troll falling and Lillian screaming. The next thing I know, I'm waking up here." Dumbledore didn't say anything but just looked into Harry's eyes. After a moment he stood up and said goodbye and left. Just as he left, Harry heard him mutter, "A clemency shields at this age," and he couldn't hear the rest. As soon as he left, Lillian slid out, stood up and whacked him on his head. "What the fuck?" he yelped. "You want me to tell Madame Pomfrey you're here?" he demanded. "Shut up," she hissed angrily. "You almost gave me away for house points." "Of course. You lion, me snake, in other words mortal enemies," he drawled. "Whatever. I can't believe I actually came to see how you were doing," she muttered. "Good night," she said and left before Harry could comment. As soon as she left, Harry's mind drifted back to his conversation with his wand. There were only 2 options in his mind. One was become strong and get rid of the block, and the other was death. Death was certainly the option to be eliminated. End flashback. Harry sighed and fell back on his bed, throwing the book he had aside. He had been cooped up in his room for a week and hadn't come out much ever since. He had been so busy reading the books he had got that he had been leaving the room only for eating and for bathing. He got up and opened his window and sat on the windowsill. Sitting at the edge of the window always made him feel better. The moment he sat there, he started sweating and feeling hot. That was the main reason he hated summer. It made him feel hot, sweaty, and for some reason, weak. He sighed again and was about to shut his window to prevent the hot air from entering when he happened to look at the hedge and was shocked to see a pair of huge yellow eyes staring back at him. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was seeing right, and when he opened his eyes again, they were gone. He wondered why Blaise hadn't written back to him when he had written so many times to him. Hedwig had always come back looking a bit irritated after delivering the letter. He glanced at the clock and saw it was lunchtime. All the Dursleys were already at the table when he came down. Dudley and his uncle had their plates overflowing as usual. His aunt had hardly anything on her plate, and he was pleased to see his plate had portions rivaling his uncle's and Dudley's. He glanced at his Aunt Petunia, the question clear in his eyes. "You're not getting dinner tonight. The Masons are coming over at 8:00 and we do not want them to see you," she said stiffly. "Leave something by the door before they come," he said. "I'm not missing a meal because of your guests. You will remain in your bedroom for the rest of the day and will not come down until tomorrow morning," Vernon growled, irritated by his response. Harry shrugged and muttered, "Suits me just fine," and began to dig into his food, looking forward to going back to his books.